Walls, white walls, white padded walls, day in, day out, white padded walls. Let me tell you why I see these white padded walls day in and day out. I am, or at least according to several doctors, certifiably insane. Hallucinations, paranoia, schizophrenia, multiple personality disorder. The list goes on and on. I was a normal working-class man living the American dream. I had a wife, 2 children, my income was high, and my debt was low. I had it all. Then things started to go wrong. They started to go in a direction I couldn't even fathom. My wife and I had always wanted to go to the British Isles, but for the longest time the money wasn't there. I took 7 years and 2 promotions before we could even begin to think realistically. Anyway, after months of careful planning and preparation, we were on a plane flying over the Atlantic Ocean. Just me and her. No kids, no job. Nothing but beautiful scenery and relaxing for 24 straight days. Fast forward a week. Having taken in many of the big city sites, we decided to see some of the smaller places, out in the countryside. We packed a small bag of essentials and took a cab in the rural side of England. This is where things started to go wrong. Not the whole world is coming to an end wrong, even though it sure felt like it. Just wrong. We came across an old trailer in a moderately decorated cabin. He said he had taken many suits for over 65 years. My interest was piqued. I began to splurge a little bit and buy one. Nothing beats the craftsmanship of an old tailored suit. After paying for it and calling in a cab, a picture on the wall caught my eye. It was old, black and white, mid-50s. It was very tall and very slim-suited man standing on a grassy plain. His face appeared to be smudged out. It was old. I didn't think much of it. Even so, something about the picture was unnerving. It gave me an old vibe. It felt almost menacing. I inquired about the photo, but the man refused to talk about it. That just added fuel to my mental fire. Days upon days had passed. My wife and I took in every sight, every castle, every grassy knoll we possibly could, but alas, eventually we had to go home. Part of us wanted to stay, but we were exhausted. There was no way we could spend any longer there. Our flight back home was vague as we were both asleep for most of the time. The drive back home was hazy. We wanted to relax. As I pulled into the driveway, something was off. Something didn't feel right. I got the same feeling when I had when the picture inside the Taylor's home. It was a feeling of dread and curiosity. I didn't want to continue, but my mind forced me to. I stepped out of my car, and when I stood onto the concrete, my legs suddenly gave out. I fell to the ground onto my right hand and found myself unable to force myself up. I was most likely tired than I thought. My wife helped me up and supported me to my bedroom. I was going to be asleep for a long time. Or so I thought. That night, I was plagued by nightmares of the suited man on the grassy plain. It wasn't really a bad dream as much it was just his presence haunting me in my subconscious. Just standing there, unnaturally tall, unnaturally thin. Standing there without a face, without an identity, and no matter how hard I tried, his face never focused. It was as though the picture had come to life in my mind, but remained unchanged. This went on until I had abruptly woken up by the sound of a smashing of a lamp. I raced down 2 flights of stairs, leading from the bedroom to the living room, armed with only the brick we had on our doorstep. I slowly crept to where the only lamp in our house used to be. I knelt down to pick up a piece to examine when I felt the slight blow of the wind behind me, like a person running past. I shot up faster than a startled cat. I spun around to see what or who it was. My eyes had still not adjusted to my surroundings and was left with nothing but darkness. My next thought was to listen. Nothing. Not a single thing. Not even the sound of a house settling. Maybe it was just a nightmare or fatigue playing tricks on me. Maybe we had a slight tremor that caused the lamp to inch off the table. Regardless, I was tired and sorely wanted to get some nightmare-free sleep. It didn't happen. Throughout the rest of the night, the slender man was everywhere within my dreams. He was a bit curious, though. He only seemed to be cautiously hidden behind the trees. Only in the original photo was he completely exposed. Even subconsciously, I wished I hadn't moved next to the forest, knowing he would be lurking, watching me, analyzing me. It didn't take long to force myself awake. 10:46 a.m. I looked to my left. I looked to my right. My wife was calmly asleep. Lucky her. I dragged myself out of the bed and slowly began to make my way downstairs. I half expected the TV to be blaring with my kids' eyes glued to the screen, but then I realized that they were at my grandma's house. They were due back that day. I was going to miss that quiet. It was all right. I missed the kids even more. I continued down the stairs, hoping to get a game of solitaire on my computer when something made me feel very weak and hollow. The lamp wasn't broken, but it wasn't brand new either. Someone took the pieces and solidly glued them back together. And the glue wasn't glue. It was black, rubbery, like tar. I would have tasted it for origin, but that's never a good idea. My wife needed to wake up soon. I was starting to panic. I explained what happened the night before about the lamp and the nightmare and such. She just rolled her eyes and told me it was nothing. Wives. Wives. Sometimes I think they do it on purpose. Still. Feeling uneasy from that morning, I managed to force myself to look out the forest behind our house. It was very calm, nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't completely dark, so it didn't look nearly as ominous as it usually did at night. I was badly lamenting this night in particular. Suddenly, I saw a light out of the corner of my eye that caused me to nearly jump out of my skin. It was just the kids getting dropped off. I swear I was thinking too much into this. Couldn't keep my nerves steady half the time. Hours passed. We played with the children. We put them to bed. We relaxed on the couch. My wife was asleep on my chest. I was nodding off. I slowly closed my eyes. It wasn't long before the quiet was broken and my wife and I were woken up. A window broke upstairs. In a panic fury, we ran upstairs as fast as we could. Our eldest son, scared out of his mind, said it came from his brother's room. Without even thinking, I kicked the door in. Only the nightlight in the far corner of the room into the pitch-black room. And there he was, the man from my dreams, the Slender Man, hovering over my son's bed. Having seen him, I acted out without even knowing what was going on. Punches were thrown, long black tendrils whipped all around. The last thing I remember was being held tightly above the ground and thrown against the wall. That's when I blackened out. When I came to, my wife was in tears. I had 3 cracked ribs. My son was gone. The Slender Man had my son, and there was nothing I could do. But I knew he was going to come back, and that was when I would get him. The rest of the day was full of emotion. My wife could hardly stop crying. My other son was in a coherent state of shock. I could barely think straight. I did, however, manage to call the police. I told them my son had been abducted by a man in a long black suit. I kept the details of the tendrils to myself in fear that they wouldn't believe me. But that was the least of my worries. I needed to figure out when he would return. The police showed up and took each of our statements. They examined my son's room. They did a quick scour of the forest outside. It seemed not a single piece of evidence was found. They had begun to leave when something hanging from a very high branch caught their eye. It was a piece of material, black, pan-stripped, much like the suit I bought while I was on vacation. I pointed this out to the police, and they inquired to see my suit. I gladly showed them the way. When I opened the closet door, what they found was beyond belief. Wrapped in my now tattered suit was my son, completely drenched in blood. He didn't look conscious. Both myself and the police were in shock and disgust. That's when I blackened out. When I came to, I was in an unfamiliar place. Gray painted walls, small windows on one of them, one exceptionally bland table. Great, I was in an interrogation room. I sat there, alone for a good part of an hour before actual human life entered the room with me. Now my memory is a bit hazy at this point, so I'll try to sum up the conversation as best as possible. The officer had said, "Your son didn't survive. Deepest sympathies to you and your family. You've not been proven guilty, but evidence leads towards it. A further investigation must be held. You will be brought back home, but you will be under consistent supervision," and so on and so forth. I was driven home in the back of the police cruiser. Last time I was in there was in high school when vandalism was the cool thing to do. I was welcomed with open arms and my still sobbing wife with my motionless son. Going back wasn't easy. Thankfully, we didn't have to stay long. The police examined that we were going to stay at a hotel for a few days. We gathered our things when a picture from our fridge caught my eye. It was a picture of my late son Drew. When I saw it, my heart nearly stopped. In the cutest crayon drawing you could imagine was my son standing next to a tall, faceless man in a black suit. I made sure no one was around to see me stuff the picture into my pocket. The hotel was what you would normally expect. Simple wallpaper, 2 twin beds, 1 TV, cheap flower design, and everything else. It would have to do since we were stuck there. We settled in, placing out our stuff and laying down. I, on the other hand, went to the bathroom. The only place I knew was private. I locked the door and took the picture out of my pocket. I scoured the page for clues, but to no avail. All that was there was a crude drawing of his name scribbled in the bottom corner. The thing that unnerved me the most was the fact that the slender man had no face, no identity, not a single outstanding feature. It startled me to the core. But I had enough stress for the day. I needed sleep badly. The night was rough, but I still managed to. Not a single dream with the slender man either. Then a banging came from the door. Being half asleep the whole time, it scared the shit out of me. I turned to my right, 5:14 a.m. Heads were going to roll. I dragged myself out of bed and slowly began to open the door. It was the police officer that drove us here. He had a look of panic on his face. He said my son was missing. Nothing clicked. It took me a minute to wake up and grasp reality again. My son's body was missing, snatched right from the hospital. But this time, I knew where he was. I had to get back to the forest. I had to find the remains of my suit. It was the only way to stop the Slender Man, but I knew it wasn't going to be easy. I'd asked the police officer if he could drive me back to the house as I had forgotten something. He pondered for a moment and obliged. This time, I had been allowed to sit in the passenger seat. The ride there was quiet. I tried to get some sleep. He didn't start any conversation. When we got there, I was careful to make sure no one else saw me. I entered the house through the front door and quickly escaped out the back and headed to the forest. It was still very dark out, so traversing in heavy wooded area was not easy. The only light that came through was from the moon, so I walked, almost blind, hoping to find some scrap of my suit. It seemed to be impossible until amidst the darkness I saw a scrap of paper. The white of it stood out like a sore thumb. I leaned down to pick it up, and when I turned it around, what I saw completely horrified me. It was another drawing of my son, with him and the Slender Man. But this one was different. There were 3 other people, a boy the same height as him, an older-looking girl, and another boy as big as the girl. Then it dawned on me. It was us, my family. My son drew us with the Slender Man. Then I saw a beam of light. It was a police officer. I ran up to him and showed him the picture. I explained that my family was in great danger. All he told me was that there was nothing he could do. He said we should go back to the car, and we would go back to the hotel. A million thoughts ran through my head. Should I concede? Should I resist? What I did next is peanuts compared to what was about to unfold, but I didn't know, and looking back, I didn't want to. I gave in to the police officer's request and began to head back to the car. While his back towards me, I picked up a fair 6 stone and brought it down into his head. He staggered a bit and fell to the ground. I took the car keys off of him and ran towards the car. It was still dark. I needed to get back to the hotel. I screeched to an immediate halt in the hotel parking lot and ran towards the door where we were staying. I swung the door up to behold the one thing I was trying to prevent. Amidst all the blood that painted the room were 3 bodies making a circle around the Slender Man. He turned and looked at me. His hollow, non-existent eyes stared deep into me. Emotions that I never felt before. Emotions without names filled my brain and body. It was like he was trying to make me feel everything he'd ever had. And with an outstretched hand, he said only one thing that would be burned into the back of my mind forever. Help me. Sirens came from behind me. I turned around to see the police cruisers pull into the parking lot and watch them get out. Using car doors as shields with their guns aimed at me, I raised my hands above my head. I slowly looked behind myself to see the Slender Man faded to nothing, leaving only a tattered suit in a heap on the floor. He killed my family. My life would never be the same. And yet, something told me I was never going to see him again. I would never be able to exact revenge, even if I figured out how to. Everything up until the padded walls isn't exactly clear to me. I've been told after they saw me at the hotel with my DNA on the suit, I was made the primary culprit. After they arrested me and subjected me to frivolous testing to which they got nothing more than untangible noise, I was submitted to this place. The white padded walls. The same white padded walls I see all day. Every day. No one will know what happened to me and my family. The emotions that were broadcasted to me caused me to lose my ability to speech. Now all I can do is write and draw. I write out the emotions that the Slender Man felt. I draw the things he has seen. They are what keep me here. I am a victim of another man's emotions. Sometimes I feel like I've become him. Like we are the same being. That day, I learned something. We were slender. During the summer of 1983, in a quiet town near Minneapolis, Minnesota, the charred body of a woman was found inside the kitchen stove of a small farmhouse. A video camera was also found in the kitchen, standing on a tripod pointing at the oven. No tape was found inside the camera at the time. Although the scene was originally labeled as a homicide by police, an unmarked VHS tape was later discovered at the bottom of the farm's well, which had apparently dried up earlier in the year. Despite its worn condition and the fact that it contained no audio, police were still able to view the contents of the tape. It depicted a woman recording herself in front of a video camera, seemingly using the same camera that the police found in the kitchen. After positioning the camera to include both her and her kitchen stove in its view, she turned on the oven, opened the door, crawled inside, and then closed the door behind her. After 8 minutes into the video, the oven could be seen shaking violently. At this point, thick black smoke emanated from it. For the remaining 45 minutes of the video, until the batteries in the camera died, it remained in its stationary position. To avoid disturbing the local community, the police never released any information about the tape or even the fact that it was found. Police were also not able to determine who put the tape in the well, or why the height and stature of the woman in the video did not come close to matching the body that had been found in the oven. There was a hunter in the woods who, after a long day hunting, was in the middle of an immense forest. It was getting dark, and having lost his bearings, he decided to head in one direction until he was clear of the increasing oppressive foliage. After what seemed like hours, he came across a cabin in a small clearing. Realizing how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for a night. He approached and found the door ajar. Nobody was inside. The hunter flopped down on the single bed, deciding to explain himself to the owner in the morning. As he looked around, he was surprised to see the walls adorned by many portraits, all painted in incredible detail. Without exception, they appeared to be staring down at him, their features twisted into the looks of hatred. Staring back, he grew increasingly uncomfortable, making a concerted effort to ignore the many hateful faces. He turned to face the wall, and exhausted, he fell into a restless sleep. Facing down in a small, unfamiliar bed, he turned, blinking in unexpected sunlight. Looking up, he discovered that the cabin had no portraits, only windows. I huffed and puffed under my breath as I stared into God's mouth. I felt like the big bad wolf ready to interrupt the three little pigs as they hurried fortified their makeshift homes. I grinned at this thought and then turned my head to look for Margaret. She was a couple feet down the hill from the entrance of the cave, holding a walking stick close to her petite breast. "Hurry up," I called down to her. I turned back to the cave, still grinning. An old rotted sign outside read, "God's Mouth Cave. Keep out." What a tired cliche. Margaret finally made it to the entrance and stood beside me, almost doubled over and out of breath. I looked down and smiled. "Check it out," I laughed. "God's mouth. Wonder where Jesus' anus is," I chuckled to myself. Margaret was less amused. "Give me the damn water bottle," she said, exasperated. The open bottle met her lips, and for a moment I felt peaceful in a way, watching her drink the water. I take that back. The peaceful comment, it was more of a feeling that was sort of hard to put my finger on and give it a name, but I could settle for a nice content. Content seemed to be one of those words that manifests itself when natural human words seem to fail. Again, an utter cliche, but it felt good to feel a strange mixed-up sort of happy for once. I sighed and turned my flashlight on. I pointed it to the cave. Black. God's mouth. This seemed like the antithesis of a Holy Spirit. I turned again to Margaret. "You ready?" I asked. She was finally standing straight up. She nodded. I clapped a friendly hand on her back, and we walked into God's mouth. The inside was not unlike the preview I had glimpsed outside with my flashlight. Dark, dismal, and endless black. It seemed to stretch endlessly no matter how I positioned my flashlight. The rocky terrain was damp and imposing. The natural light slowly disappeared behind Margaret and I, as we made our way deeper and deeper. I found it strange how soft and compelling the world around me now appeared, despite the stalagmites and other various rock formations being so jagged. It seemed that, even amongst the pointed teeth of God, I could lay down and rest there forever. It was comfortable. Apparently Margaret didn't agree. She shivered uncomfortably under my arm. I raised my eyebrows. "Need your coat?" I asked. I tried to look at her and made nonverbal communication as explicit as possible, until I realized that we were lost inky blackness of the mouth. I bit my lip and waited, but she didn't respond. For a couple minutes we walked in silence. She stopped and stood motionless. I stopped too. "Where the hell are we even in here?" she said. She sounded irritated. I shrugged, more to appease myself than her, and shoved my flashlight under my face. Bladed shadows obscured half my face, the other half illuminated an erect mask. "Spooky," I cried, chuckling. She didn't move. I sighed. "I thought you wanted to go," I said. I noticed how my voice echoed around the cave walls at any volume. I began again, scratching at my chin. "You did say you wanted to go see some nature for our vacation, and you did sound impressed when I told you about my visit to Mammoth Cave a couple years back, so..." My voice trailed off. I could still sense her irritation. "No," she said. I frowned. "No, you wanted to go here. I wanted to go to the beach or something. But no, a cave, Nathan." She sounded more like the big bad wolf now. "I know that you have this weird fetish for splunking or something, but I don't really want to be dragged into it. Don't get me wrong, I love to go on this trip and go into nature and fresh air. But this?" I could hear her arms flow and gesture around in the thick air. "This is cave air, not fresh air. This air is practically fermenting. Plus, isn't this illegal? Can we please just leave?" We both stood up. The only sound that could be heard was the electricity in the air being stifled and smothered by the damp atmosphere. Finally, I began to walk. I didn't hear Margaret follow me, but I kept moving forward. Then, "Nathan?" she said. "Stop. Please stop." So I stopped. "I'm sorry," she said. I could hear her moving closer to me. "And I'm not used to running and climbing around like this. I'm just tired." "It's okay," I said. She gripped my arm. "Really, it's fine." I shook my head. "Which way is out?" "I don't remember." I could feel Margaret physically pause. Neither of us could remember. Somehow, in the confusion of our argument, I'd forgotten which way we had been moving. Idiot, I thought to myself. I could have just bought a goddamn rope or something to trail from the entrance of the cave. I had to take action. So without much thought, I turned 180 degrees and said, "This way." We walked for what seemed like hours. My feet were tired and sore, and I could hear Margaret's groans from behind me. She held my hand tightly. I felt terrible. This was my fault. Then I froze. Hey, I said, "Put your hand out. Feel this rock." I could hear Margaret's bare palm pressed against the stone. "Isn't this, abnormally warm?" I said. She didn't say anything. I began to work my way along the wall, feeling as if it went shining through the flashlight in front of me. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain on my hand as the ceiling of God's mouth met with my scalp. "Ow, shit!" I shouted. "Oh, Nathan, are you okay?" Margaret asked. She seemed on the verge of panic now. "I'm fine," I said. Please calm down. We'll get out of here soon. I promise. I started again, pointing my flashlight upwards now to the ceiling above me. It seemed to be getting narrower. That was strange. Listen, Margaret? Babe, I said through my clenched teeth. I think we gotta turn around. Margaret sighed next to me. Again, we walked for a decent length. I kept my flashlight pointed upwards this time. Sure enough, the space in the cave seemed to be becoming smaller and smaller. If there was any resonating light left in God's mouth aside from my flashlight, I'm sure Margaret would have been able to see the whites of my eyes spreading in panic. We were completely lost. I let go of Margaret's hand and began to feverishly feel my way through the walls. No, Nathan, I heard her shout. I kept going. We had to get out. If we were lost, nobody would be able to find us. I kept feeling along the walls until I abruptly hit a corner. Fuck, I said aloud. Margaret, this seems to be a dead end. I spun around on my heel. Margaret? No answer. Shit. I began to repeat my process again, almost running as I felt the wall run past my fingertips. Cool, damp rocks and jagged spears. Suddenly, I found myself at a corner again. Fuck, 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 I shouted. Margaret? I was belching her name out now, in the corner of the cave's maw where I had been throttled so many times already. I heard a noise. It sounded like muffled static from a television. I pressed my ear against the rock. It seemed to be getting even warmer now. I heard the faint sounds of Margaret on the other side of the rock. She was screaming. No, 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 I said. No, 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 no. I began running haphazardly around the walls around me. With dawning realization came a wave of sheer horror. There was no entrance. There was no exit. Only these four corners and me. I could feel blood begin to trickle from the cut I had managed to get by bashing my body against the cave's walls. They were closing in on me. They were coming in for the kill, and soon they would be pressing in on my skull and crushing my ribcage. I sat there for hours, waiting for my death. My flashlight was becoming dim and blinking. Finally, I felt the soft touch of those rock walls press against my back. I began to cry as I lay down on the ground. I let my flashlight roll on the small hills of stone. As I quietly stayed prone, tears dripping down my face, I turned and looked at the flashlight, its last fading beam of light pointing at something not too far from my face. I squinted in the darkness. My eyes widened and I felt tears fall even harder down my face. The rocks were piercing my skin now, and blood dripped from all sides. There, in the last light of my flashlight, was the appetizer. The spotlight shone on my hand, whose nails were painted red, and I screamed in agony as I watched God's mouth chew its latest meal. A few years ago, mother and father decided they needed a break, so they wanted to head out for a night of the town. They called their utmost trusted babysitter. When the babysitter arrived, the two children were already fast asleep in bed, so the babysitter just got to sit around and make sure everything was okay with the children. Later that night, the babysitter got bored and went to watch TV, but she couldn't watch it downstairs because they did not have cable downstairs. The parents didn't want the children watching too much garbage. So she called them and asked if she could watch cable in the parents' room. Of course, the parents said it was okay, but the babysitter had one final request. She asked if she could cover up the angel statue outside the bedroom window with a blanket or cloth because it was making her nervous. The phone line was silent for a moment, and the father who was talking to the babysitter at the time said, "Take the children and get out of the house, and we'll call the police. We don't own an angel statue." The police found both of the children and the babysitter slumped in pools of their own blood. Within 3 minutes of the call, no statue was found. Slender Man isn't real. That's how the story starts. That's how the story will most likely end. I didn't lie. My name is Raksha, and this is my story. Slender Man isn't real. Helen had said this to a variety of times to me. I nod vaguely and she cries out in frustration. I silently watch her fume, her round, pudgy pig face, red all the way to her roots of her bleached hair. She looks me in the eye and I return her stare. She's pleading with me, but I don't care. She wants me to say I lie, but I won't do that. Obviously, seeing my resolution, she stands up and storms out of the room. I hear her screaming at my fiancé that she couldn't help me, that I was a lost cause that should be abandoned. Reaching for my untouched coffee that lay on the side table aside the couch I lounged on, I stir in some of the provided sugar and wait for Jared to come and get me. When he does, his eyes show exhaustion. A stab of sympathy hits me. That's all for my yelling at night. Hardening up quickly, I gave him some of my legendary cold shoulders. I told him he couldn't leave me. He refused. Therefore, his well-being was no concern of mine. He seated himself beside me on the psychiatrist's couch. Why won't you admit Slender Man isn't real? What could you possibly gain by keeping up this charade? I scoffed at him in his weakness. Was he really expecting me to soften up, lie, and tell him I would stop playing a game that doesn't exist? As if I would play such a useless game? He knows I don't play in something that doesn't benefit me in return. He doesn't say a word as he got up from the couch. But just as he went to walk out the door, he said to me, I'm calling it off. Our engagement, our relationship, everything. I'll file all the paperwork and send it to you to sign. I'll tell your family you just kept obsessing over things that aren't there. And with that, I lost Jared forever. I didn't care. He didn't believe me. No, he didn't want to believe me. All because of his fear. I couldn't spend all my life with someone that weak anyhow. I rose from the couch, dusted off my jeans, and sauntered through the dreary day in Seattle. Rainy clouds forming in the sky, ready to pour at any given moment. I fingered the large kitchen knife, the lone item I kept in my handbag. A drizzle began to rain down over the town, but I continued to walk east towards the woods. He was already there when I arrived. His suit was extraordinarily dry, as if the rain found him as revolting as I did. His snake-like arms dangled, barely scraping the forest floor. He assessed me in silence. I didn't think he was blind, but I always had to remind myself that he could see me better than I could see him. I guess I would never get over the feeling that he was wearing some morbid Halloween costume. His long tendrils were absent for the time being, and one of his long arms stretched towards my face. His splendid fingers explored my face and my body without ever touching it. I didn't hide the repulsing shivers it caused. Finally, it seemed as though he was deep into the trance, or an enchantment, or whatever this monster could feel. I dug deep into my bag to unsheath the knife, and I plunged it into his chest. He didn't look like he was in pain. Then again, he didn't look like anything. His face was still glued to his body as I screamed. My legs couldn't support me anymore, but I stood. His gaze literally wouldn't let me go. I felt blood seeping through my clothes, slithering down my torso. My knife was plunged into his chest, yet it wasn't him that I'd pierced. The forest began to blacken out. I realized that I wasn't fainting. It was Slenderman. His tendrils weren't absent, but were welding through the forest, dodging my vision. A slimy cloak enfolded me, and Slenderman's face became a smile, full of razor and scissor faced me. I understood why people like Helen didn't search for monsters or deny their existence. People like her realized it before people like me. She understood me, or better yet, the monster inside of me. Slenderman doesn't exist, sure, but you do, as do the monsters inside. You get a phone call from your mother. Since her car had been in the shop, she asked you to go to the grocery store and pick up a few odds and ends for her: bread, milk, cereal, and chicken breasts. After writing down a small list, you reluctantly get in your car and pick up the items at the store. The lady cashier makes an odd remark to you. You know, we're in no danger of a milk shortage. Upon arriving at her house, you knock several times. No answer. You decide to try the door. It opens. You place the grocery bag on the counter. Strange. There seems to be 6 other grocery bags, each with identical contents. In a couple, the chicken and the milk had gone bad. Mom? You call out, but no answer. You make your way through the kitchen and into the living room, sitting on the couch with her head cut off and neatly resting on her lap is your mother. Naturally, you called the police, who come over to investigate. They mentioned that she had been dead for nearly a week. Furthermore, the police psychiatrist is at the scene and talks to you after you give your initial statement. Sitting on the front steps, you overhear the psychiatrist talking with the crime scene investigator. It's not uncommon for people suffering from schizophrenia to get locked into a series of repetitive behaviors, he says. You think to yourself, they can't be talking about me. Schizophrenia? Nah, repetitive behavior. Do they think I did this? Suddenly, your cell phone goes off. Hello? Hi, hon, it's me. Can you stop at the store and pick up some chicken and milk? Oh, and I need some bread and cereal, too. No problem, Mom. I'll be right over. Please wait. Net nostalgia form, television, local. Subject, Candle Cove, local TV show. Does anyone remember this kid show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station around 1971 or 1972. I lived in Irvington at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember that it was at a weird time, like 4 p.m. Seemed really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove? Was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a little girl. Yes! Okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls. Really low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll. Looked like an antique that didn't belong in its body. I don't remember what station this was. I don't think it was WTSF, though. Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I don't know exactly what show you meant, Sky Shell. I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple months in 71, not 72. I was 12 and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was Channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch it after the news. Let me see what I remember. Took place in Candle Cove, and it was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was Kellyanne music constantly playing. Don't remember the girl's name, Janice, Jade, or something? I think it was Jandis. Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the Laughingstock in Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden smiley face with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had that awful Ed Wayne voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when switched from the wooden plastic model to the foam puppet version of the head that talked. I remember now, too. Do you remember this part, Sky Shell? You have to go inside. Ugh, Mike, I got the chills reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would just push in on Laughingstock's face, and with each pause, you have to go inside. With those two eyes askew and that flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed it. Ugh, it just looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was just like a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth. Honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when this show was on. Nightmare fuel. That wasn't the villain. The pup, the mustache, that was the villain's sidekick. Horace Horrible. And he had a monocle too, but it was just on top of his mustache. I used to think that meant he only had one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette. The Skin Taker. I can't believe they let us watch it back then. Jesus H. Christ. The Skin Taker? What kind of kids show were we watching? I seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings. Just a dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape. And his glass eyes that were too big for a skull. Christ almighty. Wasn't the top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be children's skin? Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close. His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the Skin Taker didn't look at the girl in the camera and just said, "To grind your skin." I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to remember this awful memory, a bad dream I had where the opening jingle ended, the show faded to black, and then the characters were there. But the camera was just cutting to each other's faces, and they were just screaming, and the puppets and marionettes were flailing sporadically, and just all screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it. I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember that was an episode. No, not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in one place and crying and screaming for the whole show. Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. Oh God, yes. The little girl, Jandis. I remember seeing her shake and the skin taker screaming through his gnashing teeth, his jaw carrying so wildly, I thought it would just come off its wire hinges. I turned it off, and it was the last time I watched. I ran to tell my mother, and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little in the 70s, when I was 8 or 9, and she remembered a kid's show, Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that, and I asked why. She said, "Because I used to think that it was so strange that you said, 'I'm going to go watch Cove now, Mom.' And when you would turn on the TV to static and just watch dead air for 30 minutes, you had a big imagination with your big pirate show." It was her eyes that first attracted me to her. I didn't believe in love, but the first time I gazed into her beautiful green eyes, I knew she was the one. I loved seeing myself reflected in those eyes, looking deep into her soul and knowing I was a part of it. It's kind of stupid, but I even wrote poetry about them. I didn't remember much, but I told her, "There's so much life within your eyes and so much love." Oh God, I loved the way the light danced within them. I just couldn't imagine not being able to stare dreamily into them. Now, if I could just find a box that was half as beautiful as her eyes, I could stop carrying them around in my pocket. You're the manager for a small store. You hire one of your friends, and you just found out that he's been stealing from the register, stealing stock, abandoning his post to visit with his girlfriend in the back room while he's the only one on duty, and the argument you had with him at the office just didn't settle it with you. You pound on his door. When he opens up, he goes pale, soils himself, and staggers back, gasping for breath. It doesn't impress you, really. You figure he just thinks you're showing up with the cops, till you step through his door and glance to the side, where you get a good look at yourself in the mirror, or at least the parts of you that are still recognizable after the gunshot blast that your friend gave you at the end of that argument. It was approximately 12:15 when I entered the Johnson County Community Health Clinic. I was there for an appointment I had set up weeks ago, just a routine checkup. It wasn't a new place for me. I had been there a couple times before. However, the place had an odd nostalgic feel to it, as if there was a location from my childhood or something, and I could never pinpoint exactly what this feeling was or where it came from. As I walked in, an overwhelming feeling of deja vu swept over me. The hum of the flickering fluorescent lights, the white tile floor, the muted beige paint that colored the walls. I noticed that there was a TV mounted in the corner, a small flat screen that was playing a short PowerPoint slideshow on loop of ads and events that were being held by the clinic. I passed the empty waiting area, a small area of the room where magazines, children's playthings, and blue cushioned chairs, and approached the woman at the front desk. She was sitting in her bluish-gray office chair, looking at a spreadsheet on the same Windows XP desktop they'd had since 2008. There was a sign-in sheet on the counter in front of me. "I have an appointment with Dr. Pebbins?" I asked. "What time?" 12:30, I replied. She began typing something into her keyboard. "Ah, yes," she responded. "Gary Johnston?" "Yes, I'll tell the doctor. Please fill this out." She handed me a clipboard which had a simple fill-out form. I walked to the waiting room to take a seat and began to fill out the form. I was about halfway done with filling in my information when I slumped back into my chair. I hadn't gotten much sleep the night prior, and I was exhausted. I slumped back. I noticed something very peculiar. My head never hit the wall. In fact, it felt like it went in. I got up quite frightened and looked at the wall. Nothing. Not a single hole or dent had been made in the wall by my head. As I reached to touch the wall, and my fingers went through it, I recoiled in shock. What the hell was that, I thought, as I reached to touch the wall again, only to find my fingers clipping through once more. Then suddenly, I lost my balance, tripped and fell directly through the wall. I fell face first onto some dirty tan carpeting. Upon getting back up, I realized that I was in a completely different room. Well, not really room per se, more so of a set of rooms, all of which connected by openings. The walls were covered in gross tan pattern wallpaper. There was also an overwhelming stench of moist carpet. I turned back and tried to get my head back through the wall, and it wouldn't go through. Okay, what the fuck, I uttered. I looked back into the room. There were no windows, no doors, nothing on the walls, other than the disgusting wallpaper, of course. It was completely empty, aside from a regular plastic blue school chair. At this point, the only thing going through my mind was fear, and the repeating thought of, I need to leave, on loop in my head. I started running through the rooms, desperately trying to find an exit, but to no avail. There was no exit. Was this my permanent location until I die? No, there had to be a way out. I wasn't going to be left here, right? Eventually someone would notice that I was gone. But nobody did. Then, in the distance, I heard footsteps, but not those of a human's. At least, not a normal human. Alongside the footsteps was a gurgling snarl, like that of an angry animal. I began to run. I ran as fast as I could from whatever the hell was approaching me. I didn't want anything to do with it. I ran for what seemed like forever, but I was always back in the same room I started in. At least, it looked like the same room, not that I could tell them apart. So I sat down, defeated. A feeling of dread filled my body. As I started to cry, I was going to die here. I'm still here. I haven't left. I've accepted my fate. In fact, I can actually hear footsteps. I wonder who it is. I wish he would have stayed home. Home. Away from this cruel world that we live in. Dear reader, children shouldn't roam this world alone, but we can't keep them in their nest forever. My son left his room one night to enchanted chirping outside of his window, and I knew that this was, but only from my years of studying this creature. You see, there is a monster that wanders around this globe preying on innocent children. Watching, waiting. I remember fondly. It was September 15th, 1983. That was the year my wife and I escaped that busy world in New York to live our lives in the country, North Dakota. We lived happily there for several years until I discovered my one true love, studying the seed eater. The seed eater is a disturbed bird-human creature that roams the forest, stalking children, abducting them to be part of the legend. On June 19th, 1987, I first saw it sitting on my tree on the front lawn. It was in a daze when I saw it. My destiny beaconed to me. It said, follow it, love it, learn it. Around the same time, 2 weeks later, I awoke to a strange tapping noise on my front window. I knew it was him. I ran out of the house to see it sitting in the tree, just staring into my eyes. I was about to cry from the majesty of it. I remember it telling me that it wanted my help. I would do anything for it. On April 3rd, 1988, the seed eater arrived at my window again. I was overjoyed. It said it was time, and I remembered. You see, the seed eater devours children to keep itself alive, indulging in their youth to live forever. I remember the little boy. Oh, what was his name? Oh well, it doesn't matter. I remember going to his house and just simply knocked on the front door at 4:29 a.m., but nobody would answer. I saw the bay window. It was the boy's room. I want to tell the seed eater. Let's just call him S.E. for now. He told me how to get his attention the next day. A couple of weeks went by, and the stench of the flesh was getting disgusting. Where was S.E.? The parents of the boy put up lost posters last week. I wonder why they wouldn't worry for the first 2 weeks. Oh well, I'm not concerned. On May 14th, 1988, the boy was nothing but bloated, rotten flesh, and the SC was nowhere to be found. I guess my services weren't needed. May 15th, 88. He came. He took the body and requested another. May 16th, 88. 6 children killed. 6 children devoured. 6 more requested. May 18th, 88. However, losing people makes me wonder. The killer monster, seed eater, came tonight. He said kids weren't doing the trick anymore. He wanted something bigger. If you're reading this, you may be the only hope finding the truth of this thing. In my room, there is a journal on page 49. You'll discover how to take the life out of this monster, but he's had me under his tight death grip. I couldn't do it, but maybe you'll have more strength than me. Goodbye, everyone. I hope being eaten is what I brought onto myself. Forgive the length of this message. This is the first and possible last time I'll have access to a computer, so I thought I'd better write this all down while I can and get to those who should know. I'm leaving town. I don't know where I'm going. I just have to get far away as I can. Okay, so as some of you may know, I took out a loan and opened my own auto shop a little over a year ago. Business has been going decently well. I can't complain, and I've been very grateful for all my customers who would come to me exclusively when God knows where all those already established places in town. I've been doing well enough that I may be able to hire on my buddy Neil for a month. I've been doing well enough that I was able to hire on my buddy Neil a month ago. He's been working really hard and helping me out really well, as I always knew he would. Well, I need to take a day and go to a layman's class with Rebecca last month, so I entrusted the shop to Neil for the morning and most of the afternoon. That's the day I think everything actually started, because when I got back, he seemed to be in a stupor and covered in oil. He'd even have some smears on his face, as if he tried to drink it or something. I told him to go home and clean himself up because we had no clients at the moment, and I could take care of anyone who came in for the time being. He came back 45 minutes later, but he was still much quieter than usual. He worked as well as he ever did, but something just seemed off about him. I asked him if anything had happened while I was out, and he just shook his head. I asked one of our clients we had, and he just muttered something unintelligible. I asked him to repeat himself, and he had turned and glared at me for the briefest moment. I could have sworn his eyes to be completely black. No iris, no scarlet, just utter all-consuming blackness. I stumbled back and bumped a shelf, knocking things down. When I looked back at him, he was still looking at me, but he didn't seem to be glaring hatefully the way he had before. He just seemed out of it. Just a couple, he answered. Some woman, and then a tattooed biker-type looking dude. I assumed one of them must have asked for an oil change, and that's when he spilled it. So I asked if he had any trouble, and he simply shrugged. I had looked around the garage while he was gone and saw no traces of an oil spill. So whatever had happened, he must have gotten it all over himself and none of it anywhere else, miraculously. But he seemed reluctant to talk about it, so I didn't press the issue, and we worked on throughout the day. That day, the next, was relatively normal, other than him still being awkward and quiet. I asked him if he wanted... I cannot fucking talk. I asked him if he liked to go out and get us some lunch while I tended to the shop, and he said, sure. When he came back, I was busy doing a draft diagnosis for a client, so he put the food on the counter in an office and waited for me, and he went ahead and ate. I finished up with the customer we'd have to keep her car overnight to figure out why it kept dying on her, so I asked Neil to give her a ride home, and then I went to grab my food. He brought me some Chinese food and an iced tea, and I opened the soy sauce packet to pour some over my food when I noticed something strange. I cannot fucking talk. Maybe that's Maybe that's what happens when you read Zoggle. You can't fucking talk. It was as if the soy sauce was a living thing somehow, spreading out like dozens of squirming ink black maggots. When it fell onto the fried rice, it was burning itself inside. I took the fork and started to scoop out the rice to look deeper inside the small smoky tendrils, would rise from the rice occasionally and dissipate. I was incredibly hungry at that point, but I was too creeped out to eat, so I chucked it in the iced tea in the garbage and decided I'd wait until I got home that evening to eat something I'd prepped with my own hands. I'd never in my life seen anything remotely like that, and I couldn't even fathom how I would ask Neil if he'd noticed anything similar. As cold and distant as he's been recently, I was sure he'd look at me like I was a Looney Tune, so I just shut up about it. That Friday, we went down to the old watering hole as we always do to get some drinks and watch the local bands play, and Neil was just as quiet and distant as he had been all week. He's not a bad-looking fellow, though, and so despite him not going all out of his way to speak to anyone, a woman went over to where he was sitting and started talking to him, and they ended up leaving together that night. Monday morning, I tried breaking the ice by asking how his week went. He gave me a nod and muttered, "All right." I asked him if he got lucky with that woman I saw him with, and he gave me a small grin, which was quite possibly the first grin I'd seen on his face in a week, and said, "It went well." I didn't pressure him for details. I knew he'd share it if he chose to, and his small grin was enough to assure me my worries and lend me some hope that he might get back to his old self soon. That day was relatively busy until about 3 p.m., so I finally had spare a moment to sit in the office and listen to the radio while I waited on the next client. So there I was, leaning in my chair with my feet propped on my desk when I had swiveled around and looked at my bulletin board that sits behind my head with all manner of clippings stuck to it. I had a few Sunday comic strips such as Garfield and Calvin and Hobbles that I'd read maybe 100 times since I opened the shop there. But that day, something was different. The first panel seemed normal, but in each subsequent panel, inky black tendrils crept out of the edges of the frame and behind the characters. Blood dripped down the ears and eyes, and sometimes even their noses. And in each of the strips of the characters would say, "He comes." I sat staring in astonishment for a moment before I realized the tendrils were moving ever so slowly, and then each of the characters' heads turned ever so slowly towards me, and I threw myself back away from the bulletin board, sliding over my desk and onto the floor. I ran into the garage and yelled for Neil. I could not be the only one to see this. To my surprise, he was gone, and so I hesitantly walked back to the office and peered inside. The comics were still corrupted, but they no longer appeared to be moving. I crept over to it and reached to pluck one of the comics free, when I noticed the inky black tendrils started to seep across the page, towards my fingers around at least 3 times as fast as they had moved before, and I jerked my hand away. Nothing good could possibly come from letting that block of ink touch my skin. Of course, I ripped the entire bulletin board, burned it in a trash can out back, and never spoke of it again. That night, I went home and my wife was already in bed, fast asleep. My mind was racing and I couldn't even bring myself to eat dinner that night. With no one to vent my worries to, I fell into a restless sleep and kept waking to a nightmare after nightmare, seemingly every hour of the night until I just gave up on sleep entirely. Yeah, that's what you do. That Friday, I went to the bar again, even though my wife couldn't drink, being pregnant and all, and Neil wasn't really any fun to hang around with anymore, and none of my other friends could seem to be reached. I just needed to get a good buzz and start to feel better, I reckoned, and start feeling better, I reckoned. After drowning a couple of beers, I exhausted myself to the restroom when I noticed I was more inebriated than I estimated. So I leaned over the sink to splash some water on my face, and that's when I heard it. Like sheets of fabric being dragged across the floor. A voice raspy ever so quietly out of the drain. It sounded like a prolonged exhale for a long time until I finally recognized the words hidden amongst all those vowels. "He comes." Cracks appeared in the porcelain, sneaking out of the ring around the drain. At least, they looked like cracks at first, but after a few seconds, I recognized them as the same tendrils of the corruption I'd seen in the comics earlier that week. Snaking their way slowly along, I stumbled backwards out of the bathroom night and right into someone's chest. I turned around and stared up into the pitch-black eyes of a 6.5-foot biker with tattoos covered every piece of exposed skin besides his hands and head. I stumbled quickly away from him, and his evil pierced gaze followed me as I retreated through the bar. It felt like a dream, where whenever they're running for their life feels like running through the quicksand. As I walked across the room, I noticed the biker wasn't the only one staring at me. It seemed every pair of eyes in place were focused on me, and more than half of those appeared to be perfectly black, with no hint of iris or scarlet. A few lips moved, and though I couldn't hear the voices, the sound of the jukebox, I could easily guess what they were saying. He comes. I didn't get a wink of sleep that night. I haven't been getting much sleep for the past couple of weeks, as a matter of fact, which I'm guessing those of you who've spoken to me recently could have guessed. I keep seeing those pitch black eyes staring at me. I'm afraid everyone will see and turn and whisper those words to me, staring deep into my soul with that evil glare. Every time I go near a sink or go to grab a bite to eat, I'm afraid that I'll see those inky snake tendrils squiggling towards me. Even my wife has seemed cold and distant lately. Maybe because she's pregnant. Then tonight, as I'm driving home from work, struggling to keep my eyes open so that I don't drift into oncoming traffic, my cell phone rang and it was Rebecca. Hi. Hi, he comes. He comes, hey. She was on her way to the hospital to have our baby. Wait. Never mind. She was on her way to the hospital to have her baby for the first time in 2 weeks. I was actually happy. She was in labor room, strapped to a monitor when I got there, watching for her contractions. She barely noticed when I walked in, but didn't seem startled when I sat down beside her and took her hand in mine. I tried talking to her, but she was unresponsive, and I was so tired I didn't realize I had started to drift off to sleep until the nurse came in and started moving her to the delivery room. About half an hour later, I put on my scrubs and hairnet and went in with her to hold her hand and coach her through like they trained us in Le Mans. When she started cursing and screaming. Normal. I was prepared for that, as well as her ever-tightening grip on my hand. But when I saw movement in her tummy, my mind started to reel. The doctor said the baby was crowning and told her to push. I echoed his orders, and she screamed at me with a voice I couldn't begin to describe. When I looked down at her, I saw her staring at me with those same eyes I'd seen on the biker, the same eyes I thought I'd seen on Neil weeks before. I tried to jerk my hand away, but she maintained her grip. Black tar-like tendrils squashed the front of the doctor's scrubs, but he seemed to pay no heed. When I looked at her tummy again, black veins seemed to stand out beneath her skin, pulsating. She continued to stare at me, and she was no longer screaming, just grinning. Those obstinate eyes boring into me. To invoke the Nezarpan have mind of chaos, she breathed in a raspy voice. He who waits behind the wall. The doctor continued as he stared down at the child, my child, lying silently, cradled in his blood-stained hands. He looked up and raised the baby, and it appeared to be covered in inky black liquid, much like that had covered Neil a couple of weeks prior. It did not cry out, but it was alive. It had moved when it held up. When its eyes opened, they were black as my wife's, as black as the doctor's. In unison, they all breathed his name, Zalgo. I ripped my hand free of my wife's iron grip and stumbled out of the room, barreling into the nurses, passing in the corridor just outside. When I stood up and looked into the back room. I could see the inky black tendrils seeming to extend from the doctor and my newborn across the floor where I stood. I turned and ran down the hall to elevate my slammed finger into the buttons. When I looked back, the tendrils had come into the hallway, yet no one else seemed to notice until I slithered over their feet and up their legs, at which point they abruptly stopped, turned, and looked at me with those same obstinate eyes. I abandoned my effort to call the elevator and broke into a panic and ran through the stairs. I ran down the 15 flights of stairs all the way down to the lobby, tore ass out of the parking lot, hopped in my car, and started driving. I didn't know where the fuck I was going. I had to get the fuck away from there. I didn't know I was going crazy. It certainly seemed like it, but it can't be around anyone I knew anymore. They all have the same eyes and those same dead stares, and even my child. Oh God, my baby. I saw those eyes staring at me from the cars behind me, and had some strange coincidence. The same biker for the previous Friday night at the bowl pulled up beside me an hour away from the hospital and followed me for nearly 2 miles. He turned and stared at me, grinning. I couldn't see his eyes, though his sunglasses this time. I knew it was the same guy. His tattoos seemed to move on their own free will. The flaming skull on the right bicep began bleeding out of its eye sockets. As soon as I could, I slammed on my brakes, following him to fly past me as I swerved to my left and did a U-turn. I think I lost him. That was past an hour ago. I'm at a motel 3 hours out of town. The first place I'd found that has Wi-Fi, and I'm tired, and I'm shaking. My hands itch where my wife's nail scratched me open. I honestly didn't know what to do or where I could turn to. This story will sound insane and probably be institutionalized, and I'm not sure that'd be the best thing for me, but I can't bear to look into his eyes anymore. Every time I see someone new, they just stare at me. I start to panic because I just know it's out there looking for me, whatever it is. And even now I lay down and start to drift off to sleep. I hear those words. He comes. Everybody knows that if you surf the web long enough, you'll see some pretty sick shit. This is especially true if you intentionally dwell into the dark underbelly of the internet. I've seen quite a few things I don't care to admit to, but one thing that I've always remembered is a site called normalpornfornormalpeople.com. The first strange thing about the site was that I didn't find it by actually looking for it. It was emailed to me by someone I didn't know. The email was as follows. Hi there. Found this site is very nice through you might like normalpornfornormalpeople.com. Pass it on for the good of mankind. Pretty standard issue chain letter, though the URL in the last remark piqued my curiosity. It was having a very boring day when I got this, so I made sure my antivirus was working and then clicked on it. It was very average, very generic looking site. It gave the impression that the creator just barely gave a shit about making it look professional. The author seemed to have a very tenuous grasp on English, and on the front page was a very long, boring, and incoherent rant that I don't remember or have saved. The site had a strange tagline, which even today people haven't figured out the meaning of, which was Normal Porn for Normal People, a website dedicated to the eradication of abnormal sexuality. And from the sound of that, I wasn't sure whether I was here to watch porn or if I had stumbled onto some kind of ingenuous program. But I was here now, and I was very, very curious to see what normal people got their socks off to. So I scrolled down through the rant and nothing. The page didn't seem to link to anywhere else, and I was about to leave when I noticed every word of the rant was on its own hyperlink. So I clicked on one of them and was sent to a white page with a very long list of links in the form of normalpornfornormalpeople.com with a bunch of random letters. So I stopped for a minute and asked myself if I really wanted to waste God knows how much time clicking every link that will likely give me a virus that will rape my computer. I figured I'd just try it for maybe 5 minutes just to see if anything came up. I clicked one of the links and was sent to another page. This page apparently had totally different URLs than the last one. I was just about ready to say fuck this when I clicked on the third link and a video download came up. It was called peanut.avi. It was a 30-minute video of a man, a woman, and a dog in a kitchen. The woman would make peanut butter sandwich and the man would sit in front of the dog to eat. This was all that happened for 30 minutes. It was obvious that the cameraman had stopped filming and waited until the dog was ready to eat again. The dog seemed rather sick by the end of it. I know what you're thinking. What the hell does that have to do with porn? I have no clue. I've seen a little over 24 videos of the site, and the majority had no sexual activity at all. After watching Peanut.avi, I went on a certain image board I frequent to play online show and tell, like I always do with the weird shit like this. But someone had already made a thread about it. Some guy who had received the same chain letter I did. The image board thread got lots of people with nothing better to do than dig around the site and just show it, and that's how I saw other videos. Most of these 24 videos were very uneventful and consisted of people talking to the camera in a room with nothing in it but a desk and a few chairs. I mean, literally nothing in the walls or in terms of furniture. The whole room had a very cold, sterile feel to it. The conversations were just idle banter about previous jobs or embarrassing childhood moments. I kept expecting some kind of discussion about what people were filming or what the site was about, but of course, nothing. You would never have known these videos had anything to do with porn if you had saw it out of context. I will say one thing though, the people who appeared in these videos were quite attractive. However, the other videos that actually did feature content, which I suppose would be called sexual, is where it gets weird. I'll give a brief description of the strange videos. If you're really eating up with curiosity, you could try and hunt them down on a Tourette site. Lickedclean.avi. A 10-minute video filmed by a hidden camera in which you see a repairman working on a washing machine for the first 2 minutes. When it's fixed, the repairman talks to the owner briefly and then leaves. The owner checks to make sure the repairman is gone and begins to lick all over the top of the washing machine. This goes on for 7 minutes. Jimbo.avi. A 5-minute video of an obese mime performing his act. It was actually pretty funny, particularly one part where he pretends to pull up a chair, then pretends that it breaks because of his weight. In the last 30 seconds of the video, the camera cuts to static briefly and cuts back to the man sobbing quietly, still wearing miming outfit and makeup. Some kind of obscure fetish. Diana.avi. 4-minute video in which the cameraman talks to the woman in a room different from the interview room. This room looks like it you'd find in a normal person's house. Exactly where there is never specified, as Diana only talks about her violin playing. She obviously plays her violin, but she keeps getting distracted by something. I didn't notice this until someone on the image board thread pointed it out. But if you look at the mirror in the background, you can see a fat man in a chicken mask masturbating. Jessica.avi. Another 4-minute cameraman video. This time he's outside a house talking to another younger woman. They talk about canoe rides. The camera zooms out to reveal the city street behind them occasionally. The strange thing is, no one so far has been able to identify where the street is. Guesses have ranged everywhere from Europe to Australia to the Philippines, but there are yet to be a match for the street down to the video. Tonguetied.avi. 10-minute video. The first 5 minutes consist of an elderly woman making out with a mannequin. The video cuts out like it did in Jumbo.avi halfway through. The scene is now a group of mannequins huddled together in a circle around the camera. The lights have been dimmed and the elderly woman is nowhere to be found. From this point on, there is no sound. Stumps.avi. 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to break dance on the DDR mat in what looks like a kitchen where Peanut.avi, but much dirtier. There's a radio playing music in the background, but it stops at the 4-minute mark where the man collapses on the mat in exhaustion. He breathes heavily and pleads with someone off camera to let him rest. This off-screen person becomes terrifyingly enraged and yells at him to keep dancing, which he does. You can hear this off-screen person begin to scream as the video ends abruptly. Privacy.avi. The woman from Diana.avi is masturbating on a mattress in the interview room, while the man from Stumps.avi walks around on his hands while wearing some kind of goblin mask. The door in this room has been closed in other videos, but is now open. In this video, the only light is in the room, and the hallway is very dark. Near the end of the video, you can see an animal quickly run through the hallway, and finally, the rest of the video was uncovered. Useless.avi. In this 18-minute video, a blonde woman from one of the previous interviews videos is tied down to a mattress in the interview room. She attempts to scream, but her mouth is taped over. After 7 minutes, a man in a black suit and mask opens the door, but he does not enter. He holds the door open for the animal that was running in the hall in the previous video. It's revealed to be an adult chimpanzee, its hair shaved and its entire body painted red. When the chimpanzee enters the room, the masked man closes the door behind it. The chimpanzee sniffs the air for a moment, it might have been blind, and notices the woman tied to the mattress. It goes into a frenzy and begins to maul her. The assault goes on for a grueling 7 minutes until the woman finally dies. The chimp eats flesh from her corpse for 4 minutes as the video ends. The thread exploded with activity after the video was uncovered, the people discussing it long into the night. When I came back to the image board the next day, I found the thread was deleted. I tried to start another one and they banned me. I tried emailing the guy who sent the chain letter with the site's URL, sent him 5 messages and never got a response. I tried to discuss the website on various places and I got banned frequently. The site itself was also deleted about 3 days after this useless .avi was uncovered, likely because someone contacted authorities about it. The only proof that normal porn for normalpeople.com ever existed was a few screen caps people took from it, and videos from the site that people saved and uploaded on torrents. The most popular which being useless.avi, which found its way onto a few gore sites. Wherever you upload them to, all of the videos from normal porn for normalpeople.com get all deleted after a while.
Wyoming today, making him the first to visit in preparation for the 2008 general election. Republican President Jackson.
The Wyoming Incident, or the Wyoming hijacking, is a lesser-known case of a television broadcast hijacking, hacking managing to interrupt broadcasts from a local program channel, believed to sever several smaller communities in the country of Nibora, and aired his/her own video. The video contains numerous clips of disembodied human heads showing various emotions and poses. The camera position changes often, usually every 10 to 15 seconds, and the video was often interrupted by a special presentation announcement. This clip is taken by one of those intervals. The video is mostly locally well known, and would probably not even be that popular if it were not for the effects that it had on the few residents who watched it for an extended period of time. Complaints included vomiting, hallucinations, headaches, etc. While some believed it was paranormal, specialists have determined that the cause of these afflictions were frequencies played regularly throughout the broadcast. In this clip, the frequency being played is somewhere between 12 and 19 hertz. This range of frequency, when played for a long period of time, causes the eyes to subtly vibrate, sometimes inducing visual hallucinations. This video is significant in that one of the most recent television hijackings, such actions were rare even in the 80s, searching for Chicago Mac's Headroom Incident, and are even more rare today. The hacker has not been caught, and all attempts to trace the video have been proven futile.
Mitt Romney also plans on visiting Cove in Cheyenne on his presidential tour.
The summer was nice and warm that year. The sun, as always, brought warmth to your skin. The light breeze that swept through the neighborhood made the days not too hot or cold. It was simply perfect weather. But one summer, Sally will never forget. Sally was a young girl, 8 years old, long curly brown hair and bright green eyes. She was always polite. She never lied, and did as she was told. Her mother and father simply adored her. They couldn't ask for a better daughter. Sally giggled as she played with her friends outside of their home. Various games like hopscotch and jump rope, even dolls and tag. Sally's mother smiled warmly at the innocent sight and wiped her hands on her apron, calling out, "Sally, come inside now, it's time for lunch." Sally looked up from her doll and smiled. "Okay, Mommy." Sitting down at the dinner table, Sally lightly bounced in her seat, excited for who knows what. Her mother placed down a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the crust cut off, some carrot and celery sticks on the side, and a juice to drink. "Thank you, Mama." "You're welcome, sweetie." As the child began to take hold of her sandwich, Her mother took a seat across from the girl and smiled, watching her eat. "Guess what? Your Uncle Johnny is coming over." Sally looked up and smiled. The corners of her lips had traces of peanut butter on them. Uncle Johnny?" she repeated through her food. Her mother laughed and nodded. He's coming to help Daddy with his job and to look after you, too. Maybe all of us can go to the carnival, too." Sally chewed the rest of her bite down and quickly swallowed. "Can Sarah and Jenny come, too?" Her mother looked up and thought, "Well, that's up to their mom and dad. But if they can, sure." Again, the child giggled and bounced in her seat again, now even more excited of the year's summer vacation. Over the course of the next few days, Uncle Johnny drove to the house, climbing out of his car. The man stretched his arms over his head and let out a tired sigh. "Uncle Johnny," a small voice chirped, earning the attention of the man. Sally dropped the jump rope as she played with and ran over to the family member, hugging him. "Hey, Sal, how you been?" he asked, lifting the girl up with ease, giving her a proper hug. The girl giggled and looked back at her friends, who were now waving in their direction. "I've been playing with Sarah and Jenny. Let's go inside and tell Mama you're here." "Sounds like a great idea." He smiled and walked inside the house, calling out to the woman. "Marie, I'm here," he called, followed by Sally mimicking him. "Mama, he's here." The housewife hurried out of the kitchen and smiled to see Johnny made it. "Johnny, you got here safe and sound." The man placed the girl down on the ground and gave her bottom a pat to send her off, and hugged the woman. "Of course I did. Why else wouldn't I come here safe and sound?" He laughed, walking into the kitchen with the woman. Sally trotted over to the front door, calling out that she was going back outside to play. "Make sure you come in before dark." "Yes, ma'am." And the girl went. As dinner drew nearby, Sally's father came home, happy to see his brother was there as well. Walking in with his daughter, he trotted up to Johnny with a handshake and hug. "Nice to see you, man. How have you been?" he asked, crossing his arms, watching his wife set at the table for supper. Johnny gave a shrug of his shoulders, fiddling with his thumb. "Karen and I split up." "Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry." Johnny shook his head with a smile. "No, it's all right. I'm happy I can move freely without having someone constantly wanting to know where I am and what I'm doing." The two men laughed together, making their way to the table to eat. "Thank you. I'm glad you like it." It's yummy." It's yummy, Mama." The adult smiled and chuckled from the child's praise. Plate after plate was empty, and Sally began to yawn over and over again, rubbing her eyes with her hands. Her mother smiled and gently rubbed her back. "Looks like someone is tired. Time for bed." Sally nodded and hopped off her seat, picking up her plate and carrying it to the sink. Her mother rose up to take her to bed, but stopped from John grabbing hold of her arm. "I'll take her to bed," he smiled, earning one in return. "All right, thank you, John." The man nodded, watching the woman make her way to clean the dishes and put up any leftovers, then looked to see his brother leave for the bathroom to wash up, and followed after the young girl to her room. John smiled and closed the door behind him, watching the girl rummage around her dresser for pajamas to wear. "You need any help?" he asked, watching the little girl look up and nod. "Okay, let's see what you got." The man waltzed up alongside her and began looking through her various pajamas. "You got some strawberry painted ones? I bet you'll smell like them in your dreams." He took the shirt and showed it, giving it a few deep inhales. Sally giggled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to wear her strawberry pajamas. Johnny nodded and placed the shirt back, then pulled out another shirt with a unicorn on it. "How about this one? I bet you'll ride on Miss Unicorn here." Again, the child giggled and shook her head no. The man let out a small huff before placing it back, then took out a regular white nightgown. "How about this? Be able to turn into a princess with this." Sally's eyes lit up and clapped her hands excitedly and nodded, placing the gown on her bed. He reached over to her and began to unbutton her shirt. "I can get dressed, Uncle," she said with a smile, looking down at her hands on her shirt. The man smiled back and nodded, continued to work on her shirt. "I bet you can, but you're tired. Why not have some help?" he asked, watching Sally nod a few times. Once getting her shirt unbuttoned, he slipped it off her shoulders and gave her tummy a nice poke, making her giggle. He grinned and took hold of the rim of her shirt and pulled them down. Finally, the man grabbed a hold of her nightgown and pushed the opening over her head, making sure her arms go through her sleeves. "All done," he said happily, watching the girl smile back, giggling when she bounced on top of the bed. Johnny rose and picked up her clothes. The door opened, and in walked Sally's mother, coming to tuck her in. "You ready for bed?" she asked, walking around the bed. Johnny looked up and hurried over to the other side of the bed. I'll tuck her. That okay? Marie looked up at him and smiled, shaking her head. Of course not. She looked down at her daughter and leaned in, kissing the child on her forehead. Good night, sweetheart. Good night, Mama. Giving the girl a gentle rub with her thumb on her forehead, the woman took the clothes Johnny had and made her way out the room. Johnny smiled to the mother and walked over to the light, flicking it off. He carefully closed the door to her room, locked it slowly. Slowly, he looked over his shoulders toward Sally. Johnny wore a chilling, crooked smile. After the next few days, Mary noticed that Sally wasn't acting herself. She wasn't smiling as brightly as she did. She wasn't chipper and didn't speak with the same amount of happiness. Marie took hold of the child's hand before she left to play with her friends and took her aside. Sally looked up at her mother with a confused look. Honey, are you feeling okay? She asked, kneeling down to be at the child's height. Sally stared at her idly and slowly began to weep. Her mother's eyes widened in confusion. Sally, Mama, I didn't want to, the girl managed to say through hiccup sobs. Didn't want to do what, sweetie? I didn't want to play. I didn't want to play his game. The child looked up at her mother and hugged her tight. He touched me and made me touch him. Marie frowned and gently began stroking the child's hair, comforting her, slightly shushing her to calm down. Shh, it's okay, Mama's here. It was a nightmare, that's all. The girl had a scary nightmare. Everything is fine now, okay? Don't worry about it anymore. She watched Sally look up at her, her breathing chopped up from her crying, and smiled. Okay, Mama. Her mother smiled and kissed her forehead. Now go wash up. Don't want to play with your friends with a dirty face. Sally let out a small giggle and ran off to the bathroom to wash her face. Later that day, Johnny and his brother came back from work. Frank sighed, smiling when he saw Sally wave to him. The father waved back and closed the car door, making his way up to the house. Johnny looked back at Sally as well and smiled, waving to her. The child's smile slowly wilted, showing less happiness in it, but waved back as well. Johnny also walked inside the house, pausing when he heard the conversation between his brother and his wife. Sally what? Frank asked. She had a nightmare, a very bad one. She said he touched her. Well, who the hell is he? I don't know, Frank, but it was only a nightmare. I just wanted to inform you what's been going on with her and why she's been acting differently. Johnny frowned, his brow in anger, his knuckles turning white, then calmed down quickly. Thinking fast, he put on a smile and walked into the room, making it look like he had just walked into the conversation, and rose his eyebrows. Whoops, did I interrupt something? He asked, watching the couple shake their heads. Johnny smiled again and stumbled back into the direction of the car. I'm going to head to the store. You need anything, Marie? The woman smiled and looked towards the kitchen. Yes, actually, can you get some eggs, milk, bread, and juice? Johnny nodded, about to leave until he paused. Sally wanted to come along too. Just wanted to inform you. Marie smiled. Thank you, John. He nodded again and made his way out to the house, keys in hand. Looking out to Sally and with her friends, he cupped his hand over his mouth. Sally! The child looked up from him and stared. Come on, let's go to the store. John made his way over to the car, gesturing for the girl to follow him. Sally sat there for a moment, then placed her dolls in the grass. I'll be back. Please watch over Marzipan and Lily for me. Jenny and Sarah smiled and nodded, continuing to play their game of dolls without her. Sally reluctantly made her way down the car, climbing into the passenger seat, and buckled herself in. Did Mama want you to go to the store? She asked. Johnny nodded and put the keys in the ignition, turning it on, and backed out of the driveway. Yep, she wants me to get some food for her. Maybe I can get you something too. He grinned and looked down at the child. Sally nervously smiled back and looked ahead, watching the scenery pass by. As soon as they got to the road leading to the store, Sally noticed he wasn't slowing down to turn into the parking lot. She furrowed her brows confused and looked up at him. Uncle Johnny, the store is back that way, she said, pointing to the direction of the Whole Foods store, but nothing came from the man. He just continued driving, a very faint smile on his face. The child sat up and looked past the back seat, watching the store slowly grow smaller until it was out of sight. Realizing they weren't going to the grocery store, the child watched her uncle drive into a small parking lot in the community park near town. No one went to the park on Sundays. Sally felt nervous. Her breathing quickened. Watching the man with wide eyes, Johnny put the car into park and turned the ignition off, looking to the child, anger obviously showing his features. "You told your mama what happened, didn't you?" he asked, watching the girl frantically shake her head no. "You're not playing the game right, Sally." His tone almost had a slight sing to it. The man reached over to pull the girl towards him, ignoring the struggle she was putting up in her whimpering pleas. "You said you'd play the game with me, Sally. You lied to me." Opening the car door beside the man, climbing out along with the child and shoved to the ground, quickly pinning her down, ignoring the cries and withering the child was making. "You have to be punished now for breaking the rules," he said in a slight sing-songy tone and began to unbuckle his belt. "This just in. A couple finds the body of 8-year-old Sally Williams in the community park. The week-long search is now closed. More tonight at 9. She could have sworn she closed the door behind her, climbing into bed. Guess I forgot. Getting up from the warmth and comfort of her bed, the teen made her way across the room and shut the door. Before she climbed back into the covers, a creak outside the hall rose up. Was her parents up? They must have been checking on her to see if she was asleep or something. As soon as she got her legs covered up, the teen froze to hear the faint sounds of crying, though it sounded like a child. Slowly rising up from the bed once more, the girl made her way to the door and opened it. The crying seemed to be louder outside of her room. Peering down the darkness, the teen crept down the hallway, following the sounds of the whimpering. Once getting to the end of the hall, the girl gasped. Sitting on the floor in the front of the moonlit window was a little girl. She was hunched over, crying. How did she get into the house? Through the window? Swallowing hard, the teen spoke up. "Who are you? How did you get into my house?" she asked. Suddenly, the crying stopped. The child slowly moved her trembling hands away from her face and looked behind her, twitching slightly. Blood replaced her tears, staining her hands. There was a deep clot of blood on the side of her head, blood leaking from the wound down to her face and onto the dirty nightgown. Her bright green eyes seemed like they saw right through her soul. "This is my house," the child spoke, her voice raspy, sounding as if she was struggling to speak. The girl's body twitched and wiggled oddly as she rose to her feet and turned to face the teen. Her feet were dirty, as if she'd been running through the mud. Scrapes covered her knees and legs, and the end of her gown was torn and tattered. The name Sally was sewn in the front. Reaching out with her blood-soaked hand, the girl slowly smiled, blood staining her teeth as she spoke. One of my least favorite parts about being a middle school history teacher is the bullshit living history assignment we give at the end of every school year. Kids are supposed to sit with their grandparents and videotape, voice record, or transcribe their oldest memory for posterity and for an easy way to bring up their GPA. I have been doing this for 17 years, and when I collect the projects this time around, I assumed they would be as null, if not duller than usual. This had not been a particular bright class. So I went home, poured myself a glass of wine, and prepared for a long night of, I only owed 2 pairs of pants when I was your age, and my brother got beat with a newspaper for hitting a baseball into the neighbor's yard. And, of course, these projects were peppered with innocent, old-fashioned comments that were so horribly sexist and racist that you just had to laugh. Now, I had a girl in my class whom I will call Olivia. She was pudgy, quiet, and proved herself a constant B student. I expected her project to be as unremarkable as her, and perhaps that's why I was so profoundly disturbed by what I witnessed that night. Olivia had submitted 2 discs for some reason, so I began with one marked interview. My screen hiccuped twice before a grainy image of a living room came to view. The place was a hoarder's hell. Olivia was curled up in an armchair, clutching a notebook and looking like a scared animal. Across from her sat a man with a somber countenance, smoking a cigarette and staring at her expectantly. "Go ahead," a woman's voice whispered from behind the camera. Olivia's owlish eyes flashed towards the screen, then back to the man. "I am here with my great-uncle Stephen," she began, almost inaudible. "He's going to tell us about his oldest memory from being in the army." Stephen looked like he'd rather be in a goddamn trench at the moment, but he waited patiently for her questions to begin. Not surprisingly, Olivia read verbatim for the suggested question sheet that I handed out to the students. He answered her curtly. Once or twice, I heard her mother whisper, "Speak up, Olivia," from behind the camera. Typically boring shit. So I was intrigued when Olivia set down the notebook and asked, "Did you like being in the army?" That was totally off script. Great Uncle Stephen emitted a chain smoker's wheeze. "Nope. Glad to get out of my town, though." "Where did you go?" "Balkans." "Uh-huh," she said. I doubted she'd know where Balkans was, and my suspicions were confirmed when she asked, "Was Balkans very different from here?" "Yes." Mom cleared her throat from behind the camera, perhaps encouraging Great Uncle Stephen to be a little more forthcoming. But Olivia seemed genuinely interested. "Uncle Stephen," she said, "what is your very worst memory from the army?" The old man crushed his cigarette in the ashtray and then slowly shifted himself out of his chair. "I'll be back," he mumbled. The camera cut off. When the screen flashed back on, everything was the same except Great Uncle Stephen had several pieces of paper in plastic sleeves laid atop all the crap sitting on the coffee table. One he held in his hand. "When I was a kid, when I enlisted," he said, looking at Olivia. "Your brother's age," he told her. Olivia nodded. "I never saw combat. Both of my deployments were in cities in Eastern Europe that had been destroyed by civil wars. Everything was a mess. I felt like a janitor for fuck's sake." Mom coughed. Great Uncle Stephen sighed and looked at his paper. "My unit was assigned to a school that had been obliterated by all the violence, broken windows, caves in rooms, and for some reason, the part that got me the most was that the school had been like this for years before we got there. No one had lifted a finger to fix it. I saw kids walk by it on their way to go beg for money or whatever shit they did." The camera dipped towards the floor as I heard Mom whisper harshly at Great-Grandpa Stephen. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it wasn't hard to imagine. "Do you want to hear this goddamn story or not?" I heard him bark in response. "Then you better let me tell it how I want." "Mom," Olivia chimed, "please stop interrupting." "Are you presenting this in front of your class?" "No, Mom, we're just handing it in to the teacher." "I'm sure he's heard the word shit before," Great Uncle Stephen contributed. I wasn't a he, as a matter of fact, but other than that statement, it was pretty accurate. The camera lifted in after a couple of blurry focused adjustments. The shot was the same as before. I'm talking too much anyway," he grumbled. He lifted the piece of paper in his hands close to his face. "In the basement, I found this letter. I did not know what it said, but I had a buddy of mine translate it, so I'm going to read it now, and then I'll tell you what I saw in that basement." A chill ran down my spine. Mom zoomed in on Great Uncle Stephen and his letter. His praised hands trembled as he held up the paper. This is what it read. "Dear Sir, I never loved my country. So many of the skirmishes are born from a patriotism, a power struggling from a shared of a once great empire. But I do not care what name my home has on a map. This fighting is senseless, and I stay as far away as I can. I was not these attacks and disorganized violence that took the lives of my wife and child. It was illness, merciful. It happened quickly for the baby. Nija suffered for long. I watched in horror, knowing that I could do nothing for them. My only solace is that I was there for them every step of the way. I stopped going to work one day, and no one came after me. I doubt they noticed I was gone, since the school was simply across the field, visible from my window. It would have been easy to go for a few hours each day and then come home quickly to care for them. But what was the point? All I did was clean floors. I was as useless to the world as I was to my family. I tried to take Nadja to the hospital, but the journey was too long and taxing. I took her home, and she died that night. After Nadja and the baby were gone, well, I don't remember much. I don't leave my hovel, barely ate and slept, thought many times of taking my own life. Tempting though it was, I felt paralyzed by my own helplessness. The only thing that kept me sane was my radio. I never turned it off once, even though I didn't listen to the words being said. In fact, the channel I got the clearest was in English, I think, which I don't speak a lick of. But the voices, the music, and the true knowledge that life existed beyond the violent cities sustained me. I had no idea how long passed before I saw the light of day again. I was dizzy from anger, so finding food was my priority. My radio came with me, of course. Since I hold myself up, it was gone somewhere with me. It talks to me as I sleep and as I wake up. I don't know what it's saying, but I know I would die without it. Once I had some water and food, it occurred to me that the only thing left to do was to go back to work. So I did. The following morning, I simply returned to the school where I was a janitor and got back to work. Nobody made a big deal out of it. Like I said, Naja had been sick for a long time, and those who worked at the school knew it. I appreciate that no one had pestered me to come back to work during the hardest days of my life. The teachers never said much to me, but we smiled at each other in the halls, and that mutual respect was perhaps the reason I decided to come back at all. The place had gone to the dogs without me, so I simply grabbed my broom and rags from the closet and set to cleaning. Everyone is grateful to have me back, I know. And the best part that nobody minds the radio. I bring it with me everywhere, and I kept the volume low enough not to disturb the students. No one has ever complained. In fact, I suspect they like it. The schoolhouse is not very big, but does require a lot of maintenance. The floors are always sticky and stained, so I still spend most of my time mopping. Kids make messes. I guess that's why I'm still in business. Sometimes I have to move things around to make sure I get every spot of the floor beautiful and clean, but I can take pride in that. And the repairs. The school always needs tune-ups here and there, and I'm happy to help. Some days I'm reconstructing a desk that broke as I whistle along with the radio. Other times I handle more serious structural issues. Days when I have to work like this, I feel truly instrumental, like a cog in a large machine. How could this school survive without me? It took me a long time, but I once again feel that I have a purpose. There is a ladder behind the school that is full of preserved food. In line of payment, I am allowed to take as much food as I want. That arrangement is fine. What would I do with that money anyway? I used to bring the food back to my home, just one field away from the school, but I started sleeping in the basement. No one seemed to notice. The school is special to me, and I cannot leave it unguarded. What am I beside with memories of my wife and baby? I turn up the volume on the radio to drown out such thoughts. It works for me every time, except this morning. Because this morning, I woke up to dead silence. I frantically examined the radio to see what had happened. I honestly cannot tell how many days in a row I had been using it. Did it simply live out its life and die naturally? I had spent the entire day trying to fix it. Most of the time, I had been crying. I'm losing my mind without it. I have given myself until sundown. If I cannot fix it by then, I'm going to take my life. I'm writing this because the sunlight is starting to die, and I know what my fate shall be. I thought about taking one last walk through the halls of the school, saying goodbye to the students and teachers. I know I will be missed, but I cannot bring myself to leave this room. I cannot go anywhere knowing that my radio is dead in here. There is no more tears in me. It feels like now like I can't catch my breath. I vomited what little food I had in my stomach, and now I feel dizzy again, like I did after Naja died. I'm not long for this world, but before I take my life, I have closed the door to this room and stuck a chair beneath the handle. It is the only room in the basement and has a small casement that lets in just enough light for me to see what I am doing. If anyone is kind enough to come looking for me, they should not be met with this gruesome sight. Perhaps they will see the door is blocked, smell my rotting body, and simply forget I ever exist. But I have placed both my radio and this note outside the door. Kind sir, if you are reading this, I have one humble request. Please fix it. Save my radio. It did not deserve to die in its sleep, and I am ashamed that I cannot revive it. Now I am ready to join Naja and little Ludmilla in heaven. I hope this school can find another janitor who loves and cares for the way I do. The hour is now. Do not forget my radio. Sends love. When Mom zoomed out, Olivia had tears in her eyes. Thank you for sharing, Uncle Stephen, Mom said, her voice choked. I think we've had enough. Wait, Olivia chirped. He said there's more. What did you find? Before Great Uncle Stephen could open his mouth, the image disappeared. My jaw dropped. Was that it? What did Great Uncle Stephen see? I promptly remembered that there was a second disc. This one was unmarked, but I hope it contained the rest of the interview. There was no video, only audio. The video that started up was Olivia's. Hi, Mrs. Gritty. I'm sorry about my mom, but she refused to record the rest of what my uncle was saying. But I asked him to continue in secret and secretly recorded the story as a voice memo on my phone. I remember you said earlier this year that history is written by the people who win wars. She sucked in a breath and continued crying. But everyone's history is important, even if they're sad, pathetic people, and even if they've never won a single thing in their life. I haven't slept through the night since I finished the project, but you have to hear what my uncle has to say. There were tears in my eyes, too. The sincerity of her word was beautiful. I was also flattered that she had remembered the Sprite phase I threw around because it was what my history teacher said to me. Before I got too sappy over it, the audio began. "Fine," came Mom's frustrated voice. "If you want to hear the rest of the story, fine. But this is not appropriate for a school project." "Let me finish," Great Uncle snapped. "If it's too much for you, help yourself to a snack in the kitchen. But Olivia wants to know what happened." I heard her mother mumble something and walk away. Olivia and her uncle were alone. I imagined her looking at him expectantly. "So did you find the radio? Or did it get ruined when the school got blown up?" He rasped, and I heard the string click of a lighter. "That letter," he slowly began, "had a date on it." "What date?" she inquired hungrily. "It was dated 2 weeks before we started rebuilding the school." "Didn't you say the school had been destroyed like 2 years ago?" "Yes," replied Great Uncle Stephen. "It had been." There was silence as I felt goosebumps on my arm. The images that came to my mind were almost too overwhelming to express, but Great Uncle Stephen put them into words effortlessly, clearly spent his whole life thinking about it. "This man, this Steinslav, went to a vandalized, fallen apart schoolhouse and cleaned up blood and rubble like it had spilled drinks and dust. He smiled at dead bodies in the hallway and believed that they were smiling back at him because they liked the radio. He moved around corpses so he could sweep the ground around them. The roof was half collapsed, so when it rained, he wouldn't have gotten soaking wet, but was too oblivious that he didn't even feel a thing." I could hear Olivia crying sadly. "I found the ladder he was talking about. It was all prickled, preserved food, and probably tasted like shit. Most of the stuff was moldy." Did you see his dead body?" "Yes, hanging from the ceiling, but still amazingly lifelike. He wasn't rotting away." "This hadn't happened years ago." "Did he look peaceful?" she asked, a chord of desperation in her voice. "Couldn't tell. The smell was rank and his face was blue and his eyes were bulging like this." I imagined him demonstrating. "In the radio?" Olivia wept. I heard Great Uncle Stephen take a long drag of his cigarette. "It was there, all right. And it was still on." I was adopted. I never knew my real mother. Rather, I knew her at one time, but I left her side when I was too little to be able to remember. I loved my adopted family, though. They were so kind to me. I ate well, I lived in a warm and comfortable house, and I got to stay up pretty late. Let me tell you about my family real fast. First, there's my mother. I never called her Mom or anything like that. I just called her by her first name, Janice. I didn't mind it at all, though. I called her that for so long. I don't think she even noticed. Anyhow, she was just a very kind woman. I think that she is the one who recommended my adoption in the first place. Sometimes I would lay my head against her in the front of the television, and she would tickle my back with her nails. She's one of those Hollywood mothers. Second, there's Dad. His real name is Richard, but he never really liked me much, so I began to refer him as Dad in a desperate attempt to gain his affection. It didn't work. I think that no matter what I call him, he would never love me as much as his own children. That's understandable, so I really didn't press the matter. The most notable attitude of Dad was his unmoving sternness. He was not afraid to pop his children when they did something wrong. I found that out before I could use the restroom properly. He didn't hesitate to spank me. Well, I'm in line, and it's because of his methods. Lastly is my sister. Little Emily was really young when I was adopted, so we were about the same age, but she was slightly older. I like to think of her as my little sister, though. We got along better than other siblings could possibly get along. We would always stay up late together and just talk. Well, she did a lot of talking. I mostly just listened because I loved her. It was a great setup that we had. We were short on bedrooms, so because I didn't want to sleep in the living room by myself when I was little, I had a pallet set up for me next to her bed on the floor. This is where I slept since, but it was cool with me because I enjoyed being with her and I had always felt pretty protective of my little sis. Everything changed on a horrible Wednesday night. I was at home taking a nap when little Emily opened the front door. The sound of the door opening pulled me to a stable state of conscience, and I walked to the front room to the hall of the living room. That's when I first remembered it was Wednesday. I was never any good at keeping track of what day it was. Actually, I'll just go ahead and say it. My sense of time was horrible. Nevertheless, I knew it was Wednesday because Emily had just come home from her church youth group gathering. She walked in the front door and hugged me, and then followed in by Dad and Janice. "You had a good nap?" Janice said teasingly as she shuffled my hair. I just shook my head and snorted in a manner that clearly expressed that I was teasing back with her. "Don't you snort at your mother like that," my father said gruffly and authoritatively. He shut the door behind him and hung up his coat. I was clearly joking. I growled under my breath. He must not have heard me because I didn't feel him smack me. Emily then proceeded to our room and I followed. She started telling me about her day. You know, usual teenage stuff. But I listened so that she would feel better. After her summary, she suggested watching TV and I obliged and jumped onto the couch as she was going for the remote. She rolled her eyes at my little brother like immaturity and scooted me over and sat down. The TV turned on and we watched it together until the sun went down. Emily was that kind of girl that, instead of watching cartoons and soap operas, would rather watch Discovery and Animal Planet and Natural Geographics. I liked those too, so I didn't mind. Actually, those were the only channels that could hold my attention. So it got late and Janice walked up behind the sofa. "Emily, it's past your bedtime. Turn off the television and go to your room. You too." She pointed at me. Emily turned off the program that we were watching and begrudgingly stood up. She started down the hallway to our room. As I followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We went to our room and Emily turned off the light. Just as she did, I caught a flash for a moment out of the corner of my eye. It was out of the window, but as soon as I redirected my line of sight to where the window was, no longer in my peripheral vision, what it was that I thought I saw was gone. I still remained alert, for my sister's sake. I lay there in the darkness with nothing but the thin ray of light from the street lamp outside to illuminate the room. It wasn't much. Time and time again I could have sworn that I heard subtle sounds just out the window. A twig break, leaves crunching, clothes jostling, and all the while I could smell the faint stench of sweat and blood. I kept my eyes open most of the night. The sound outside subsided and the smell left my nose. I began to feel at ease. My eyelids closed. Not long after that, I heard a loud crash outside of the house. I was up in an instant. "There's someone in the house!" I barked with extreme adrenaline coursing through me. "Wake up!" I shrilly pleaded with Emily. She did, and as soon as I saw her sit up, I ran to my parents' room. Dad was dead. His neck was splayed open and gasping as blood spilled out of it, off the bed and onto the floor. I saw that the master bedroom door was closed, and just before it, on the outside, was a man. I don't feel comfortable calling it that. He was very large and rugged. He turned around and saw me, and that's when I saw him accurately for the first time. I won't forget it. His eyes were large and beady and trapped with lust. He was styling a beard that was badly unkempt with blood dripping off. His clothes were dirty, and his face was cold. Just then, I noticed the same horrid smell of sweat and blood from earlier, but this time it was overwhelming. He saw me. He saw me and grinned with a set of crooked yellow teeth. That smile threw me off. I thought that I was going to die, but then he turned back to the bathroom door completely unperturbed by my presence. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. I just yelled and cried. I watched as he shrugged through the door, and that was my mom's only protection. I watched as he raised a large razor that he was carrying, but had obviously neglected to use properly. I watched as he sliced her open and tore her to shreds. I then heard something, the last thing that I wanted to hear. It was Emily's scream coming from behind me. The large monstrosity looked up from my butchered mother and stared at my little sister. I was distraught. He stood up and quickly started to walk towards us. My sis turned and ran, and I was at a loss when he bypassed me and went straight after her. Why was she still in the house? Had she not assessed the situation and ran? Apparently not, and now she was dead. I was alone. I ran after them. I expected the man to kill her as he had the rest of the family, but I was sadly mistaken. He grabbed her by the arm and jerked her as a way to make clear that he was in control. He dragged her through the house. I was making all the noise that I could, hoping and praying that someone would come to my aid. He mustn't take her. Not her. As he passed me, I backed against the wall and whimpered with terror. Why? He didn't respond except by putting his free hand on my head while Emily screamed in the other room and saying, "Good boy." He gave another crooked grin and a very cold, unnatural laugh. I followed him to the door where he dragged my helpless sister after him. He opened it and pulled her out and slammed it shut behind him. I'm now sitting in the house with my mutilated adopted parents, shivering and whimpering with dismay. He's out there with her, doing who knows what to her, and I can't do a thing. I would if I could, but I can't. I would chase after them in a heartbeat, but I can't. I sat there. I sit here, looking at the front door. I look down at my paws. If only I could open doors. I was discussing creepypastas with my grandfather. He had never heard the term before and kind of snickered at it. After I explained to him what they were, he said, "We used to just call them urban legends." He wanted some examples, and I gave him a few of the obvious ones: Slenderman, Bandrown, etc. I then told him about one I recently read, a story called The Milk Boy. It took place in the 1800s and dealt with a young boy who was lured into the woods by men who were long dead. Then he stumbles upon a marble that shelters the dead man's soul. After the boy loses the marble, he becomes obsessed with finding it, eventually murdering everyone in his town. But the marble was gone. The boy failed to recover it, and it alluded to that he will keep killing until he finds it. I was surprised by my grandfather's reaction after I told him that. He clammed up and became really awkward. I asked him if he was okay, and he only nodded. He then seemed to get weak and lost his balance. I assumed it was just the vertigo he was suffering from. My grandmother took him home after that to rest. A week later, my parents and I dropped off some groceries to my grandparents' house. I was a little anxious to see my grandfather since I hadn't spoken to him since the day he had his spell. We went inside and he was in his recliner watching an old black and white Western movie. He seemed fine. He smiled and gave me a hug, and I walked over to him. My mom and grandmother were in the kitchen talking and putting away the groceries. That left just me and my dad and my grandfather in the living room. The Western movie was still on, and none of us were saying anything. I fiddled with my phone. My dad was zoned out, and my grandfather was glued to his movie. Eventually, my grandfather finally spoke up and talked about his car's check engine light had been on. I thought it was a little odd. That was the first thing he started talking about, and out of nowhere, really. But he knew my dad worked on cars. My dad seemed to jump at the chance to escape the awkward silence, and he went to the garage to take a look at the old car. My grandfather immediately muted the television after that. He looked over at me as I sat on the couch. He swallowed hard and said, "They were devils." I became extremely anxious right away. I didn't know what he was talking about, and everything now seemed a little creepy. I questioned him, and he repeated the same 3 words. "They were devils." "Who?" I asked. "The long dead men in the woods, from that story you told me about." I knew what he was referring to. The Milk Boy, the story I told him about before he had his vertigo spell a week earlier. It turned out my grandfather had been told a similar story by his father. As he began to tell me the story, for some reason, my instinct was to hit record on the voice memo feature on my phone. Here's what I was able to transcribe from his recording. "When I was little, we lived in New England. It's such a beautiful place. So what I saw and heard seemed very out of place. It was a summer night, a day or two before my 10th birthday. I couldn't sleep. The sun hadn't gone down yet, and I still had energy built up from the day. So I went to the window and opened it up. I sat there for almost 45 minutes and watched the sun dip down behind the mountains. When the dark came, I still wasn't tired, so I continued to sit there. I saw raccoons scamper out of the woods and sniff around the trash cans by the garage. I saw bats flying above the trees. They were all normal sights for a living where we did. Then, just as I started to get tired, I heard some more rustling from the woods behind our house. I assumed it was just another raccoon at first. The moon seemed brighter that night than usual, so everything out my window was illuminated by the moon's glow. I saw something dark moving just within the trees, and then it stopped. It moved again and then stopped. I shook out my fatigue and tried to focus on whatever was moving in the woods. A long shadow then extended from within the trees. It grew long and then disappeared just as fast. The shadow did this again, and then a second shadow joined it. As the shadow stretched across the yard, they reached the trash cans. The trash cans moved as the shadows made contact with them, and one of the metal lids crashed to the ground. That's when I realized they weren't shadows at all. I gasped loudly, and the dark appendages retracted quickly back into the woods like they were scared. As soon as they were out of sight, a horrible, dry howl emerged from the darkness. It shattered my nerves, and I fell backwards. I rushed to my bed, tossed the covers over my head. I could still hear the howl, but it had faded, like whatever it was now retreating in the opposite direction. I felt dizzy after that. Never have experienced such a bizarre moment. I passed out and didn't wake up until the morning. When I woke up, the first thing I did was go to my window. It was still open, and now a musty smell had come through it overnight. It was foggy outside, so I blamed the fog on the odd scent. The trash cans were still there, and one of the lids was still on the ground. At breakfast, I told my father what I had seen. He didn't say a lot at first, other than I shouldn't have been awake out of the bed at the time. But a little later, and the day after the fog had burned away, I was outside with him, helping him carry firewood to the other side of the house. He picked up the metal lid and put it back onto the trash can. He looked out into the vast sea of wilderness that surrounded our little house and told me to come closer. When I did, he pointed to the woods. "Is that where you saw it?" he asked. "Yes," I said. He then told me a bizarre story that both scared me and scarred me. About 100 years earlier, there was a family of 4 who lived in our house. There was a sickness that was going around, a virus that made my father ill. He died within days of contracting it. That left only the mother to take care of her 2 children, a boy and a girl. The mother went to work every day, sometimes not coming home up to 8 or 9 hours. That left the boy to care for his little sister. At 10 years old, he was the eldest of the 2 children. He would fix meals for his sister, play with her, help teach her things. One afternoon for lunch, the boy had poured his sister a glass of milk. The milk had gone bad, but he didn't know it. The girl drank it and screamed at the foulness of it. She immediately fell ill, violently throwing up and breaking out into a high fever. The boy panicked and said he would go to get help. The closest neighbor was roughly a mile away, but the boy knew it wouldn't get out through the woods. He could save himself about 1/4 of a mile. He got his sister comfortable in her bed, wet rag on her head, and he took off to the woods. He ran and ran, but the woods seemed different to him. They seemed contorted, or even backwards. The boy stopped when he realized he was lost. That's when he heard a voice. It was a deep voice, almost inhuman. He looked around, but he didn't see anyone. He called out, and then the voice came again. He was yelling, "He'll be in the 6th." The boy turned around, and this time what he saw made his blood run cold. There was a small group of trees that stood in front of him, each with human remains tied to them. The boy gagged as the overwhelming stench of decay overpowered his senses. The boy heard the voice again. This time, it asked who he was. "Doyle," the boy responded, still unsure of where the voices were coming from. The voice spoke again in a different language. Doyle didn't understand the words he was hearing, but started to hallucinate and see things in front of him. The trees were bare, and a mob of villagers from somewhere were dragging 5 naked men through the woods. They had the 5 men bound and gagged, but the men didn't seem to be putting up a fight. It was almost like they had accepted their fate, or even wanted it. Doyle watched as the villagers tied the 5 men to the trees and condemned them to die for their dark practices, calling them each a devil. One of the villagers had a long blade of some kind, and then systematically went through all 5 men, slicing them open from head to toe. As the bodies all hung there, spilling their blood onto the dirt below, the villagers claimed to have all heard ghostly laughter that they assumed came from the dead men. The bodies were left there to rot, and are said to be in the woods somewhere to this day. Doyle was reported missing that night when his mother came home to find him gone, and his sister dead in her bed. The official story of what happened to Doyle is unclear, but it is heavily assumed that the 5 devils had chained him into the 6th. One more ghastly and repellent than they were, one which unnaturally crawls to the woods, discharging a grim howl and committing vile acts ordered by the 5 devils. I turned the voice recorder off after that. As my grandfather told me this story, I could see the similarities between it and the milk boy. Both stories took place in New England area dealt with similar themes, as well as included the boy named Doyle. My grandfather remained convinced to this day that the shadowy appendages of what he saw coming from the woods that summer night was the more ghastly iteration of Doyle. He said what he saw was real, and combined with the story of his father told him, there was no other explanation for what he witnessed. I can't imagine something like that even being real, but now there seems to be multiple versions of the same story. As I looked deeper into the creepypasta story, I realized it was a part of a large story called The Wool, which deals with a supernatural entity designed by the Milk Boy legend, violently mutilating people in the towns who emit a dry howl cry. Now I am convinced that maybe there is more stories out there like that. Maybe other people have heard a terrible cry from deep within the woods in New England. Maybe others have smelled the unexplainable foul odor. Whether or not the story is real, my grandfather has never lied to me. I believe him. The fear he feels to this day is undeniably real. Son, we need to have a chat about internet safety. I slowly crumpled down onto the floor next to him. His laptop was open and he was playing Minecraft on a public server. His eyes were locked into the action. Comments scrolled down to the side of the screen in a chat box. Son, can you stop your game for a moment? He exited the world, closed the laptop, and looked at me. Dad, is this going to be another cheesy, scary story? What? I faked feeling hurt for a second and then grinned at him. I thought you liked my cautionary tales. He grew up listening to my stories about children who encountered witches, ghosts, werewolves, and trolls. Like many generations of parents, I use scary stories to reinforce morals and teach lessons about safety. Single dads like me should use all the parenting tools at their disposal. He scrunched his face a little. They were fine when I was 6, but now I'm getting older. They don't scare me anymore. They seem kind of silly. If you're going to tell a scary story about the internet, can you make it really, really scary? I squinted at him incredulously. He folded his arms. Dad, I'm 10, and I can handle it. Okay, I'll try. I began. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Colby. His expression indicated that he wasn't impressed with the terror of the introduction. He sighed deeply and settled in for one of Dad's cheesy stories. I continued. Colby went online and joined several children's websites. After a while, he started talking to other kids in-game and on message boards. He made friends with another 10-year-old boy named Helper23. They liked the same video games and shows. They laughed at each other's jokes. They explored new games together. After several months of friendship, Colby gave Helper23 6 diamonds and a game they were playing. They were very generous gifts. Colby's birthday was coming up, and Helper23 wanted to send him a cool present in real life. Colby figured it wouldn't hurt to give Helper23 his home address, as long as he promised not to tell it to any strangers or grown-ups. Helper23 swore he wouldn't tell anyone else, not even his own parents, and set about mailing the package. I paused the story and asked my son, "Do you think that was a good idea?" "No," he said, shaking his head vigorously. In spite of himself, he was getting into the story. Well, neither did Colby. Colby felt guilty about giving away his home address, and his guilt began to grow and grow. By the time he put on his pajamas the next night, his guilt and fear were larger than anything else in his life. He resolved to admitting the truth to his parents. The punishment would be steep, but it was worth it to have a clear conscience. He squirmed in his bed as he waited for his parents to tuck him in. My son knew the scary part was coming up. In spite of his tough talk, he leaned forward, eyes wide, and spoke quietly and deliberately. He heard all noises of the house, washing machine bouncing around the laundry room, branches scraping against the brick outside his room. His baby brother cooed in the nursery, and there were some other noises he couldn't quite pinpoint. Finally, his dad's footsteps echoed down the hall. "Hey, Dad," he called out nervously. "I have something to tell you." His dad stuck his head in the hallway at a weird angle. In the darkness, his mouth didn't seem to move, and his eyes were all wrong. "Yes, son?" His voice was way off. "Are you okay, Dad?" the boy asked. "Uh-huh," sung the father in his strangely affectionate voice. Colby pulled the covers up defensively. Is Mom around?" "Here I am." Mom's head popped in the doorway below Dad's. Her voice was unnatural. "Were you about to tell us that you gave our home address to Helper23? You shouldn't have done that." We told you never to give out personal information on the internet, she continued. He wasn't really a kid. He just pretended to be one. Do you know what he did? He came to our house, broke in and murdered both of us, just so he could spend some time with you. A fat man in a wet jacket emerged in the child's doorway, holding the two severed heads. Colby shrieking and gasped as the man dropped the heads on the ground, unsheathed his knife, and moved into the room to work on the boy. My son screamed too. He twisted his hands defensively over his face, but we were just getting started with the story. After several hours, the boy was almost dead, and his screams had become whispers. The killer noticed the wailing of a baby in another room and removed his knife from Colby. This was a special treat. He had never murdered a baby before, and he was excited about the prospect. Helper 23 left Colby to die and followed the cries through the house like a homing beacon. In the nursery, he walked to the crib, picked up the baby, and held it in his arms. He moved towards the changing table to get a better look, but as he held the baby, the crying died down. The baby looked up and smiled. Helper 23 had never held a baby, but he gently bounced in his arms like a pro. He wiped his bloody hands on the blankets so he could stroke the baby's cheek. "Hi there, little guy." The beautiful range of sadism melted into something warmer and softer. He walked up the nursery, took the baby home, named him William, and raised him as his very own. After I finished the story, my son was visibly shaken. Between ragged staccato breaths, he stammered, "But Dad, my name is William." I gave him a classic dad wink and tousled his hair. "Of course it is, son." William ran up the stairs to the bedroom in a furious sobs. But deep down, I think he liked the story. When I was a small child, I was terrified of the dark. I still am. But back then, when I was around 6 years old, I couldn't go a full night without crying out for one of my parents to search beneath my bed or in my closet or whatever monster I thought was waiting to eat me. Even with the nightlight, I would still see dark shapes moving around the corners of my room, with strange faces looking on me from my bedroom window. My parents would do their best to console me, tell me that it was just a bad dream or a trick of the light. But in my young mind, I was positive that the second I fell asleep, the bad thing would get me. Most of the time, I would just hide under my blankets until I became tired enough to stop worrying. But even now, and when I would become so panicked that I would run screaming into my parents' room, waking up my brother and sister in the process. As an ordeal like that, there would be no way anyone would be getting a full night's rest. Eventually, after one particular traumatizing night, my parents had had enough. Fortunately for them, they understood the validity in arguing with a 6-year-old and knew that they would be unable to convince me to get rid of the childish fears through reason and logic. They had to be clever. It was my mother's idea to stitch together my little bedroom friend. She collected a large assortment of random pieces of fabric and sewing machine and created what I would later refer to as Mr. Ichabod Bellenstein, or Ick for short. Ick was a sock monster, as my mom called him. He was made to keep me safe while I slept at night by scaring away all the other monsters. He was pretty damn creepy, I had to admit. Honestly, looking back on it all now, I'm still impressed that my mom could think of something so strange and disturbing looking. Ichabod had the stitched-together look of Frankenstein gremlin, big white button eyes, and floppy cat ears. His arms and legs were made of a pair of my sister's black and white striped socks, and the half of his face was green and was made from my brother's tall football socks. His head could be described as bulbous, and for his mouth, my mom attached a piece of white fabric and sewed in a zigzag pattern to a shape of a wide grin of sharp teeth. I loved him at once. From then on, Ick never left my side, so long as it was after dusk, of course. Ick didn't like the sun and would get upset if I tried to bring him to school with me, but that was okay. I only needed him at night to keep away from the boogeyman, which was what he was good at. So every night at bedtime, Ick would tell me where the monsters were hiding, and I would place him near the section of the room closest to the spookiness. If there was something in the closet, Ick would block the door. If there was a dark creature scratching at my window, Ick would press up against the glass. If there was a big hairy beast under my bed, then under the bed he went. Sometimes the monsters weren't even in my room. Sometimes they would hide in my dreams, and Ichabod would have to come with me into my nightmares. It was fun bringing it back to my dream world, and he and I would spend hours fighting off ghouls and demons. The best part was, in my dreams, it could talk to me for real. "How much do you love me?" he would ask. "More than anything," I would tell him. One night in my dream, after I lost my first tooth, Ick asked me for a favor. "Can I have your tooth?" I asked him why. "To help me kill the bad things," he said. The next morning at breakfast, my mom asked me where the tooth went, and from what she told me, the tooth fairy didn't find it under my pillow. So when I told her that I gave it to Ichabod, she just shrugged and went back to feeding my little sister. From then on, every night, every time I lost a tooth, I would give it to Ick. He would always thank me and, of course, would tell me that he loved me. Eventually, though, I ran out of baby teeth, and I just began to get a little too old to be playing with dolls. So Ick just sat there on the bookshelf collecting dust, slowly fading away from my attention. Over time, the nightmares, however, became worse than ever. So bad that they even began to follow me in the waking world, terrorizing every dark corner or rustling in the bushes. After one particular bad night, biking home from a friend's house, where I swore a pack of rabid dogs were chasing me, I got home to find something strange waiting for me in my room. There, on my bed, standing fully straight in the soft glow of the moon from my window, was Ichabod. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. They had been all evening, so I tried to flick on the lights. After flicking on the lights, then another, and another, with no change to the darkness, it was then that I started to get nervous. I backed away slowly towards the door behind me, my eyes never leaving the shape of Ick's silhouette, my hand awkwardly outstretched behind, reaching for the doorknob. I was just about to get my ass out of there when I heard the door slam itself shut, locking me into blackness. In nothing but shadows and silence, I stood frozen in place, not even breathing. For how long, I can't say, but after what felt like a lifetime of cold fear, I feared the shrill, familiar voice. "You stopped feeding me, so why should I protect you?" "Protect me from what?" "Let me show you." I blinked once, then everything changed. I wasn't in my bedroom anymore. I was somewhere else. It wasn't hell, but the comparison wasn't far off. It was some sort of forest, or horrible nightmarish place where embryonic abortions hung on the canopy and the ground swarmed with carnivorous insects. A thick fog wafted through the air, and it was with the stretch of rotting meat, while castorized lightning flashed across the night sky. In the distance, I could hear the antagonizing scream of something not quite human. My head throbbed like it was about to explode, the pain forcing out a river of tears. In my mind, I heard his voice again. "This is what your reality will become without me." I felt earth-shaking footsteps approaching me. "I'm the only one who could stop it." It was behind me now, huge and angry, hot breath across my back. "Bring me what I need, and I will." I woke up before I could turn around. The following day, I raided my parents' closet for my brother's baby teeth, giving them all to Ichabod. Almost immediately, the night terrors ceased, and I was more or less able to go on with my normal life. From time to time, I would have to sneak into my little sister's room and snatch what was meant to be for the tooth fairy, or strangle one of the neighbor's cats and pry out the sharp little incisors. Anything to ward off the visions. Anything from a shark-toothed necklace to a cavity-ridden biscuits. I also began to notice that Ick would move from my room wherever I left in any length of time, rearranging my stuff and hanging additional curtains. He was even beginning to look more lifelike somehow. In the right light, his teeth would glisten, and he was warm to the touch. As much as he creeped me out, I couldn't work up the courage just to destroy him, knowing perfectly well where that could leave me. So I went on collecting teeth for Ick throughout all of my high school and college. The older I got, the more things I would learn to fear, the more teeth Ick would need to keep me safe. I'm 22 years old now, with a decent job, my own apartment, and a set of dentures. It's been almost a month since Ick's last meal, and the horrors are starting to crowd around me once more. I took a detour through the parking garage after work tonight, found the man fumbling with his car keys. His teeth were stained yellow from a lifetime of cigarettes and coffee. Even still, I had to use a hammer to get out the molars. When I got back to my apartment, he was waiting for me. On the ceiling, in the corner, 2 white eyes and the mouth of razors. "How much do you love me?" he asked. "More than anything," I replied, taking off my coat. "More than anything in the world." During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island, but there are fragments in the attic of my brain which belong to the various homes we had lived in whenever I was much younger. Most of these memories are unclear and pointless. Chasing after another boy in the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft float on the creek behind the apartments we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on and so forth. But there is one set of memories which remains are clear as glass, as though they were made yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are not simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced that spring, but in my heart, I know they were real. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine, population 643. It was a long structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute on my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, attempted by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleus, which meant no rough play and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and those served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I didn't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth, because his mouth was large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body, his head, his eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest. "You look kind of like a Furby," I said as he flopped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look. "Furby? What's a Furby?" he asked. I shrugged. "You know, the toy. The little robot with big ears. You can pet and feed them, almost like a real pet." "Oh," Mr. Widemouth resumed his activity. "You don't need one of these. They aren't the same as having a real friend." I remember Mr. Widemouth disappeared every time my mother stopped by to check on me. "I lay under your bed," he later explained. "I don't want your parents to see me because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore." We didn't do much during the first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contained. The 3rd or 4th morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face. "I have a new game we can play," he said. "We have to wait until your mother comes to check on you, because she can't see us play it. It's a secret game." After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand. "We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway," he said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave the room without their permission, but Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He then beckoned me to look at the ground below. We were on the 2nd story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from the angle the drop was further than the 2 stories due to the incline. "I like to play pretend up here," Mr. Widemouth explained. "I pretend that there is a big, soft trampoline below this window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try." I was 5 years old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. "It's a long drop," I said. "But that's all a part of the fun. It wouldn't be funny if it were only a short drop. If it were that way, you may as well just bounce on a real trampoline." I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through the air only to bounce back on the window, on something unseen by human eyes, but the realistic in me prevailed. "Maybe some other time," I said. "I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt." Mr. Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment. "If you say so," he said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived along with a small box. "I want to teach you how to juggle," he said. "Here are some things you can use as practice before I start giving you lessons." I looked in the box. It was full of knives. "My parents would kill me," I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives to my room, objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. "I'll be spanked and grounded for a year." Mr. Widemouth snarled. It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it. I pushed the box away. I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe just to throw in the air. Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened to a scroll. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke me up at the night, saying he put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mom came to me one morning and told me I had her permission to walk outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined to my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning for the feeling of sun on my face. Mr. Widemouth was waiting for me. I have something I want you to see, he said. I have given him a weird look, because then he said, It's safe, I promise. I followed him to the beginning of the deer trail, which led through the woods behind the house. This is an important path, he explained. I had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day I hope to take you there. I returned to my house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond the trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of our things had been packed up in a moving truck. I would be in the cab of that truck, sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving, but even at 5 years old, I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a six-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man who was about to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 days sitting still. Early enough for you? He asked. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. This is the last move, son. I promise. I know it's hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make friends. I opened my eyes as we backed out of the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn on the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to New Vineyard. This piece of land our house stood upon was empty except for the fountain, as the house burned down a few years after my family left. Out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Widemouth had showed me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me. But I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many of the tombstones belonged to children. On his way home that night, as he walked through town, a man stepped out of an alley in front of him. He tensed to defend himself, but the man just stood there. Looking him over, he realized the man looked like a hippie. Something out of a comedy caricature of a hippie, really. Long unwashed hair and a beard, sandals, and a sandwich board reading, "The end is nigh." That, he thought, was unusual, even for a hippie. "You want some?" he asked. "The world's ending," said the hippie. "I need your help." He stepped around the hippie and kept walking. High as a kite, he thought to himself. The hippie started walking after him and fell into step beside him. "Please, I need your help," said the hippie. "Look, man, I'm not really interested," he said, and kept walking. The hippie leant against the wall, watching him walk away. The hippie wasn't all that disappointed. Lots of people gave this kind of response. Another skeptic, he thought to himself, fingering the ragged holes through the middle of his hands. Due to the overwhelming number of requests I have received to tell about my discoveries and bizarre experiences in a cave not far from my house, I have created this webpage. I will outline the events that happened to me during the past few months, beginning with my journey into a familiar cave in December 2000 and ending, well, it hasn't actually ended yet. I will use my craving journal as a text to tell about my recent experience. I will give them to you as I experience them in chronological order. I have included photographs that were taken during my many trips into the cave. I've also created a few illustrations to help the reader get a better idea of what things looked like in the cave. All the photos were taken by me or one of the few people I went into the cave with. I want to point out a few things before I tell about the events. 1. Most of the pictures were taken with a Kodak disposable type camera. I took a better camera into the caves on 1 or 2 of my trips. Pictures on this site are all the original photos and have not been messed with or enhanced better than were noted. As a rule, I got my pictures put into a disk at the time of developing so I don't have to scan them in later. This ensues the best digital quality. 2. I will not reveal the names of the other people involved in this experience. If you know me well enough, you probably know them already. 3. I will not reveal the location of the cave to anyone for any reason, so please don't ask. I refuse to be held accountable for anyone's life but my own. I will refer to the cave as Mystery Cave. This is not its real name. If you think these events sound far-fetched, I agree. I would come to the same conclusion had I not experienced them. I will try to finish this site as soon as possible. Check the date on the main page to see when I've made updates. To protect myself from people who might want to copy the site, I include the following. All text on this and following pages are my own words in copyright 2001. 10. I will divide the text into 2 colors for the sake of clarity. The plain text is taken directly from my craving journal. The italicized text is my commented as I reflect on the experience. I will do my best to convey my thoughts and feelings I had during this entire event. I will not use the actual names of the other individuals involved. I will include the entire relevant text of my journal. Only small parts of the journal will I skip. This will only occur when the entry has nothing to do with my experience in the cave, such as eating dinner after a trip, getting fuel or snacks, or irrelevant details, etc. My journal is fairly thorough. I will merely summarize what I am cutting out of the actual entry. In an effort to present this experience in as accurate light as possible, I will type my journal as I wrote it. Scans, grammar check, please overlook my errors. My additional comments will help to clarify the things I wrote in my journal. B and I decided to get in one more caving trip before the new year, so we set our sights on Mystery Cave. Not a spectacular cave, but since neither of us had been caving in a while, it would be nice to get in any cave. There was a bit of excitement to this trip. There was a small passage in the lower portion of the cave that I wanted to check out and see if it was possible to get past. It was a small opening, but lots of air blowing out of it. Even though it is way too small to climb through, I never even checked to see what was inside the passage. We got our gear loaded up and hit the road by 3 p.m. We got into the cave in great time. Since B likes to drive fast, we anchored from the usual tree and began rappelling into the cave. I went down first and got my gear together while B came down. I will refer to B many times. We have been caving together for many months. He was injured in a caving accident a few years ago and was told he would never walk again. Though hard work and perseverance, he not only walks, but he can get around very well in caves. The trickier parts of a cave might slow him down a bit, but he can make it. He patiently works through an obstacle until he gets past it. As for reference to a small opening in the cave, there is a saying amongst cavers. If it blows, it goes. Meaning if a passage has a good flow of air, it is probably worth investigating. After we explored all of the usual passages, we climbed down to check out the hole. The hole is located deep in the cave, near the lowest part of the cave. It is on the side of a cave wall, about 3 feet from the floor. To look inside the hole, I had to kneel and duck under an overhead of rock. I used my backup mini bag light and held it inside the hole to see what I could see. I was excited by what I saw. The wall around the hole was about 3 to 5 inches thick. It led into a tight passage. The passage opened up a bit inside the tree hole. It continued back about 10 to 12 feet in a small crawl space. After that, it seemed to really open up. Although how much, we couldn't tell. This could be a virgin passage. Obviously, no one has passed through this route, but there could be a way into the passage from the other side. To even get into the crawl space, we would have to enlarge the opening. Currently, it is about the size of my fist. Once we get past the opening, we would have a tight crawl back to where it opened up. It would take some work, but we thought we could do it. We sat down for a few minutes to rest and contemplate our plan of attack. While we sat there in the darkness, we could hear the wind howling from the other side of the passage. It was low, eerily noise. We could also hear a low rumble from time to time. No big deal, though. The cave is in the vicinity of a highway that has heavy trucks driving on it. We figured the rumble was the effect of trucks resonating through the rocks. We determined that our best plan would be to haul a cordless drill into the cave to drill into the rocks. Then we could take a bullet pin and a small sledgehammer and break up the rock. It seemed pretty straightforward. We would widen the hole big enough to squeeze and see what was on the other side. The efforts to haul all of the equipment down below would be a pain, but we hoped it would be worth it. I named the passage Floyd's Tomb after Floyd Collins. It seemed to look like the tight spot where Floyd spent the last miserable days on Earth. Floyd Collins was a cave explorer in the early 1900s. He got stuck in a tight crawl space and was able to free himself. It was an amazing story that is detailed in a book called Trapped, the story of Floyd Collins. I think that's what the title was called. I don't recall the author. Calling our passage Floyd's Tomb was not only a tribute to Floyd, but a commentary on the size of the passage. In retrospect, it is funny how simple I thought it was going to be. I figured a few hours and we would be in. Had I known how long it was going to take, I doubt I would have ever begun the project. Had I known what I was going to experience in this cave, I never would have returned. We gathered up our gear and headed to the surface. Normally, I couldn't care less if I'd come back to this cave. This is nothing special about it, but now I was psyched about getting back and getting through. We hadn't even left the cave, and we were planning our return trip. The rest of the journal entry talked about the climb into the cave, our dinner, and we headed back home. B and I were both excited to get back into the cave and get to work. I figured out about 4 hours work we could be in and see what was on the other side. We had arranged to borrow a deal-weight cordless drill to bring with us. We also had mercenary bits to drill with, sledgehammers too, to break up the rock, bull points to insert into the drill holes, and a few other tools that we ended up not using. Getting the tools down to the work site proved to be a challenge. One of us would have to climb down the rope and stop at the edge or a good resting place, when the other person would lower the tools. We kept repeating this routine until we got to the bottom of the cave. Then we had to drag the tools into the hole. It took about an hour to finally get to work. B took the first turn at the hole. After an hour of exhausting work, we could tell that we were not going to get through in one session. We kept trading off after we would work ourselves into a sweat. One would take a break and get some food and water while the other one went to work. The routine went like this. To begin work, we had to get down on our knees and do our best to avoid smacking our head on the ceiling. Working in the awkward position, we would drill into the wall into one hole. That was difficult work. We really had to push on the drill, and it was still slow progress. Then we inserted the bull point into the hole and hammered it until the rock broke up. Then we would repeat the process. To give you an idea of how slow it went, the typical size of that rock would break off was about fingernail size. If we broke off a large piece, about 1/3 of the size of my palm, it was a cause for celebration. From time to time, for variety, we would just wail on a cold chisel with a fine pound sledge. It was a slow process. The problem with the sledge was that we couldn't take a good swing because of the tight quarters. Even though we spent many hours and several trips working on the hole, we never did find a better technique for winding the hole. The drill, bull point, hammer got the best results for our effort. We came up with some crazy idea for breaking up the rock. Everything from TNT, never seriously considered, to hauling a generator to the mouth of the cave and running an extension cord down to a jackhammer. We even thought about using liquid nitrogen to freeze the rock and make it more brittle. After a couple of hours of hard work, we realized what our limiting factor was going to be. It was about then that our first battery met an abrupt death. We had a second battery, so we swapped them out. The second battery lasted a little longer because we hammered and chiseled a little more often and a little longer each time. Finally, about 3 or more hours of drudgery, the second battery died and we called it a night. Phew! We could tell we had done some work in the cave, but it was not much. For the first time since we got into the cave, both of us took a break. It was nice to check out the results of our hard work. Then we noticed the howling again. It seemed to be a little louder than the last time we were there. We just figured the wind was blowing a little stronger outside. What we could not figure out was the rumbling. It too seemed to be louder and more frequent. This time, we could not attribute the noise to trucks. The road that the trucks drove on was not very busy to begin with. At the time of the night, it should be dead, yet the rumbling continued. It seemed to be coming from the deep within the passage. B said he would ask veteran cavers what could be causing the noise. We didn't spend a long time admiring our work. We still had to haul together the gear and get out of the cave. Actually, we left some of it in the cave. It was still difficult work. It made it worse that we were both exhausted. Our original plan was to be done in this cave and hit a couple of other caves in the area the next day. Instead, we decided to crash at a nearby motel, charge the drill batteries, and get back to the mystery cave. My journal goes through on at length of the night after we left the cave. We got a room, dinner was excellent, I didn't sleep good despite the fact that I was exhausted, etc. We both slept in, so we got a late start and back at the cave. The second day working on the cave went around the same as the first. We worked until both batteries were dead again. We were still not even close enough, though. The howling and rumbling continued as the day before. Before I continue with the next journal entry, I thought it might be helpful to the reader to explain a little bit about caving and about the atmosphere in the cave. As I reread and think about my description of the cave, I noticed that much of the language I used in my cave journal and the description, or lack thereof, assume that the reader has a knowledge of caving and that this is inside of a cave, and what it is like inside of a cave. In other words, I wrote my journal for me. I will take this time to give more detailed description of the cave. I will tell about what it was like while we worked on the cave, and I will summarize our feelings up to this point. The cave was discovered several decades ago when construction in the area unearthed its entrance. From that time to the present, it has been visited by mostly locals in the area and avoid cavers in the regions. Beer cans can be found immensely in the cave, mostly in the upper half. When the cave was first entered, it was probably beautiful. Dust, graffiti, vandals, pigeons, and other use have diminished its appeal. There are still places in the cave where small fountains remain undisturbed, as a reminder of what the rest of the cave used to be like. To enter the cave, one must have a good length of rope in order to rappel down into the rock. A nearby tree serves as a good anchor point. Once the rope is tied to the tree, about 20 feet away from the small cliff, it can be tossed over the edge of the cliff to a small ledge 15 feet below. Cavers can then descend to the short distance of the entrance. Once inside the cave, artificial light must be used. The light source of choice is battery-operated, helmet-mounted light known as a TAG light. Safe caving calls for at least 2 sources for backup lighting. For my backup lighting, I have a mini mag light mounted to my helmet and other helmet-mounted light in my pack, which I always carry one. I also have glow sticks that I can carry with me. These are not considered good sources of backup light by some, but they are good to use for taking lunch breaks, and they could be served to get out of the cave if other sources fail. After a short climb over large rocks, the cave comes to a large pit. The same rope is used to reach the bottom of the pit. The drop is only 50 feet or so, but it is not free hanging. In other words, you can't slide down the rope, which is preferable. You have to snake your way around sharp rocks as you descend. The ascent is made more difficult for the same person. The pit varies in diameter from about 10 feet to 3 to 4 in a few places. The walls are lined with a sharp white rock called popcorn. Let me correct that. It used to be white, but it is now covered with dust and dirt and was kicked down from above by years of caving. The popcorn made it painful to brush up against the side of the pit. My choice of clothing is Levi's, t-shirt, gloves, and knee pads. I usually leave the cave with a few scrapes, but at least I am comfortable while I climb from inside. The temperature is stable year-round. It feels cool in the summer and warm in the winter. We have gone in on freezing days, and 10 feet into the cave, it is warm enough that coats are not needed. It is a good temperature to work in, as we learned. From this size drop, I usually use a figure 8 descending device. From the climb up, I attach myself to the rope using a pret ascender, but I climb up on my own without using the device. It is there merely as a safety attachment in case I slip. Other cavers have their own method of getting down and up. At the bottom of the drop, the caver gets to do some crawling for a while. There's a small room about 6 by 6 feet from the bottom that gives the caver a spot to leave his harness descending/ascending gear. Since there is no more steep drops, the harness is not needed and will only get in the way. Once the caver gets down to this 6 by 6 room, he can take a break under a ledge while the rest of the party comes down. He must then drop to his knees to negotiate a 10-foot passage. This is only a few feet high. This is where the knee pads come in handy. The floor is covered with soft dirt, intermingling with lots of broken rock from above. The thin layer of dirt does nothing to soften the blow to the hands and knees as the cave worker crawls down the space. As a reward, at the end of the crawl, he gets to drop to his belly and scoot around a tight squeeze. Not really tight, just low enough to make the caver scoot along the dirt. Once the caver gets to the other side of the squeeze, there are a few feet of crawl space. Then the cave opens up enough to stand. For most of the rest of the cave, the caver can stand or at least stoop. The cave splits off into several passages at this point. 2 routes wind around the rocks and crevices and come to an abrupt dead end. The other leads to a small pool of water. Each route is fun to explore. They are all led on for 100 feet or so in a gradual downward slope. Most of the time, the caver can walk upright in the passage. Other time, he will have to climb over large boulders or occasionally crawl on his hands and knees. Water is common occurrence in the cave. I have been told that one of the local residents was one of the first people in the cave, and that his cousin drove into the pool using scuba gear. He said the cave continued down for a couple hundred feet underwater. What they were hoping for, and what happened frequently, is that the passage comes up somewhere else, with virgin cave passages to explore. Unfortunately, I don't possess the knowledge to give more detail about the type of rock in the cave. When we were drilling, we would have some parts where were easier to drill than others, and there were different colors in the rock, referred to the photos taken in the cave. But that is the best I can do to describe the makeup of the cave. At this point, the cave splits into 4 routes. The 2 passages that dead end are in the immediate left of the cave. Straight ahead and to the right are the passages that lead to pools of water. The entrance to the passage on the right hand is the largest of the 4. The arched opening rises nearly 10 feet in the air, ending a mere foot above the cave ceiling. As the caver enters the passage, the ceiling gradually lowers until it's about 6 feet high. It continues at the same height for the 40 feet, from the passage travels in a continuous direction. This section of the cave resembles a rock mine. It's arched nearly perfectly and the floor flat and easy to walk on. It's easy to picture rusty mine cars on all rail lines, and dust-covered miners with blistered hands grip dull picks. The pursuit of mines come to an end, and the caver is once again forced to drop onto their hands and knees and get reacquitted on the floor of the caves. This time, the crawl lasts within 20 feet. The floor is sloping gently downward to the first of the crawl. Then it gets fairly steep and slippery. Able-bodied cavers can still climb carefully down to the slippery slope. When I go with B, I carry the end of the rope and used to get down to this point. I usually need to tie another short length of the rope to the first rope to make sure that we can use to reach the bottom. The crawl lasts a few feet beyond this point to the bottom of its slide. On the next 10 to 12 feet, the caver slowly begins to regain the standing position. After walking a few feet and climbing down a short drop-off, the caver arrives at a small level area which has a passage leading down immediately to the left. The passage ends 75 feet later at the small bodies of water. To the right is a rock wall. Straight ahead is a indentation in the wall which goes back 3 feet. On the wall at the rear is a small hole, about the size of a softball. To get near the hole, the caver ducks under an overhang and kneels upon the rocks that rise above the floor by a few inches. By the time the caver reaches the point, is either warm or sweating. And the first thing he notices is the cool breeze blowing out of the hole. It was my recognition of this hole as potentially doorway to an unexplored portion of the cave that ultimately led to this telling of my experience. As had been tradition for all the years I've been caving, the party reaches a point in the cave, usually as the deepest part of the cave, that our lights are extinguished. Complete blackness fills my eyes. For a moment, the individual caver strains the eye muscles, focusing in and out of the expectation of catching a small grim of light somewhere in the false night. After several futile moments, the caver turns his head at a sound, perhaps another caver, only to have other senses returned, and then heightened. The sound, smell, and feeling that have been overlooked to this point come racing to the caver in perfect detail. The painting their own behind, sitting on the cave floor, the smell of dust, sweat, guano, the sound of modern materials shift on age-old rock as cavers attempt to find comfort on more solid foundation. At the back of every caver's mind at this point is, what if? What if a person had to climb out of the cave with no light? Would he make it? Would he find all the turns and bends? Which, if not, would a rescue party find him in time? The depths of darkness recognize that this time is something that is rarely experienced outside of a cave. Many first-time cavers earnestly declared that they have to hold their hands to within 2 to 3 inches of their face before they can see it. The truth is, the human eye is incapable of seeing any absence of light. If they did not hear something coming towards them, they would feel it before they saw it, complete and total dark. This exercise is a great way to remind people to take backup lighting. As we proceed to work in the cave, we develop a system pretty early and little change in succeeding trips. First time in the cave, B took first shift at chipping away at the opening. After a half hour, he needed a break, so I took over. He told me what worked best, and I continued to do the same. We would try new things from time to time to use new muscles, but usually stuck to the same method. We would use the missionary bit and then press on the drill as hard as we could and drill out a hole in the rock. Safety glasses and dust masks were worn while working. when we would insert that bullpen and hammer into the rock and break out small chunks of the cave. When we would drill another hole and repeat the process, occasionally the drill would shift a soft point in the rock and that step would be shortened. We would work until we became too tired to continue, then B and I would trade. While one of us was working, the other would remain in darkness and either eat or drink or just lay on the cave floor, padding by rope bags. After a few rotations, we were tired enough to catch a nap while taking our break. The only light that was used was on the helmet light and the light of the workers. Since it was pointing towards the hole, the resting person was left mostly in dark. This was a welcome benefit, since the resting person was usually, resting. The cave break was also a chance to cool down a bit, which didn't take long in cooler temperatures of cave. Fortunately, the temperature of the cave allowed us to work pretty hard and not overheat much. I remember that I frequently looked in the hole and thought, hey, it's big enough, I could squeeze through, only to be disappointed in my attempt. However, even though the first attempt ended failure, I knew that I would keep working on this hole until I got through. This despite the fact that I knew it would take more hours of hard work. It occasionally became an obsession with me. I tried to get out of the cave and work as often as I could. I hoped that the passage led to a larger undiscovered cave, that we would be the first ones to enter. I guess the explorer in me wanted to find new frontier there in the caves, since B is such an avid caver. He was motivated by the same desire to find a new unexplored cave. What we did was not at all what I expected. Scarcely 2 weeks had gone by, and already we were on our way back out to working in the cave. We admit we had become obsessed with the idea of getting through the passage. That may be a sign of how exciting our lives really are. It's not that we think there is going to be something great beyond the passage. We just like the idea of being the first humans on the face of the planet to set foot in a virgin part of the cave. Although, if we found a hidden treasure, that would be fine with us. We got a late start and drove part of the way in the dark. When I tell people that I go caving at night, they wonder why. They don't stop to think that it is always night once you're inside the cave. All the way out to Mystery Cave, we talked about new ideas to speed up our work. B also told me we talked to some new caver friends of his that came up with an exploration about the rumbling noise. They thought it might be the sound of water deep within the cave, possibly a waterfall. They couldn't really explain why the noise seemed to come and go. To me, it's just one of the more reasons to get through, so we can solve the mystery. This trip, we took B's dog, Whip. She is a Jack Russell Terrier. I was not at all concerned about taking the dog into the cave. We have taken her before. She answers the call of nature before we go in, and then waits until we go out again. Also, she is well behaved inside the cave. We simply had to lower her via a custom-made harness until she reaches the bottom of the main drop. She negotiated the rest of her own. She loves to explore, but won't get out of our sight. She doesn't have a light attached to her, so she has to wait for us. Another reason I don't mind bringing Whip along was because we had planned on putting her into the small hole to see how far into the passage she would go. That might give us the idea of what was on the other side. We knew if there were a drop-off we couldn't wait to see, the dog would turn around and come right back out. We thought we might have to do some work on the hole before even the dog could get through. Despite working in the dark of the night, we were able to rig up and get down pretty quickly. We didn't take as many tools as last time. Plus, we left some in the hole so we wouldn't have to haul them out back in again. I did manage to get 2 more batteries for the drill for a total of 4. Also, a few more missionary drill bits. Even with the dog, we made good time getting down. Then something bizarre happened that I couldn't quite explain. The dog had begun to explore as soon as we let her out off the rope. She was in hog heaven, sniffing and darting around our feet. She would run from one person to the other as we made our way back to the work site. At this point, the cave splits into 4 passages. The dog seemed to run out of juice. She just stuck right by either B or me. That seemed kind of odd. As we progressed further into the cave, she would only stay by B. She seemed edgy, like she saw something she didn't like. As we approached the short drop-off before the hole, she stopped and only came further before we coaxed her. The hair on the back of her stood on end. Finally, we got to within 20 feet of the hole. She began to whimper and hid behind B. Her tail was between her legs, and she was cowering down on the ground. Strange. I've seen her square off with dogs twice her size, but now she's acted as if Satan himself was luring in the darkness. I figured there must have been animals that had used the cave as a home, and Whip smelled their scent. Too bad it upset her, because there was no way she was going to get into the passage. We decided that with the new development, the nervous dog, one of us would work while the other stayed with the dog at our feet, away from where we normally rested. We got right back onto our routine of drilling, hammering, etc. With extra supply of batteries, we were able to push hard on the drill. This did not make our work any easier, but it did speed things up a bit. Progress was still slow. I really don't mind though. My journal goes on for a while about the progress we were making. The entire time we worked, Whip did not move. She just laid on a rope bag, shivering. She would whimper from time to time. One thing I didn't think about at the time was that she would not take her eyes off the hole. We should have been more observant, an intuitive animal. We were on our 4th battery when the second bizarre thing happened to us. B was working. He was just finished drilling a hole and was getting ready to hammer the bullpoint when he stopped working and looked into the hole. I was kicked back, almost asleep, and hardly paying attention to B. He had a light by his side to illuminate the work area. I could see in the eerie glow a puzzled and intense look on his face. He looked over at me and shook his head. I asked what was up. He said that he swore that he heard a strange noise emanating from the hole. He said it sounded like a rock sliding on a rock, sort of a grinding sound. I assumed his ears were just ringing from the drill. He didn't wear any earplugs this trip. He assured me that he heard what he said he heard. I didn't have an explanation, so I went back to dozing. B sat in the quiet of the cave for a long time before he resumed work. Also, he would stop from time to time and just listen. B was very grounding and not one to pursue some imaginary sound. I believe he heard something, but I'm not too concerned about it. I assume we will figure it all out once we get through the passage. The final battery lasted another hour or so. We were sitting around talking about our progress when I decided to see if I could get my head through the hole. My head easily fit, but there was no way my shoulders were going in. After I was kneeling there, contemplating about how close we were, I noticed something that B overlooked. The wind had stopped in all the times I've been in the cave, and I always felt the wind blowing. The last time we were out working on the cave, the wind was blowing worse than ever. Even earlier, we remembered the breeze cooling us off, but now, nothing. B said he did not know when it stopped. The rumbling had ceased too. Bizarre. This plain old cave was becoming suspicious. We talked for a long time in the dark of the cave. We debated that we could possibly be using these unusual events to occur. I think part of the reason we were sitting in the dark was because we were both too hammered to move. We could come up with no reasonable explanation for the strange things happening in the cave. After sitting for at least a half hour, we slowly loaded up our gear and started for the surface. Whip couldn't have been happier to get out of there. Once again, we left some of the tools in the cave. We just put them in the hole, not enough for people to use the cave to worry about. Plus, we were too tired to care. We made a lot of progress this trip. It helps to have the extra batteries. We were still a long way to go, but it sure is nice to see how far we've come. The rest of the journal entry talks about climbing out of the cave, getting a room at a motel, and crashing. We were beat. In retrospect, I can't believe how casual we were about everything that was happening in the cave. At the time, the only thing we could think about was getting in the passage. Everything else was just a minor distraction. I do recall thinking that it would be nice to get in and see how the mechanics of the cave worked, where the wind was coming from, what was making the noise, etc. Now, weeks later, I think of my ignorance and naivety and shiver. It took us 3 weeks before we got back into Mystery Cave again. Our attitudes had changed a bit since we first started the project. In the beginning, we looked at the whole thing as a fun adventure. Since the last trip out, we found ourselves taking a more serious approach. On the drive out this time, our conversation was a little more subdued than before. We hadn't talked much since the last trip. Not for any reason, but scheduling conflicts. Instead of discussing ways of getting through the passage, we found ourselves talking about rational explanations for what had happened. Neither of us had any idea what would explain the unusual occurrence of what we experienced our last trip. We were amazed to find that neither of us had talked much about the trip to other people. That is a complete reversal from the other trips. It had been fun to report to friends and family about our progress. It is always fun to tell people about the tight squeezes we are going to have to go through to get to these passages. Most people have little desire to voluntarily subject themselves to incredibly tight spaces. Actually, neither do I, but I will do it just to get into the other side. Good motivation. We left early in the afternoon to beat traffic. I don't really recall what time we finally got into cave. Like I said, the mood was subdued. We got rigged up and started down. Obviously, B left the dog at home this time. We took essentially the same gear as last time. We left some of the tools in the hole to save our backs in the agony of hauling the extra weight. Even the gear we got down in good time. We really have a good system for getting up and down. There was only one minor mishap this trip. B scraped his arm on the descent. Not real bad, fortunately. He waited until we got all the way to the hole to patch it up. It was just a superficial cut. While he was getting the wound cleared up, I started working. We took note that the breeze was back and the rumbling present. We had 4 fresh batteries and 4, or maybe 3.5, fresh arms. I had high hopes that this would be the day. It started out pretty slow. When we first started working on the hole, the thickness was about 3 inches. As we were enlarging the hole, the thickness had increased. As a result, our progress had become slower. Still, we continued with as much energy as we could to put into work. The hole was big enough, at least for me, to put my hammer into the hole for reference. Then put the camera into the hole and take a picture of Floyd's tomb. It's been nice to see the pile of broken rock before the hole get bigger and bigger. We both realized that we were going to have to put in a certain amount of work in order to get through, so we just get back down to business. We don't usually talk much while we work, since one of us is making a lot of noise with the drill or hammer. Break times are used to chat momentarily about whatever topics popped in mind. The breaks took place whenever the guy that's working decides to switch roles. We both put in some good work senses. I have a little more stamina than B, but he gets just as much done in a shorter amount of time due to his upper body strength. We still celebrate the small victories we encounter along the way. Whenever a section we had been working on crumbles, we cheer. On the rare occasion that a fist-sized rock falls from the entrance, we whoop and holler. That's one chunk of earth that no longer separates us from whatever lies on the other side. I still harbor the fantasy that it is a hidden entrance on the other side of the passage, and years ago, Spanish explorers hid their treasure in the cave and sealed up the entrance. And it has remained untouched until we find it. B had a more realistic, although more mundane theory. He figures there is more cave on the other side. We'll see who is right. This trip out, I wanted to see if I could speed up the work by using a large missionary bit. I purchased some good-sized ones with the hardware store, at a good price too. One are the larger in diameter than all the rest. The other was smaller around, but longer. I had pretty much concluded that the big one might be too big, and I was right. We tried to get it to go into the rock, but progress was very slow. We tried pushing from all we were worth, and all we got was tired. The larger bit just created more friction area of our strength. We might have worked with a hammer drill, but we didn't have one. The longer bit worked fine with our drill. We relied on it most of the work we did this trip. I thought we were going to be out one bit and a drill for my hand. When the bit broke off towards the end, I was pushing as hard as I could on the drill with the bit a few inches off the wall when it snapped. I nearly rammed the drill through the wall from pushing so hard. We were able to retrieve the bit and keep using it, minus a couple inches. It still worked great. Only once in a great while did I resort to hammer and chisel. Work was proceeding as normal until about the time we were on our 4th battery. I was kneeling down and working on the drill into the wall at this time. I had my earplugs in, my safety glasses on, and was lost in my own thought. Suddenly, over the squeal of the drill whirling down the rock, I heard a strange noise. It was loud. I could hear it over the drill noise, even though I had the earplugs in. At first, I thought it was just the drill bit doing its job in the cave. It would frequently complain by screeching and whining as we forced it into the wall. But this was different. It took me several full seconds to comprehend that this was coming from inside the hole, and not the bit. I stopped drilling and yanked my earplug out just in time to hear the most terrible scream I've ever heard trail off and echo into the darkness of the cavern. I stared wide-eyed at the hole. For several moments, I didn't move, nor did I breathe. I turned to look at B. Moments earlier, he had been lying on the rope bag catching a nap. Now he was standing upright, mouth open with a look of concern on his face. I turned and looked into the hole again, half expecting to see a demon face staring at me. Nothing was different in Floyd's tomb. I fixed my gaze on the back of the squeeze, where the limits of my light reached. There was no motion, only darkness beyond the reach of my light. In the complete silence that followed, I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Not another sound could be heard in the cave. Suddenly, I heard a scraping noise behind me and straightened up. I nearly knocked myself out, hitting my head on the outring. It was just B moving to turn on his light, but I was so wired it nearly sent me to my grave. B spoke, and again, I jumped. He said to get some rocks and put them into the hole. He explained that whatever animal had made that noise might be able to go through the hole. I immediately grabbed a few rocks and hoisted them into the opening. Using the handle of the sledgehammer, I slid the rocks far back into the tunnel as I could reach, creating a wall between us and the other side. Since the squeeze is so small, it didn't take long. The entire time I was doing this, however, I was thinking that the noise certainly did not come from an animal. I didn't know if B really thought it was or was just trying to convince himself. I didn't say anything to him about what I thought. From the time it happened to the writing of this journal entry 2 days later, I had tried to come up with some possible source for the noise. To describe it, I would say it sounded like a cross between a man screaming in fear and a cougar screaming in pain. It sounded like it came from the hole and was roughly 100 feet away. This horrific noise reverberated through the cave and through my ears. B estimated the scream lasted 8 to 10 seconds. My best guess was about 5 seconds. 3 seconds while I was drilling and 1.5 seconds to drop the drill and yank my earplugs, and another half second of sheer terror. It's difficult to tell how much time passes when you're listening to the solo from the depths of Hades. After I filled the back of the passage with rocks, we just sat there listening to the silence. My breathing was a lot more rapid than usual. Neither of us spoke for quite some time. Finally, B suggested we get back to work, but keep an eye on the movement of the hole. We put a light to the passage and shined to the back of Floyd's tomb. It was only at this point we realized the wind had stopped again and the rumbling could no longer be heard. To say I was nervous would be an understatement. I didn't say anything to B, nor him to me. Back to drilling. B took over the work, which was fine with me. I wasn't exactly worn out, but I didn't mind being further from the hole. B would stop from time to time and listen. I just sat, watching him, with my light on. I wasn't close to the entrance of the hole, but I still find myself looking behind me to the passage to the still water. Every time my light would cast an unusual shadow, my heart would jump. My imagination was running wildly. Oddly, B seemed to be less concerned about the strange noise than me. After a short time, he seemed to be more focused entirely on getting through the passage. I was still straining to listen above the sound of the drill. I heard nothing but the now familiar sound of carbide on stone. As I contemplated the possible scenarios which might play on the other side of the passage, I found myself strangely getting somewhat excited about getting through. I might have been fatigued taking its toll on my mind, or thought about something of valuable on the other side. My thoughts were broken when B let out a yell, possibly a cuss word. He said the drill battery was dying, but he hadn't quite broken off a large relative section he was working on. He set the useless drill aside and picked up a hammer and ballpoint. He started wailing away on the hole created by the bit. After nearly 10 solid minutes of hammering, he sat back against the rock, sweating and nearly out of breath. The ballpoint was still protruding out the cave wall. He held the hammer towards me, inviting me to take a few swings. I held up my hand and shook my head. I had been ready to exit the cave for quite a while now. He didn't press the issue, and without speaking, we both started gathering our gear we were going to take out. Once again, we stashed some of the tools in the passage. I was first to start towards the top of the cave. Several times I had to stop and wait for B, not because he was moving slow. I was just more eager to get out. Few times I had felt better than that night, stepping out of the chilly night air. My journal talks about the rest of the evening, our dinner, our decision to get the motel and come back the next day, our lengthy discussion on the strange noise we had heard, another mediocre night's sleep. I cannot believe that we were willing to go right back into the cave after hearing that scream. Part of the reason I went along with the idea was because B seemed so indifferent in any possible danger, even if it was an animal, which I do not believe, but could offer no better explanation. Weren't we possibly putting ourselves in harm's way? In retrospect, I still have difficulty understanding our thought process at the time. We were just too eager to discover virgin cave passages. I now think it can be summed up with just one word: testosterone. It's amazing what a couple good meals and a little sleep can do for someone's attitude. Even though we still had memories of the strange noise fresh in our minds, we relit our fire of enthusiasm. The other side of the passage seemed so close. We were sure this would be okay. We got to the cave and started to work our way down the hole. Getting back to the darkness of the cave brought back the memories of the night before. The sight of the circle of rock illuminated by our headlamps, the smell of the dirt in the air, the sound we made as we crawled across the rock. Once we reached the entrance of Floyd's tomb, however, we were once again ready to blaze the trail leading to an undiscovered part of the cave. We immediately noted that the presence of the breeze blowing out of the hole in the rumbling. The bullpen sticking out of its hole was an obvious sign where we needed to begin work for the day. B took out where he left off the day before. I took up residence in the same spot I occupied the night before, even though I was already well rested and wanting to start work. B was making the hammer sing with each blow. After a mere 2 or 3 minutes, he let out a cheer. He turned to a handful of rocks that used to be attached to the cave. He was breathing heavy, but a big smile on his face. So did I. For the time, the strange noise had been forgotten, and the vision of success captured our attention. The lower left-hand corner of the hole had been giving us grief because of the thickness of the wall at this point. We felt that we could just move around that corner. We might be on our way inside. B now held in his hand the crumbled remains of the corner. Our excitement consumed us as we examined the hole. I took the hammer and poured away at the surface of the hole. The idea was to remove the jagged edges that would take their toll on my skin. The size looked right, now the moment we had been looking forward to. I cautiously approached the entrance to Floyd's tomb. I decided the best way to enter the small hole was place one arm around my head, turn my head sideways, and slowly work my way in. I soon determined that this was not going to work. The hole was small. If I was going to make it without widening the hole anymore, I was going to have to put both arms around my head in a diving position, turn my head sideways, and slip into the tomb. The width of the entrance was the limiting factor. The height was sufficient. My arms overhead position flared my shoulder blades out, but there was still room to get in. Plus, the arms overhead gave me the best squeeze side to side. In order to enter straight into the hole, I stood on my feet and bent over to get level with the entrance. My knees were bent and the position was uncomfortable, sort of a semi-squatting position, bent at the waist with arms overhead. Plus, I had to slightly turn my upper torso to the left in a counterclockwise rotation to negotiate the angle of the entrance. Notice in the last photo that the entrance generally sloped to the right. I got my arms through the entrance with minor scrapes. Next came my head. By keeping it turned sideways, I was able to get in, for the most part, up to my shoulders. When I got to my shoulders, I could feel rocks touching all around my shoulders and chest. It was not stopping me, but I was definitely scraping around surfaces of my body. I decided to just push through, keeping in mind that I was going to have to come back out eventually. The pain was not too bad, and I was in. Well, my upper body was. At least I could get a good idea what the tomb was going to be like. Once inside the tomb, I had a few inches all the way around me in which to position my body. This was the largest part of the passage, and it was conveniently located right at the beginning of the crawl. That gave me a little room to get positioned to crawl further into the passage. Inside the tomb gave me a whole new outlook of what it was going to be like to crawl through. Even though this was the largest part of the crawl, it was still small. I could move my head around freely, but every direction that I turned, I was staring at a wall of solid rock. When I spoke to V, my voice sounded muffled, like I was talking in a small box. I could rest my chest on the passage floor, but the rocks were uncomfortable. I turned my head to look further ahead, but I couldn't see past the rocks I had built the day before. I squeezed towards the end of the passage, was closer now, and appeared even narrower. I didn't know if I could squeeze through or not. I knew it would be close. I wanted to further crawl into the passage. First, however, I had to work to get some of the loose rocks that were lying on the passage floor out of my way. I was disappointed to find out that most of the rocks that looked loose were actually attached to the floor. I was hoping to be able to scrape them out of the way. I had pushed the sledgehammer into the passage before me, so at this point I used it to push the rock wall we had made even further back into the passage. Then I dragged the sledge back and forth across the floor to move any loose rocks, or break up the solid ones. By sliding the head of the hammer under the squeeze, I determined that the narrowest part of the squeeze was about 7 inches high. I figured we would have to do some work before I could slip through. The entire time I had my head in the passage, B was just kicking back, listening to my description of the passage report. At some point, he snapped the photo shown above. Thanks, B. Up to the point of the size of the passage was not too big of a deal. I was in an incredibly small passage, but only my upper body was in. And since it was the largest part of the passage and my arms could move around freely, I was pretty calm. Then it was time for the push. I slid the sledgehammer up as far as we could reach. Since my body filled the entrance, I could not slip the tools out, so it was easier to push it ahead. In order to rotate my hips to the proper angle to enter the hole, I had to lean my upper body on my forearms, use my feet to climb the wall outside the hole, and slowly crawl into the hole. My hips barely fit. Once they cleared the entrance, I could relax a bit and get in a position to work towards the squeeze. I decided to try the one arm forward technique to get through. The passage was so narrow that whatever position I started with, I would have to stay with through the entire length. There was just no room to move around or change positions. I would also have to turn my head one way or another and keep in the same position. This crawl was tight. Moving forward at this point of the passage was relatively easy. I could use my forward arm, my left arm, to pull and my other arm to push. At the same time, I would wiggle my body, trying to arch as much as I could to keep my chest off the rocks. I tried both ways and determined that I would turn my head to the right. It felt the most comfortable. I began to learn things as I went. I determined that the small flashlight in one hand would be nice. Then I could shine it a hand and get a better idea of what was about to crawl over. This was a difficult maneuver because I had to look overhead. Since my head was turned, it became immediately obvious that we were going to have to do some more work removing rocks from the passage floor. As I moved along the surface, I was constantly scraping my chest on the rocks. They were sharp and it felt painful. Occasionally, I would cause a rock to slide along my chest, and I actually wedged me between it and the top of the passage. I would then have to back up and either try to move the rock to the side with my cheek, using a weeping motion with my head, or back way out and move it with my forward hand. My trip into the passage represented a major milestone in my caving career. When I began caving, I did not feel overly comfortable going through tight spaces. Even the little squeeze at the beginning of this cave was an obstacle to overcome. By pushing myself and forcing myself to try the narrow passage, I have become much calmer about tight spaces. Still, this passage represented a new branch mark in small spaces. I had not been faced with anything this small. I don't remember having to take off my helmet before now. With this passage, it is mandatory. As I mentioned before, not only do I have to take off my helmet, but I have to turn my head to the side in order to fit. The journey into the tomb went like this. After I had twisted my hips into the passage, I took a few minutes to stop and work out a game plan. Most of the length of my legs was still outside the entrance. They were just dangling in the air. The tomb was still big enough to move my head around, even though my arms moved my arms freely into position. It was larger than the rest of the passage, but not by much. It was like sticking my head into a box. Everywhere I looked, there were rocks, not too far from my head. Any sound I made was muffled and dead. The narrowest part of the passage was about 10 feet in. At this point, I was about 3 1/2 feet in. At about the 4-foot mark, I would have to commit to what position I felt comfortable and stay that way until the 12-foot mark, at which time the cave started opening up. I went with my left arm forward and head turned to the right. B had given me a flashlight that I held in my left hand. As I inched forward, I would try to brush the loose rocks away with my left arm. This was somewhat successful, but there were a lot of rocks I missed or could not move. As I mentioned, the first little bit of crawl moved along fairly quickly, since there was a little room above me to navigate the passage. Then the wall started to close in around me. I had a few extra inches on each side of me, but the top of the crawl was getting very low. At about the 7-foot mark, I could feel the top rubbing my back as I would arc. After another 1/2 foot, I couldn't arc anymore. I had to just push ahead with my toes and pull with my forward arm. I decided it would be a good time to see if I could just back out, and I tried it, and it was pretty easy. That gave me a lot more confidence. Still, I had B tie webbing around my feet just in case he had to pull me out. My neck was starting to get sore from being cracked to the side. My head was getting heavy, but to rest it, the only position I had was to lay on the broken rocks. It was painful, but I did it frequently. I was staring at the wall to the right. It was a mere 4 to 5 inches from my face. Most of the time I wasn't watching the wall. Either I had my eyes closed, which I sometimes do when going through a tight spot, or the light wasn't shining in a direction that did me any good. It was very quiet in the tomb, other than my own breath. I was breathing heavy for the efforts it took me. Thankfully, the breeze was present and cooled me off. By lifting my head and carefully touching the ceiling from time to time, I could gauge the size of the passage that my body would soon pass through, much like a cat using its whiskers to gauge an opening in a fence. 7.5-foot mark, I could tell things were about to get really tight. While laying in the darkness in a passage deep within the cave, one is in a unique position to ponder. A mountain literally resting on top of me, the entire earth lying below. One tiny movement of earth and I would cease to exist, or otherwise to recognize the fear shared by Floyd Collins as he lays there, trapped for days, deep within the heart of Mother Earth, incapable of freeing himself from his earthen prison. Picture yourself in this position. Lying on your stomach, your left arm is extended over your head. Your right arm is at your side, having only a few inches in which to move. Your arms and hands are sore and bleeding from crawling/pulling yourself across the broken rocks. Your entire body is resting on the rocks. Your neck gets tired of holding your head off the rocks, so you gently rest your cheek on the rock to rest. Once you start again, you have to push with your toes to scoot your body forward, sliding across the rock. After moving a few inches, you are breathing hard and you have to rest. As you inhale, you can feel your back pressing hard against the top of the squeeze. It takes several minutes before you recover enough to press forward. The entire time you are lying there, you think about how you're going to get back out, and what if. Well, that's pretty much what was going through in my head at this point of the passage. I decided that this would be a good time to throw in a couple photos of the squeeze. The photos were actually taken on a different trip, but it shows how tight things were at the point of the passage. Notice my head turned to the side, not by choice, and you could see how I would rest my cheek on the rocks. You can also see how difficult it is to look around me. My arms are pinned to my side. I later determined that they would be the best position. There is virtually no space between the top of the passage and my back. Tight. Not for the claustrophobic. When I reached the point where my back was rubbing and I could feel with my head the passage was not getting bigger, I knew I was most likely not going to get through. Still, I decided to give it one more push. If I had been in this position a year ago, I would have been in a state of panic, but not today. I was pretty pumped. It took a few minutes to rest, then I went for it. I exhaled completely all of the air out of my lungs. This caused my chest to collapse enough to scoot forward a few inches. Because it took so much effort to scoot, I only went a few inches before I had to stop to breathe. As I inhaled, my chest pressed hard against the floor, and my back pressed against the top. It took a little longer to get my breath back. Unbelievably, I did it again. Exhale, scoot, rest, again, only a few inches, repeat. Took a few minutes to enjoy this position, pinned into a small passage. Wow, I could not believe how relaxed I was. I tried one more time to exhale and scoot. My back was rubbing too much to continue. Despite the failed effort, I was psyched. I took several long minutes to lay there and recover from the effort. B had been encouraging me this entire time. It was fun to hear him cheer as he saw my shoes go deeper and deeper into the hole. Backing out was not too difficult, but did take some work. I encountered the same obstacles as when I went back in. After I wiggled my hips out of the hole, which took some time, I had trouble getting my shoulders out. Both arms were overhead at this point. My shirt was being caught on the rocks and my shoulders were brushing the sharp rocks. After struggling to find a good position, I gave up and just pulled my upper body out. Scrape! My shirt pulled up over my head, and I could hear nice scrapes on my shoulders, but I didn't care. To me, this trip was a success. I had pushed myself beyond what I thought was possible. I kneeled at the entrance and looked into the narrow passage I had been in. The rock wall was now only at an 11-foot mark. I had pushed it a while with my forward arm. The smallest point was at the 9-foot mark. We were so close. Between the work and the excitement, I was tired. I just sat in the large rope bag, grinning. Phew, what a trip. The rest of the journal talked about the usual. Our climb out, dinner, trip home, etc. On our way home, we were brainstorming and came up with some ideas that would help us get through. We both invented some tools to remove the rock from the floor deep within the passage. We were both very excited by the trip. I, from pushing my limits in the cave, and B, from his success in climbing out of the cave. This was the first time he was able to climb all the way out without the help of climbing devices, nor my help. It was a personal success that showed the progress he had made since his accident. Pretty cool. I remained amazed how easily we forget that terrifying moment that we experienced just the day before. All had been forgotten, with the strange noise being blamed in our minds on some rational, harmless experience. Prior to going back out to Mystery Cave again, we spent a lot of time preparing. We made a squeeze box, which is a wooden box, opening of which can be adjusted in size. We can even crawl through the opening and measure to see how tight of a squeeze we can fit through. From that, we were able to determine that we need about 8 inches in height to get through the smallest portion of Floyd's tomb. That meant we had to scrape out about an inch from the floor to the passage. We also learned about the best position I would need to get through the passage would be on my stomach with my arms by my side, and of course my head would be turned one way or the other. That position allowed my shoulder blades to drop to their lowest point. In order to move, I would push forward or backward with my toes. It sounds difficult, but felt adequate. Later, it proved to work sufficiently. The second thing we prepared was to construct the tools we invented to work with the cave. I came up with a clever way to chip away the inside of the passage without having to climb inside. I had my neighbor wheel together several lengths of steel pipe in a manner that would allow us to take it apart while we climbed down the tomb, but still have enough length necessary to hold up to a blow from a hammer once it was all together. We made our own tips that we could screw into our pipe to reach the area we needed to work on. B came out with a cool design for a scraper against angle iron. We had his neighbor wield it together. It proved to be an invaluable tool for scraping and removing the rock. We were both proud of our inventions. I also made a device to hold my drill that attached to our pipe. We ended up not using it since B's scraper device worked so well. I took an oath. I made a vow. I would not leave the cave until I would made it through the passage, conquering Floyd's tomb. This would be the trip. It had been a long time since we had been out to mystery. We had been busy, though. We had made the tools and we had talked about it. It was fun coming up with the ideas for tools. Also, we made the squeeze box to determine the best technique for getting through the tight spot. Plus, we knew how much rock we needed to remove before we could get through. We were excited to get back out of the cave to finish our project. Our climb down to the passage took a little bit longer than usual since we had extra tools to carry. Once we got down the passage, we immediately got to work using B's scraping tool with the pipe I had made. It worked like a charm. We could hammer the pipe on one end and the scraping tool on the other end dug into the rock. Then we would push the debris all the way through the passage out of the way. When we needed to measure our progress, we would turn the scraper sideways in the passage and observe clearance. We worked for about 2 hours before I had a desire to try the tomb. I just wanted to make sure I was going to make it through on the first try. B made one more sweep of the passage floor, clearing any loose rocks from where I would be crawling. In pushing the wall, we made it to the back of the squeeze. I made preparations for the crawl by fashioning duct tape suspenders to prevent my shirt from sliding around while sliding across the rock. I went with the flashlight in my hand, even though my hand would be at my side. I knew I would need it once I got through. As an exception of faith, I did not tie a rope to my feet. I was confident I was going to make it. Finally, I made the attempt. Although I didn't mention it in my journal, we did not notice the breeze was back and the rumbling presented. Since we did not do any work to the entrance, I had to go through the same dance routine to get even through the passage. Once I got my upper body through the hole, I shined the flashlight around me to work at the plane of attack. The passage didn't seem any bigger than last time I was there, but most of the work was down deeper in the squeeze. I paused for a few minutes, then twisted my hips to get my lower body in. I slowly inched forward as my entire body slowly filled the passage. Before I was completely in, I got into position for the push. I dropped both of my hands to my side and turned my head to the right. Then I began to inch forward. Once my toes were inside of the cave, I used them to push forward. To keep from scraping my body, I would walk around my shoulders and knees and toes. Progress was slow but steady. That was fine by me. A foot or two before the tight spot, I could already tell there was a little more room. Even so, I began to touch the roof of the passage with my back. This time, however, I was able to continue moving forward. I reached the lowest point in the passage, and I could tell that it was going to be tricky. Even with the work we had done clearing out the rocks, I still felt the sharp pebbles around my chest as I was sliding along. When I could feel my back brushing at the top of the passage in several places, I reverted to my technique of exhaling. Before I began, however, I took a minute to lay there in the passage. I could see the glow of B's flashlight as the rays of light managed to squeeze past my body. I could feel the cool breeze evaporate the drops of dirty sweat down my forehead. I could feel 1,000 sharp edges dig into the surface of my skin. I felt the twinge of excitement as I realized the goal we had set out to achieve weeks ago was about to be realized. This thought alone made me want to keep moving, no matter how tight the passage became. I breathed in and out rapidly in a few moments, then began. Exhale, scoot, stop to catch my breath, repeat. After just a few inches of scooting, I could raise my head off the floor of the squeeze and tell that the passage was beginning to open up. I relayed this information to B, and we took a few seconds to celebrate during the rest of the slice through the passage. B was cheering me on. Virgin Passage and Neil Armstrong territory were the phrases he kept repeating. I was grinning ear to ear. Even though the passage was beginning to get larger, it was still slow going. I had to continue scooting along for another 1.5 feet before I could slide my arms underneath me to use them to crawl. At this point, I felt my journey was essentially over. I was able to sit up slightly and move the rock wall we had eradicated several trips ago. Those rocks served as a somber reminder that a little caution would be wise. I shouted back to B what I thought. We both took a moment to congratulate ourselves on our success. B would likely never be able to squeeze through the passage and see what I was seeing, so I gave him a description of what the cave looked like. At this point, I only had my mini-mag, so I could not see very far into the passage. The end of the passage made a gentle right turn and seemed to go for a ways. I was unable to do anything at this point but sit, due to the size of the passage. All of the broken rocks we had pushed through Floyd's tomb were around me at this point. There were no other signs of intrusion. I had to wait until B passed me my helmet light to get a better feel of the cave. B used the pole we made to slide me the end of the rope. Then I was able to pull all of my gear through the squeeze. The first thing he sent through was my helmet and light. After I got my light fired up, I was able to see our new section of cave. Ours. It was an exciting experiment to see the result of hours of hard work over the course of several hours. At this point, we still had no idea what the cave had to offer. The only thing I could see was the passage immediately following the squeeze. It was a narrow passage with a low ceiling. I would easily be able to get through it, but I would have to crawl. I began taking pictures so I could show B. I asked B how far he thought I could venture into the new cave in light of the strange events that had occurred. For the first time, he too toned down his enthusiasm as he remembered the noise. He slid the pipe through the tomb with a loosened tip at the end. He said I could use it as a weapon if I ran into an animal or... He also told me to make sure he could hear each other as we progressed through the cave. Even though we were at least thinking of the possibility of running into trouble, we would never consider the fact that I got into trouble. B would never be able to rescue me, and the fact no one would be able to get me out for many hours. If I were in serious trouble, as in hurt, there was no way anyone would be able to get to me in time. But symbolic of the whole experience, we were focused on our goal, and not the potential danger we faced. So far, we had dodged proverbial bullet. I strapped on my gloves and knee pads, grabbed my camera, and began my adventure. I crawled through the passage, picture below, which was about 20 feet long. At the end of the crawl, the cave bent slightly to the right. I would have to climb up a gentle slope, but then I was able to stand at the end, next to the cave. The next section was about 40 feet long. In addition to having a higher ceiling, the wall was a little wider than the section I had just crawled through. Both sections were relatively straight. The floor was covered in rock, which crumbled as I crawled, and then walked across. The floor was basically the same as much as Mystery Cave, except pristine. It was obvious no one had been in here before. Upon closer examination of the walls, I had found two delicate types of formation. The first resembled several chunks of grated cheese together on one end, and the rest of the cheese just flopped down. The second formation was just tiny shards of rock, thinner than human hair. It looked pretty cool. I found several examples of both kinds of formations. I was not even through the second section of the cave, and I could barely hear B. Cave passages are not very acoustic friendly. I shouted to him that I would go for another half hour, then return. He said he would be fine, and then to be careful. Then I proceeded to explain some more. I could walk nearly upright at this point. I was on the third straight section of the cave when I discovered a crystal formation on the right of the wall. It was several layers of the wall, resembling clear candle wax that was allowed to melt and drip on the wall. There were several small, stylized-looking formations formed by these crystals. The longest was about 4 inches in length. There would have been one much longer, judging by the size of the base, but it was broken off. I looked to see if I could locate where it ended up, but I couldn't find it. The passage continued on for another 100 feet or so before the cave opened up a little. It was at the end of a short, straight segment of the cave. At the very end of the segment, the cave made a bend in the left and opened up into a room. Just at the point where the room began was the rock that appeared to be leaning against the wall. This seemed odd, but singular formations are common in caves, so it was by no means unique. I had crawled and stepped over large chunks of rock that fell down from the ceiling, This one was one of the more round than the others. Once past the rock, the room opened up at a height of about 15 feet. It was about 15 in width and about 70 feet in length. At the far end of the room, there was another passage leading straight out. As I entered the room, I had an eerie feeling. It was like the old saying that I felt like I was being watched. Once again, the excitement of the new find faded, and the memories of the mysterious side of the cave crept back into my mind. Suddenly, I felt very alone. Fortunately for my ego, I was nearly out of the time I had to get back to B before my half hour was up. I took several pictures of the room. I was going to just get a feel for how the next passage was when something caught my attention. On the left side of the room, on the wall at the eye level, I discovered what appeared to be hieroglyphics. It was a single drawing that almost appeared to be just part of the rock correlation. It looked very crude representation of people standing below a symbol. I was pumped. This meant that there had to be another entrance of the cave. Even if the entrance was closed or blocked, it might mean an opportunity to open it and get B into the cave. I took another look at the drawing of the cave to make sure I could describe it to B. Then I took some more pictures and headed back to B. When I got back to the squeeze, I could barely talk fast enough to let B know everything I had discovered. He was just as excited to hear about my newly found treasures. As we debated what our next move would be, I began to send my gear back through the tomb to B. I told him it would be best if he could get someone else to get back with me, in case something happened. He agreed. Once I got all my gear together, I was faced with the wonderful task of having to negotiate Floyd's tomb again. Theoretically, a person should be able to get out of the passage. He just crawled through by simply reverting what he just did. If he converts his body a certain way to get in, he should be able to get through the same position to get out. In practice, this may not prove to be possible or practical. Such was the case with the tomb. I determined in advance that I would attempt to go head first through the squeeze. I knew that I could definitely make it in by feet first, but that would mean backing up all the way through the tomb. That would take a long time and be very exhausting. My only concern in going head first was when I got to the end of the squeeze, I would just go through the hole we made without the benefit of being able to twist my body. Oh, well, I chose to go head first and deal with the exit when I got to it. I started into the squeeze very close to the tight spot, so at least I would have it over soon. It turned out to be very tricky to getting through. I had to shift my hips to the right a little to get through, but I just kept getting plugged away at it. My hands were once again by my side. My head was turned to the right and I was scooting with my toes. And once again, I was using my head as a gauge to tell when I was at a tight spot. Then, when I had to pass it, I seemed to get a little tired, a little quicker on my way out. Must have been from all the work we had done to get through. I was a little over halfway through when something bizarre happened. I was laying there with a brief break when I heard a sound deep within the cave. It was faint but distinct sound of rock sliding on rock. My blood froze in its veins. I couldn't move. I just lay there straining to hear the sound once again. Nothing. I quickly began to scoot towards the exit. I didn't mention the sound to B, but I did recall one of our earlier trips when B said he heard the same thing. The task of getting out of the hole turned out to be as painful as I thought it'd be. I had to put my arms overhead and force my shoulders through the hole. I definitely left some skin behind as I slipped through. B helped me as I wiggled my upper body out of the passage. Then I could catch myself and ease my lower body out of the tomb. I was out. B and I shook hands and began to load up the gear. I was trying to listen to any sounds coming from the hole, but we were making too much noise gathering our stuff. As much as I looked forward to getting into the passage, it was a relief to getting back out. This was pretty much how I felt about the caves in general. I'd love to go in, but it felt good whenever I was coming back out again. Something strange happened with the pictures I took in the new part of the cave. The pictures I took in the passage leading to the large room all turned out just fine. Strangely, none of the pictures taken in the room turned out. Pictures of the round rock and, more importantly, pictures of the hieroglyphics I saw. Pictures taken before and after the room turned out great, but the negatives in the photo taken in the room were clear. Nothing. I remember what the hieroglyphics looked like, so I drew a picture to give you an idea of what I saw. Only a couple days elapsed before B found someone who wanted to explore the passage with us. B told me he talked to a few other people who couldn't make it because of scheduling conflicts. He said they really grilled him for information about the cave and about the passage. He would not tell them which cave it was to ensure that we explored it to our satisfaction before we made it known to the public. Even the guy who ended up going with us did not know which cave it was until we were close to it. And he swore to secrecy that he would not reveal the location of the cave to anyone on the planet. I won't identify him by name, so I will refer to him as Joe. Joe, B, and I set out early in the morning to make sure we spend all the time we wanted to the new passage. When we got to the cave, we were able to rig up and descend rather quickly. It helps when you don't have to haul half a hardware store down into the cave. Joe was impressed by our work. Even B and I took a minute to pat ourselves on the back for all the hard work we put in, and for the fact that we made it through. Joe was a rather thin caver who had had a lot of experience in caves. He said this might be the toughest squeeze he'd ever been in, but it didn't bother him. I knew that physically he would be able to make it since I was bigger than him and I made it. He was just as excited as us to go through and get caving, maybe more. He quickly got ready and was waiting to hear what the plan of attack was going to be. I figured I would send him through first since he was ready and I would follow. B would pass our gear through and wait for us outside the passage. B would give us 2 hours to return. That was nice of B to go into the cave and babysit us. It gets so boring sitting there in the cave. With our plan set, we were ready to roll. It was, perhaps, irresponsible of us not to tell Joe about all the unexplained events that occurred in the cave until after he had gone through. But what exactly to tell someone? How many weird things did we need to reveal to him? We did not feel like we were in any danger, so we didn't go into the caves ourselves. So we did not tell him a thing prior to him entering Floyd's tomb. Of course, when we did tell him afterwards, it was too late. I couldn't believe how easy Joe slipped through the passage. He said it was tight, but it didn't look like it. Once he got in, we passed him his gear and we started. Even though I knew it could fit through, I was still a slow trip through the tomb. We can only go as fast when you're scooting on your toes. When I reached the tight spot of the squeeze, I had Joe snap a picture of me. I thought it would make a good photo. Once I got through, B started to relay my stuff to me. Then disaster struck. I had gone all the way in and turned around to pull my gear through. I had to kneel down and still crouch down low. I had to get my helmet, ironically, in line and was turning around to feed the rope through to B when I smacked my head on top of the passage. Human skull versus solid rock. Rock won. I told B what happened, so he sent my first aid kit. I was bleeding, but even worse, I didn't feel too good. Patched myself up, then told Joel I didn't think I'd better continue. He looked like a little kid who was told that Christmas was going to be canceled. Although I didn't like the idea of him exploring the cave without me, for selfish reasons, of course. I wanted him to at least see part of the cave for making the trip out here. I told him how far to go and how long it would take, then I sent him on his way. As I laid there, I could hear him crawling in the darkness. His light disappeared after the first turn. I rested for a minute or two, then began my journey back through the squeeze. It was disappointing to get all the way through the cave and not be able to explore it to the end. Actually, it's killing me. After I got through Floyd's tomb, which was painful, I sat and munched on a Cliff Bar while B and I chatted. I told him I would pay for a motel room if he would stay overnight. Then we could see how I was doing the next day and make another attempt at the cave. I felt goofy for having smacked my head at the cave wall. B said he was willing to give it another try tomorrow. He was just as anxious to put some closure to the cave. As long as Joe would stay overnight, we determined to wrap things up the next day. Once this was settled, we just sat back and enjoyed the darkness. We could hear no sounds coming from the passage. The silence reminded me of the scraping noise that I had heard the first time we were out there. I brought this up on the subject with B, since I had not explored the cave completely. I could not offer my expectations of what would be making the scraping noise, or the wind strength, or the rumbling, or that terrible scream that we heard. Suddenly, we both wished we had not sent Joe into the cave alone. B went to the hole and yelled into it, "Joe?" No answer. Not surprising. You couldn't hear each other when you were far apart in the cave. We nervously waited any sound, good sounds that is, Joe-type sounds. The 20-minute time limit we had set passed, then 25 minutes. I really had no desire to climb back through the squeeze. My head was still throbbing and the squeeze looked tighter than ever. Still, I know I was going to have to make sure Joe was safe. Just as I was getting prepared to go through, I saw a light deep in the passage. "Joe?" I called out. Nothing. "Joe!" Still no answer. The light got brighter and I could hear the noise of someone crawling across the broken rock that lined the cave. "You okay, Joe?" "No," was his weak reply. When we got to the other side of the tomb, he said he was not feeling well. He quickly turned his gear off and put them in the bag so we could get through. As I pulled the bag through the passage, he began to climb back through the tomb. We didn't even get a chance to question him about what he saw before he was coming back through. He quickly slipped through the squeeze in the hole, and we finally got a look at him. He looked terrible. His face was pale and he was out of breath. The dust that covered the floor of the squeeze left its mark on his face and clothes. He had numerous small cuts and scratches on his face and arms, probably from his rapid exit from the passage. His eyes were wide open. We only had a brief moment to look at the change in the occurrence of Joe before he started to head up and out the cave without saying a word. While Joe and Bee stirred to the surface, I took another minute to gather our gear. Then I stopped to listen into the passage. I heard nothing, and I felt nothing. The wind had stopped. Part of me wanted to get out of the cave as fast as possible, but another part of me wanted to immediately climb back through the passage and find out what made the cave tick. Then was not the time, though. I felt a little dizzy from my injury. At the moment, I noticed Bee and Joe had made good time getting up the cave passage, and I left alone. Chills ran through my body as I scurried to catch up with them. Once we got outside the cave, I figured we would be able to find out more from Joe, but when we got to the final climb, he just unclipped from the rope and straight to the truck. In the light of day, he looked even worse than in the cave. Bee and I gathered up the rope and our gear and headed to the truck. Joe said he didn't want to stay overnight because he felt terrible, and we believed him. So we headed home, and we couldn't get any information from Joe. He just stared straight ahead. He was shaking like a leaf, and he said he was not cold. When we tried to question him, his answers were short. I asked him if he saw the hieroglyphics. No. Did he hear us yelling? No. Did he see the round rock? No. Did he see the crystals? No. He said that he went a little ways and started to feel sick. Something was fishy about his answers. He would have had to have seen the crystals if he got far enough into the cave that he could hear us yelling. But why would he not elaborate? The rest of the trip passed in eerie silence. Joe did not say anything else. We gave him a brief outline of the strange events that happened in the cave. He didn't reply. As we were dropping him off, we asked if he wanted to go back to the cave. He shook his head and ran into his house. I tried to call him later that day and the next day, but I only got his voicemail. In this journal entry, I discussed briefly the feelings Bee and I had at this point. I would like to elaborate on those feelings and set the mood for this part of my journal. I hope I can successfully convey our exact thoughts and feelings as we contempt our next plan. If not, I'm afraid we will appear to average readers as being ignorant, naive, or downright foolish. This cave represented to us the culmination of weeks of hard work with an array of emotions, from fatigue to fear, anticipation to pain, from frustration to glory. To us, we were not standing on the brink of possible destruction, but rather honoring an unspoken commitment. Much like a parent of a wayward child, we were not about to abandon our child out of fear of the unknown. Like it or not, this cave has been a part of us, and now we must see this adventure to its fruition. Additionally, verbose exploration aisle, we were being eaten alive with curiosity. Despite the overwhelming number of unexplained occurrences we'd experienced, we had to go back into the cave. What was making the rumbling noise? What caused the change in the wind strength? Etc., all the way down to Joe. What could have possibly happened with him? What did he see or experience? We had many lengthy discussions about what our next move would be. We kept coming to the same conclusion. We had to return to the cave. We could offer no possible scenarios that would solve many riddles deep within the cave. The only way we would hope to complete the puzzle was to conquer the cave. We were going back to Mystery Cave. 2 weeks after our trip with Joe, and we were on our way to the cave. To prepare this trip, we contacted the local cave rescue group and got permission to borrow their low-voltage two-way phone. The phone consists of 2 transfers and a long spool of thin wire. I would be able to unwind the wire as I went into the passage and stay in contact with Bee the entire time. We also thought it would be a good idea to take a video camera in the passage. I purchased a case that would protect the video camera from dust, as well as sharp rocks. I was more than willing to pay the cost of the case just to make sure Bee could see the entire passage. My head was doing fine. I still had a light red mark from the spot where I tried to break the rock with my head. I never went to a doctor, but it is a very painful experience. I had thought about what would happen if I had been able to go to the passage with Joe. He was a changed man after he came out. I had been calling his house nearly every day trying to talk to him, but he won't answer his phone. B called his work, and a mutual friend told him that Joe had called in sick 2 weeks ago and hadn't been in since. He said Joe warned his boss he might be out for a while. I even stopped by his house twice. The first time it looked like someone was home, but no one answered the door. The second time his car was gone and there were no lights on. I hoped to talk to him before the trip, but it didn't work out. As we were rigging out the ropes to descend into the cave, I felt something for the first time. I did not want to go into the cave. It was not the feeling of foreboding. It was not receiving some premonition. I just had no desire to enter the underground world of the cave. I didn't share this feeling with B at the time. Even though I had no desire to go into the cave, I knew we had to. So I double-checked my gear and slipped over the edge of the cliff. Right from the beginning, it seemed like the cave did not want us to be there. Nothing went smoothly. Every time we tried to clip a carburetor or tie a knot or attach something to the rope, we had to do 2 or 3 times to get it right. Fortunately, we recognized this and made sure everything was safe and secure. As we slowly made our way down, we were continually bumping into the side of the cave, or stumbling as we walked, or dropping things. We finally reached the point where we stopped to gather ourselves before continuing. Our load was relatively light, but we were taking forever to get into the hole. But we finally made it. We checked the camera and phone to make sure this survived the trip. We tested everything and I gathered the gear I wanted to take into the passage. Then it was time. We looked at each other, but said nothing. Then I turned to face the passage. As I twisted my body to begin entering the tomb, I desperately hoped it would be the last time I would contort my body to enter this claustrophobic nightmare. The trip through Floyd's tomb went smoothly, figuratively speaking. After I got through, we took several minutes to get everything passed through to me. I got suited up and tested all the equipment. The phone worked like a charm. I videotaped the squeeze, and then first the section of the new passage. Since I would be unable to tape while I crawled, my plan was to crawl to the next section, then stop and film some more. I could video what I had been through, and then video what I was going to crawl through next. That way I would get through the section from both ends. I was starting to feel pretty good about the trip. I felt a sense of personal satisfaction at being able to provide a way for B to see the fruits of his labor. It was awkward lugging the camera and unrolling the phone wire while trying to crawl. I knew it would be worth it, though. The small formation were too small to show up on the video. With the normal outside lighting, it would be no problem, but with my headlight as the only source of light, the only effort was futile. The crystal formation turned out quite nice. They were easily large enough and made for some pretty good footage. I took advantage of the film stop to check on the phone. It was comforting to hear someone's voice deep within the passage. We chatted briefly, then I unplugged the phone and prepared to continue. The phone resembled an oversized large phone, more like the ones you see in the war movies. When I wanted to talk to B, I would just plug the phone into a special jack on the spool of wire. The power source was on B's end of the phone, so it always turned on. The reception was clear as a normal phone. I continued forward. Even though progress was slow, it was steady. Things were going pretty good until I reached the round rock. Once again, I got the strange feeling. Just like the last time, I looked around carefully, but saw nothing to be alarmed about. I proceeded to film the entire room. I got good shots of the round rock from all angles. I got the walls, ceiling, and the floors to the best of my ability. I even got some pretty good tape of the figure on the wall. It was difficult to make out exactly what it was on the video, but you could definitely tell something was there. After I taped everything to my satisfaction, I moved towards the end of the room to explore new territory. At the far end of the large room, there was a passage that led to darkness. The entrance was about a foot lower than my head, and it looked like it continued at that height for as far as I could see. I ducked under the ceiling and prepared to see a new sight. The walls of the very new passage were darker than the rest of the cave at this point. The floor was made up of the same type of broken rock. The ceiling had the same type of near-perfect arc as the old section of Mystery Cave. It almost seemed out of place in the jagged atmosphere of the cave. I could only see it for about 30 feet or so before the passage appeared to make the right-hand turn. I thought this was a good place to check in with B. I took a couple of beeps before he answered the phone, but once he did, his voice was crystal clear. It sounded like he could have been snoozing. Had I been gone that long? He said he was doing fine and that I could take as much time as I needed. I thanked him and hung up. His patience had been wonderful during this whole project. He had just spent a lot of time just waiting for me while I was exploring the passage. I was just glad he was still willing to sit and wait. I hung up the phone and started to film the new passage. Then it happened. From behind me, I heard the scraping noise. It was loud. It was close. It was coming from the large room I had just left. I wheeled it around to face whatever had made that noise. When I did, I lost my presence of mind and stood up at the same time. Crunch. My helmet crashed to the passage ceiling. My light broke and I was buried in the heavy darkness. Pain shot through my neck and deep into my back. The helmet had protected my head, but my neck was nearly numb from the impact. Fear enveloped me and my knees began to weaken. I slowly and involuntarily slumped to my knees. I gently set the camera down as I began to see stars from the pain in my upper back. The scraping noise lasted only a second, and now the only sound I could hear was my own panic-inspired breath. Not only could I feel the fear thick upon my chest, but the darkness seemed to hold me in place. I felt like I was vulnerable from every direction. I wanted to turn and look behind me, and to the side of me, and in front of me. Everywhere I looked, I saw black. Finally, I broke the stupor of the terror long enough to reach for my alternate light source, the mini-mag on my helmet. I twisted the light to turn it on, and when I did, I nearly cried. I had forgot to put fresh batteries in, and now I could barely see more than a few feet. Still, it was better than nothing. I immediately began shining the light with my mind into the large room. I strained to get a glimpse of any movement in the room. I was shaking violently as I sat there trying to figure out what to do. My mind was not thinking clearly. I honestly thought I was going to die right then and there in the cave. For a fleeting moment, I wondered how B would ever find out what had happened to me. Then it hit me like a boulder. The phone. My mind must have been clearing up at this point, because I also thought about the glow sticks. Without taking my mind out the large room, I felt around in my back for the glow sticks. Since I was carrying the phone and the video camera, I removed as much as possible from my pack, and the one thing that I left with B was my backup headlamp. Thus, I was left with only glow sticks. I found one and ripped it out of my bag. I could tell something was wrong by how it sounded. It has been inadvertently broken and was now useless. I chucked it on the ground and searched for my pack for another one. I took my eyes off the large room only to check the passage behind me occasionally. I found another glow stick, broke it to lit up. The soft green glow created eerie colors on the wall of the cave. The stick provided barely enough light to see an illuminate area and provided no hint of what lay ahead. I felt the pack for one more light again, without taking my eye off the room. I found a third glow stick and ripped it out of the package. After breaking it to make sure it worked, I hesitated, then threw the glow stick into the large room. The throw was a perfect one, and the stick sailed through the length of the room. In the brief moment, the light traveled through the room, and I saw nothing but cave walls. The absence of nothing usually did nothing to ease my state of panic. At the fear at the end of the room, I got a glimpse of the round rock as the light bounced on it. The light went behind the rock and seemed to disappear. I was still shaking, but at least I didn't see anything. But there was still the noise. I used the glow stick to light the phone reel, and with my fumbled fingers, I managed to plug my phone into the jack. I put the phone to my ear and heard nothing. The usual beeps to indicate connection with the other phone was not there. Terrified, I pulled the phone from the jack and reinserted it. Again, silence. The line was dead, but what could have just happened? I had talked to B. I found myself nearly sobbing with fear. I knew the only way out of here was back the way I came, but something was there. A third attempt at making contact with B met with the same results. I tried to think of another plan, but I could only focus on the memories of the grinding sound that I had heard. In my weakened state, I slumped against the side of the passage, breathing like I had just finished the race, never breaking eye contact with the shadow of the large room. As my shoulder touched the wall, I felt a jolt of pain that reminded me of my collision with the roof of the cave. Despair, agony, terror. I couldn't say exactly how long I had sat there, but my feet were tingling, my knees were sore. The pain in my back crept lower, although my neck felt no different. I resolved to make an attempt to exit this vile passage. I knew if I waited too long, I would lose what lie I had. I attempted to stand, but did not have the same strength. I crawled slowly to the near end of the room, dragging my back against me. Using the walls of the cave, I was able to slowly stand, though not straight due to my sore back. Still breathing rapidly, I slowly advanced through the room. I wound up my phone wire as I went. My eyes were staring straight ahead, straining for any signs of movement. With every step, my light would cast ever-changing shadows in the walls, keeping me busy trying to look at everyone. My eyes burned as I realized I had not blinked for many minutes. How many? How long had this been going on? The only sounds I could hear were the crunch of my feet on the broken rock and the wheezing of my breath. As I wound the cord, I could hear the squeak of the wheel, with each turn bringing me closer to the tomb, closer to B, closer to safety. The short trip through the room took an eternity. As I passed the crude drawing, it seemed to glow, as an offering of some sort of warning. I didn't know what the drawing represented, but everything about the cave seemed to instill fear. Towards the far end of the room, I could see the round rock dimly at the far reach of the light. Something seemed different about it, but I couldn't tell what. When I got within a few feet, I could finally tell what had changed. It had moved. That was the sound I heard. Again, terror gripped my entire body as I realized how close I was to something. I had no choice but to continue. Still, it was not easy. I inched forward towards the rock, holding the glow stick ahead of me in my shaky hand. Using it to pierce the darkness, I stepped towards the side of the rock and wound up the slack in the phone wire. Then I realized why I had lost contact with B. The rock was now sitting on the wire. I gave it a tug and the thin wire snapped. My only hope of contact with the outside world ceased to exist when the wire broke. I had never felt so alone and helpless, buried deep within the earth. I had voluntarily descended into my own grave, with a casket of solid rock. With the phone now useless, I sat it down on the passage, my gaze fixed on the round rock. I proceeded forward. My breathing was rapid, with my throat dry and aching and my mouth dusty. With every crunch of the rock below my feet, my heart seemed to stop. No movement could be seen in the green glow of the stick. I got to the rock and peered over the top. Seeing nothing, I took several rapid steps past it. When I reached the other side, I recoiled in horror at what I saw. In the side of the passage, near the floor, was a hole, with another passage revealed. It had been covered by the rock, but now it was exposed. The rock could not have moved by itself. I backed away from the hole and with the opposite wall. I had not been paying attention to the pain in my back, but now it came back to me all in a fury. I started down the nearly discovered passage. It went down at a 45-degree angle and continued straight for as far as I could see. Several feet down, I could see the glow stick that I had thrown. It illuminated the passage enough that I could tell the walls were fairly smooth. The floor seemed to be the same way, unlike the rest of the cave. The passage was about 3 feet in diameter as far as I could see. It would have been an easy passage to explore if I had the least desire to do so. Right now, I wanted out of the cave and into the daylight. I slowly backed away from the hole towards B. I never took my eyes off the abyss. I nearly tripped over the phone wire as I turned to leave the devil's lair. I noticed my mini-mag was practically dead, leaving me only with the glow stick. I wanted to sprint to Floyd's tomb. Just hearing another human being would help alleviate some of the fear I was experiencing. As I turned away from the large rock in the hole, I felt an overwhelming sense of panic fill my soul. It felt like a legion of demons were about to attack me from behind. It felt like my salvation lay ahead of me in the dark and Lucifer was behind me, trying to keep me from safety. I found myself moving much more faster than I should have been in the cave. My only thought was getting out as quickly as possible. I passed the crystal formation, barely even noticing this beautiful creature of nature in the green glow of my light. Every time I ducked to avoid a rock, I felt my back scream, its reminder of my injury. When I got to the point of the passage where I had to crawl, I flung myself down on all fours, barely slowing down as I dropped. When my hands came in contact with the cave floor, I felt an electric shock shoot all the way through my back and stimulate down my arms. For the first time since this nightmare had begun, I let out a scream. I crumpled down and lay there on the rock with new levels of pain manifesting every time I inhaled, whimpering from fear and pain. I tried to listen for any other noises in the cave. I could feel the silence pondering in my head. I knew from previous trips that B was still out within earshot, but I was close. Forcing myself to move, I winced as I pulled my body on all fours and started to progress along the cave. I still held the glow stick in my hand, but I had ceased checking behind me. Now my focus was ahead of me. I reached to the point where I could yell to B, but it didn't make a sound. I didn't want to stop long enough to talk. Finally, I reached the last stretch of the cave before the squeeze. As I was crawling towards the beginning of the tomb, I called to B. He answered back. I screamed to him to get everything ready to go. He asked if I was okay since he hadn't heard me on the phone and had gotten worried. I told him no, and to get everything ready to go. When I reached the rope, I flipped off my helmet and shoved it into my pack. For the first time, I realized I had forgotten my video camera. It was a fleeting thought. I cared no more about that camera than a passenger on the Titanic cared about a hat or a coat. I tied the pack to the rope, and he told me to pull it through. Then I told him to start heading towards the surface as soon as he pulled the rope through. He asked why I screamed and that there was something in the cave with us. My back ached every move I made. I knew it didn't matter though. I was just going to get through the tomb as fast as I could. Just as I started into the squeeze, I felt the wind of the passage increase, and with the most nauseating stench I had ever experienced. It smelled like damp, rotting, rancid, putrid death. I almost started to dry heave. I pulled my shirt over my nose to shield me from the overpowering smell. At this time, B smelled it too. He yelled, "What is that?" Then he yelled at me to hurry up and get through. I told him I was coming. Then I took a deep breath through my shirt and started back through. B's yelling had intensified my fear and panic, as if I needed any help. I knew he could sense the urgency in getting out of this place. Still, as I started at my work through, I yelled at him to start up. Then I would catch up with him when I got through. He said he would. He placed my glow stick inside the passage, then began to climb up. This time through the squeeze, I had no regard for the tightness of the passage. I was scraping my face, ears, arms, and shoulders. Every inch of the squeeze meant numerous scratches on my body, but I barely noticed them. My back was nearly paralyzing me with pain. Once again, I felt the rising need to vomit because of the odor being delivered to my nostrils by the breeze. Halfway through Floyd's tomb, I took a break to catch my breath. I was approaching exhaustion, and my respiration rate was through the roof. The top of the passage seemed to rest my cheek, and the floor felt like broken glass on the opposite cheek. As I paused briefly to recuperate, I heard the scraping noise coming deep within the cave. It continued for several seconds, then silence. I let out a cry which startled me. I was no longer consciously reacting to the noise. The cry was a subconscious response to the fear which flowed through my entire body. In a panic, I began to scoot through the passage. As I reached the largest part of the tomb, I quickly slid my arms under my body to get to the position to the exit through our hole. I grabbed the rope and pulled with all my might. When my shoulders reached the hole, they lodged, and I was stuck. I dug my feet into the rock and wiggled my way back to the passage. Then I turned my body slightly and tried again. This time I was successful in pulling my upper body through. Normally, I would carefully work my way out, since this was a 3-foot drop on the outside of the hole. This time I kicked with my legs and pulled with my arms and plop. I dropped out of the tomb, right onto my shoulder. I tried to roll to soften the impact, but I was able to do anything more than take the blow. Strangely, the pain was focused on my shoulders, not apparently affecting my already sore back. I rolled over onto all fours, then slowly rose to my feet. The smell was much less intense outside of the passage. I grabbed the glow stick and used to find my helmet. I began to head for the webbing to climb up while strapping onto the helmet. When I got the webbing, I reached to grab and hold and recoil in horror. In the glow of the glow stick, I could see for the first time my injuries to my arms. My forearm was covered with deep cuts and scrapes. Much of my arm was covered with blood. The wounds were not deep enough to bleed freely, but rather oozed the blood. In the brief moment that I stopped, I noticed that there was a silence in the cave. No sounds coming from the passage and nothing from up ahead. Once again, the feeling of being alone returned, motivating me to proceed. Climbing up the little drop-off proved to be difficult in my condition. Having the glow sticks as the only light source added to the challenge. Once on top, I scrambled to climb up with B. I was impressed with the speed of his ascent. Although I did not mention any more of my physical condition during my exit, I was hurting. Every step I took, pain shot through my lower back and neck. My arms were shredded and my shoulders had a nice little gash in it. I honestly believe that were not with the terror I had felt at the time, I would not have the energy and motivation to climb out. I was running on pure adrenaline. Unfortunately, the adrenaline surge was about to end. I did not see or hear B until I reached the small area at the top of the drop. He was on the rope and climbing out as fast as he could. I could hear him moving quickly and breathing heavily. I called out to him, and his startling reaction told me he was nearly as tense as I was. He told me to get out on the rope and start climbing. We both knew that this would be dangerous and not something we would ever normally do, but this was different. I stood there looking up where the rope disappeared into the darkness above me. It danced around as B made his way to safety. He was out of sight, but I knew he was close. I knew the rope was my lifeline to the outside, to Light's safety. Behind me was darkness, fear, the unknown. I had the fleeting thought of a movie scene where the actor had outwitted the monster and had just reached the front door of the haunted house. Just as he reaches for the knob, he hears the sound behind him and turns, only to see. I slid the glow stick into the cord of my helmet and reached for the harness. Then I thought I would let B get a little bit higher while I pulled the rope up that was stretching down to the cave. That would make it easier to get out once we were at the top of the drop. I chose not to wind the rope around my arm since I was sore and bleeding, so I had pulled it into a pile on the floor. From above, I heard B warn me, rock, and I ducked under the ledge as several small rocks landed on the floor near my feet. I quickly went back to pulling the rope. I had about half of it, about 50 feet, when the rope hit a snag. It was solid. There was no way I was going to crawl back in and release it, so I decided just to forget the rope and get my harness on and get out of the cave. I quickly threw the harness around me and started to buckle it. Before I could secure it, I heard a strange noise at my feet. My pulse began to quicken. I looked down the rope only to discover my horror that the rope was disappearing into the darkness. Something was pulling the rope back into the cave. I let go of the harness and began to crawl my way up the rope. The unbuckled harness fell onto the floor. Fortunately, I held onto my ascender. At the moment, I could not think straight and began to climb out of the rock without being attached to the rope. I had climbed out many times using an ascending device, but I was always attached to the rope, just in case. I was climbing as fast as my battered body could hold me up. I was in near panic state again and consequently was scraping, bumping, and gouging my arms and legs. As I climbed, I screamed to B that something was pulling the rope. He yelled back to hurry up. Luck was with me in that I didn't slip and fall back down to the hole. If I had, I would have bounced several times against the side of the cave before smashing onto the floor. The injuries would have been fatal. Without the necessities of having to stop to slide the ascender rope, the rope made excellent time getting up. I could see a ray of light above me, coming from the entrance of the cave. That told me exactly where I was in the cave. I caught her to be on the ledge below where our rebillet point was fixed. I told him to keep going. I would only take a few minutes, but every second would be torture because I had to wait for him to get up. I watched the road that we had just climbed up. I expected to see some creature from deep within the cave climb up and make me its lunch. The rope moved around a bit in rhythm with B's climbing, but did not appear to have any tension on it. As I stood there waiting for B, I kept watching the road for signs of anything bizarre. I did not know if my heart could take any more stress. I could not have been more wired. I tried to relax a bit more to make sure I was thinking rationally, but my poor brain had reached sensory overload. As B reached the top of the climb, I got ready to climb on my ascender and got my sorry butt out of there. It was then that I noticed the rope began to tighten from below. I could feel the tension on the rope, but I was at a steady tension, not like someone was climbing up. Either way, I wanted to get out there as fast as I could. I clipped on and scrambled up the rope. I hadn't noticed, but B had kept on moving towards the entrance. I got up the last few feet in a hurry. I just unclipped and kept moving, leaving the rope behind. By the time I got to the entrance of the cave in daylight, B was almost up to the rope where the rope was anchored. I wanted to get up so bad, I almost started to free climb without climbing on the rope. I could see B was almost up, so I clipped on and started up. I almost didn't make it up. I had just started up when I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. I managed to recover enough to pull myself up the last few feet. As I climbed, I could hear the tension on the rope manifest itself by stretching noises on the rope. I prayed the rope would not break with me still attached to it. The second that I reached the top, I unclipped the ascender. I could see B kneeling down by the tree, so I limped over to him and collapsed. For the first time since I went through Floyd's tomb, we could see each other. We just stared. I knew I was looking pretty bad, but didn't know that B was such in bad shape. He had cuts and scrapes on his body, on every exposed surface of his body. His face was pale, almost white. His mouth and eyes were wide open. He was breathing heavily, almost gasping.
The shock we heard at the same other person's appearance was broken when we heard the rope from the tree stretch in a knot B had tied tighten. He was frozen in place, overwhelmed with the frightened bee seemed to transfixed on the knot. Then in one motion, he proceeded a pocket knife and began to work on the rope. It is amazing how a person's state of mind can alter the perception of time. I'm sure it took 4 to 5 seconds to sever the rope from the tree, but it seemed like an hour. When the rope was cut, the knot fell to the ground, while the end of the rope zipped across the rocks and over the edge of the cliff, the speed of which causing the humming noise as it went. As soon as the rope was cut, B let out a cry. He dropped the knife and fell backward. Watching the rope fly over the edge brought the feeling in the passage back to me. I got up and headed towards the truck. I noticed B was still laying there, wide-eyed, staring at the point the rope disappeared. I called to him, which seemed to break his trance. He got up and hurried away from the tree, the cave, the nightmare. Neither of us said a word all the way home. It is now 4 days after our trip at the cave, and it has taken me 4 days and dozens of attempts to get the entire experience written to my journal. Every time I started to write, I recorded the terrible feeling I had and couldn't write anymore. I felt compelled to continue so as to document the unbelievable events while all the details were fresh in my mind. I can still feel the pain, still smell the stench, still experience the terror. Even typing for my journal has taken hours. I would like to write more, but it will have to wait. Even now, with several days between me and the event, I couldn't relax. I could barely concentrate. That's all for now. It has been 3 weeks since our last visit to the cave. I wanted to update everyone as my condition, my plans for the cave, and in the events of the past few weeks. I apologize for not returning your phone calls. I've been getting all of your messages. I just haven't felt up to calling back. Steve and Mark, thanks for the words of encouragement on my answering machine. I know you two are sincerely concerned for me. You're awesome friends. Mac, I know you stopped by the house a few times, and I'm sorry I never answered the door. It really helped me just knowing you dropped by. Sis, I can hear the worry in your voice. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. Just take care of the nieces and nephews of mine. I figured if I can get this site updated, I can let everyone know at once about how I'm doing. A lot has happened in the last 3 weeks, so I'll do my best to cover everything. I guess I should start where the last entry left off. I took several days to get the last journal entry written down. I was so shook about the experience that I could do nothing else but sit around and ponder what had happened. Right now, I'm on long-term medical leave for work. I tried to go back to work several days after the event, but my boss sent me home. I couldn't concentrate and I looked terrible. I've even been to the doctor, but I couldn't tell him about the experience, so I just told him I was under a lot of stress. He recommended rest and gave me a prescription to help me relax. Good drugs. When we left the cave, I was nearly in a state of shock. I could not think clearly and was having a difficult time trying to understand what was happening. I didn't eat much, nor did I get any sleep. I was glad I had a presence of mind to write down my experience while I was in a fresh state of mind. As I reread what I wrote, I felt like I accurately portrayed what happened in the cave that day. I wouldn't change anything I wrote, even though it took 3 days to write it. When I finished writing in my journal, I felt much better. I guess it was kind of therapeutic. Unfortunately, it didn't last. In fact, it was after that things got really bad. B and I parted company after the trip, and I didn't see him again until yesterday. I didn't try to reach him, and he didn't try and get a hold of me. Nor did either of us try to contact Joe. B just dropped me off after the trip, and I spent the next few days by myself in my house. I tried to eat, but I didn't have much of an appetite. I was restless, but I couldn't find anything to do to take my mind off the experience. That's when I determined that I should write it down. As I mentioned, that helps me think a little more clearer, and I seemed to be a little more calmer, but it didn't last. I went to work the next day, but was sent home. The day after that, I had an overwhelming feeling of anxiety sink into my soul. I was depressed and confused and had no one I wanted to turn to for comfort. I was getting all kinds of phone calls from people, but I just let the answering machine take the calls. I even changed the messages on the machine to let everyone know I was alright. I continued in the miserable state, eating and sleeping whenever I could manage, until a week after the trip. Then things started to get strange. At first, I was hearing sounds in the house that had no explanation. Footsteps, shuffling noises, creaking doors, the typical horror movie fare. Only the sounds were not distinct. It was as though I wasn't sure I heard what I thought I heard. I would be eating or getting out of the shower and then stop, thinking I heard something, and then nothing. But the sounds would not repeat itself. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that it happened frequently, I wouldn't be sure that the noises were there in the first place. Either way, I was scared. It was as though I had been caught in a spider web for the last week. Feelings of anxiety, foreboding, tension filled my life. Then came the hallucinations. I began seeing things in a manner similar to the sounds I was hearing, just a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. When I would turn to look, nothing. I had been sleeping with the lights on in my room, but now I keep all the lights in the house on from dusk to dawn. When I started seeing things on a regular basis, I purchased a gun. Got it from an ad on the paper, so I wouldn't have to wait for a permit. I went to the doctors, but didn't mention the details of my life. Just told him I couldn't relax, and I walked out of there with the prescription. Fortunately, my wounds and injuries were pretty much healed by that time. My back still hurts a little, but the prescription took care of that too. When I was on the medication, I felt great, but I didn't want to walk around high the rest of my life, so I would only take it at the end of a tough day. Unfortunately, the severity of the sightings increased, giving risk to a need for the medication. The flashes in the corner of my eye continued, but then I began to see shapes and shadows. They would be outside the window, usually at night. I still couldn't make out anything solid, so it was hard to pin down what I was seeing. Soon I began to close all the drapes and blinds so I could remove the possibilities of seeing something. Doing so did help in that respect, but my life was still a mess. My daily routine was mechanical and empty. I would sleep in as long as I could, usually out of exhaustion. Then I would get cleaned up and try to eat something. I lost a lot of weight, so I tried to get as much as possible down in me. When I would exercise a little and nap a lot, I only been out of the house a few times in the last 2 weeks. The store, the doctor, the gun purchase. I didn't watch much TV because I couldn't concentrate. I spent a lot of the time on the internet. I was doing research on caves and cave myths. The only story I could find was the cave folklore about the hodag. The hodag is supposedly a creature that roams caves. 2 weeks after we went in the cave, and a week after I began hearing things, I began to have nightmares. Extremely lucid nightmares. No specific theme or recurring events, just plain terrifying. Sometimes I was just in my house, and sometimes something was trying to get me. Only I couldn't run because I had no legs. Other times I was in a vat, and someone was pouring a syrup-like liquid on me, filling the vat. I would wake up in a panic. I would stay awake until exhaustion forced me to enter dreamland once again. A brutal routine. It continued for several days until I reached a climax on the 6th day, yesterday. My dreams seemed so real I had a hard time telling if I was awake or not. I was beat, really drained of energy and spirit. I was going from a living room to my bedroom in the early evening when I looked down the hallway and saw a dark figure towards the end. I thought it was a thief and began backing away slowly. It didn't move. As I was backing up, the light flickered off and on. Every muscle was tense. I stopped to stare at the figure. Just then the phone rang. It startled me so bad I stumbled over a chair. When I got up, I wheeled around to look down the hall and nothing was there. I grabbed my keys and left the house. I felt compelled to get into the car and drive. My pulse pounded in my temples as I got in and started the car. I wanted to drive to Overlook Point to see the city lights. I didn't know why I needed to go there, but I had to go there. The closer I got, the more urgent the feeling. When I arrived at the point, I saw something that first startled me, but then caused me to be more relaxed than I'd ever been in a long time. Joe was there. He was out of his car, standing looking at the lights. We looked at each other. I could see from the tired look on his face that he'd been going through the same miserable trial that I had been experiencing. He could tell from the look on my face that we shared the same terrible experience. Our conversation was unbelievably brief. "You've been back?" he began, even though he knew the answer. "Yes." "We need to return. Tomorrow good?" I asked. "Yeah, noon." He got in his car and I got in mine. I haven't even wanted to talk to him about his experience. Obviously, he didn't want to know mine. I drove over to B's. When he answered the door, I thought that B actually looked like he was doing fine, somewhat happy. One look at me and his disposition changed. Our conversation was also succinct. I ran into Joe and we're going back in tomorrow at noon. B looked dead serious. He just nodded his head. I asked him if I could spend the night of it at his house. He eagerly let me in. I didn't notice until later, but every light in the house was turned on. He led me to a spare room. Help yourself. Thanks. I washed up in the bathroom and took some medication and got into the first decent night of sleep. I woke early this morning and came home to get ready for the trip. I thought I would send out this update so no one would wonder what's going on with me. I suspect that by the time most of you read this, I will be back home and have a great story to tell. I promise that if you haven't heard from me by now, you will very shortly. It is 10 a.m. now, Saturday the 19th. We will be leaving for the cave in 2 hours. Preparing for this trip will be no other trip I've been on. For the first time in my life, I will carry a gun into the cave. I will also carry a knife, an extensive first aid kit, plenty of food and water, and a camera. I will take several sources of light and a pad of pencil and paper. I will have to take all of my time climbing ropes since B lost his in the cave. I will carry a good length of rope with me on the other side of Floyd's tomb. This is the first time in 3 weeks that I've heard any reference to Floyd's tomb. It sent shivers down my spine just typing it. There are so many things I hope to accomplish this day. So many answers I hope to find in a tiny passage hidden from view. Reflecting on these events leading up to today leaves me feeling dizzy. Was this all a bad dream? Unfortunately, I am wide awake and still, in the short hours, I might force my nightmare. And the thought of having another person with me in the passage does nothing to alterate the fear I feel. I almost chuckled as I ponder a childish notion that we will have to consider. Who will enter the tomb first? Who will lead the way into the dark unknown? Who will decide when to turn back? Foremost among the questions in my mind is, what about the video camera that I left behind? It is supposed to be able to record in complete darkness. I let the thing running. So what might we find on the tape? Darker questions follow. What if the camera is gone? What if it is destroyed? Although it is difficult to put an exact name on the motion, I think closure fits quite nicely. I need to find out a few things about the cave. The main thing, believe it or not, is to find the end of the cave. With all the bizarre things I have witnessed these past few weeks, it would seem a bit trite to want as a primary goal to get to the end, but that is what I want. To be sure, I will be seeking other bits of knowledge along the way. If, however, I find the end of the main passage and an end to the passage hidden by the rock, I will be content, never return to the passage or the cave. Never. It would seem to me that crawling headfirst through the tight passage into the dark is an unnatural thing. Just like crawling up the side of a cliff for recreation, or jumping out of a perfectly good airplane and floating to the ground. We do things to satisfy our hunger for adventure, this subconscious desire to conquer our own little Everest. As B is fond of saying, caving is the last opportunity for exploration for the person with modest means. True, just short drive from just about anywhere in the country is a cave waiting to be explored. Even a cave well known among the general public can be approached by someone for the first time as an adventure, something new, something to overcome, because it's there. Many of you don't agree with my decision to pursue this cave. I know this is the message I have received. I'm afraid I don't have a choice. If I am ever to experience restful slumber, I must return. If I am ever to walk the halls of my own place in peace, I must return. If I am ever to exit the underworld and enter the subterranean world of a cave, I must now return. I no longer feel that I have a choice. I must return. For my family and friends who are reading this, I say, be at peace. I will conquer this cave. Then I will return and update this website immediately. I will include any photos we take in the cave today. And if you stop by the house, I will show you the video I will have. I expect to be home later tonight, or tomorrow at least. See you all soon. With a lot of answers. Love, Ted. Hello. I don't know what to fucking say for this, but we're doing something different. I don't know if I'll put music on. We're doing a raw read. A raw read is basically me just reading, no cuts, no edits. I'm lazy. And also I'm going to do this for the Scars of Corruption, which is the sequel. And I will be critical of this because I don't care for the first or the original, and I don't care for any Jeff the Killer stuff because I can, and I can have an opinion. So let us begin. I'm going to still read it normally. I'm going to actually try because the last few days when I've been doing creepypasta readings, I can't speak. And I don't know why. But, you know, The day Jeffrey Woods and his family arrived at their new home, the sky was overcast and the weather was muggy. The gray sky seemed to punctuate his mood. Jeff was not thrilled to be here. Their new home was beautiful, though, a true example of his father's newfound success. But still, it wasn't the home he'd known. A week after they'd settled in, Jeff and Lou woke up early. The sky was a crisp and gorgeous blue, and although the Louisiana heat, we're in Louisiana now, was playing its usual cruel tricks, the brothers decided that a morning bike ride to explore the area would be just the right ticket to combat the slight pangs? Are we using big words because normal words aren't cool anymore? Pangs of homesickness that they'd both been experiencing over the last week. "I miss home," Lou blurted out as Jeff was smearing salsa on a microwave burrito that would serve as his breakfast. "Me too, Lou. But I guess this is home now. So we just sort of have to make the most of it." "I know, but all of our friends and stuff are back in New Orleans." Wait, we went from Louisiana? Hold on, we gotta. I'm gonna look. Because I don't care. Yeah, tell me it's like a 30-minute drive. It's 2 hours. That's not that bad. But, yeah. It's not that bad, but also, I don't know what year you're trying to set it up as. So, yeah. Remember that building we'd always sneak up on? I bet you this is why you're not allowed back in New Orleans. You're sneaking in the buildings. Where am I? Remember that building we'd always sneak up on top and watch the city lights come on? I missed that, Lou responded, sounding down. Yeah, in the ZM video, the owner knew us and would always let us rent R-rated movies. Okay, so he could get arrested without our parents, and we'd always hook us up with a free video game rental if we got a few movies. Yeah, I missed that too. But Lou interrupted. I know, we had to make the most of this, but still, this place just seems so fake, and Mom and Dad still treat us like we aren't even here. I mean, I think they won't want Jeff. They'll probably want Jeff to not exist after what he does to them, but yep, they do. I was sort of hoping the new house would improve their mood, but what can we do? Lou had no answer. So we already got mommy drama, okay. From the original one, we really didn't have any drama between the parents, I guess. Actually, in the beginning, it kind of seemed like, we're clueless parents as to why our children would do this. Now it seems like, yeah, these kids are being ignored, which is odd, kind of, because at the beginning of this, or at the beginning of the original, they kind of were like, let's introduce us to the neighbors, and Jeff was kind of just like, I'm in my mood. Jeff finished his breakfast, and the two boys left the house to mount their bikes and explore around a bit more. As it turns out, the subdivision they moved into was rather closer to a cluster of stores and a small shopping center. Village Shopping Center was the name of the short row of businesses within their Pizza Hut. What was it? The Jeff the Killer fan fiction, the Insanity series. Pizza Hut. No, it was Papa John's. I've been lied to. Within these were a Pizza Hut, a Chinese restaurant, a tobacco store, a Sprint store, and what Jeff and Lou were most excited about, a video game store. We'll have to get Mom or Dad to come down here and open up an account so we can rent movies, Lou meant. A video store, not a video game store. Oopsie. Lou mentioned as Jeff flipped the book over to read a description of a horror movie. Shit, you're right, Jeff snapped, feeling a bit frustrated at his thought. He knew getting his parents to actually come down here and set up a membership would take forever, since their usual after-work routine was to go off into separate rooms until they were hungry enough to come out and speak. Jeff glanced over at the girl working behind the counter. Maybe I can go over there and sweet-talk her to giving us accounts, he joked. Yeah, right, Jeff. One look at you and she'll probably ban us, Lou remarked back, a smile broad on his face. You doubt me, little man? knocked out you. The guy who kisses 2 girls and almost touches a boob? Never. Please go over and lay a hand on all. Please go on over and lay on all your charm. Whatever, I totally could have banged that girl, but her parents came home, and last time you told me that story, you said her parents were out of town, and her sister came home. Okay, so Jeff is a playboy. Okay, thank you for playing into the fan fictions. Love it. Jeff became flustered, and while in the process of trying to make another comeback, the girl behind the register removed all doubt by speaking to the boys herself. Hey, aren't those your bikes? The woman said, pointing towards the glass window. Jeff and Lou looked over and saw 3 boys outside, 2 of which were riding around in circles on the Woods brothers' bikes. They would spin them around and they would jump off, letting the bikes crash into the pavement, just to stand them up and ride them again. The 2 boys riding the bikes were both slim in build, while a heavier boy stood on the sidewalk, drinking a Red Bull and watching. Jeff and his brother made their way towards the doors on the video store when the fat kid saw them coming. Jeff could hear what he said to his friend. Jeff couldn't hear what he was saying to his 2 friends, but he made some sort of gesture while shouting, and the other boys dumped the bags where they lay and walked towards the sidewalk directly towards the 2 boys. Those your bugs? One of the boys asked Jeff, and Lou entered the summer heat. Yeah, why are you riding them? Lou said sharply. We just saw them there, man. Relax. Figured everyone just left them out. Figured someone just left them out for us, the same boy responded as the 2 boys joined in on the other side. Jeff, determined to make a good start, tried to change the course of this confrontation. Well, they're ours. We just moved here about a week ago. We lived on Fairmount Avenue, a few blocks from here. We were just checking out the neighborhood. Jeff hoped the civil tone could turn things around, but he could tell by the insolent look on the kids' faces that this was going to be a difficult gamble. Good for you. You moved somewhere, the fat kid remarked. To be fair, you could go to jail for that, for touching someone's property, or even attempting to steal. Oh, hi, Troy. I read the next line. Oh, yeah, Troy, the first boy spoke. They moved into that piece of shit house with the gravel driveway. I was wondering who would move into that place. Well, Randy, now we know, the big kid apparently named Troy replied. Just still trying to salvage the conversation, Troy peacefully bantered one more time. Okay, so you're Troy and you're Randy. Well, I'm Jeff, and this is my brother Lou. We just moved here from New Orleans. You ain't in New Orleans now, the third boy, who now decided to speak, remarked. Yeah, and who the fuck said you could call us by our names? That's common courtesy, but okay. Randy asked, that insulted, privileged smile never leaving his face. Jeff smiled and responded to Randy. Well, I guess I could have called you a fucking asshole, but I figured I would give you the benefit of the doubt. In the moment, a flare of rage replaced that smirk that had rested on Randy's face throughout the entire exchange. The other 2 boys, Troy and still no third member of the band, seemed to be momentarily struck silent. It's Keith. Yeah, it's Keith. Perhaps they weren't used to being stood up. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that language too adult for you? Jeff asked. And you, quiet boy, we know this is New Orleans, Jeff stated to the slim kid that had reminded him of his geographical locations. Because if this was New Orleans, you 3 would have already gotten your asses kicked for touching someone else's shit. The slim kid looked back and forth to his friends. However, Randy, clearly the leader, seemed to know what to say. Keith, you're gonna let this little bitch talk to you like that? Thank you, Keith. See, I remember everyone's names. Doesn't Keith die? There, you gotta watch for the quiet ones. Jeff knew this part, and while he wanted quite badly to sock Randy and his pals around, a real concern suddenly invaded his mind. If he and Lou got into a fight in their first week in this new neighborhood, their parents would freak. He could practically hear it now, and while things had been far from perfect in their home, even after the move, there was a peace that had fallen over the family, and Jeff, fighting his urges, decided to do his best to keep it. Wait, did he turn into a serial killer because he was from New Orleans? It makes sense now. Wait, no it doesn't. from New Orleans, bitch. That means I'm a serial killer. Wait, where are most serial killers from? Not here? Okay. Jeff looked over the three, very well-dressed, very privileged-looking suburban kids before them, and dismissed them. You guys are boring. Come on, Lou. Let them continue their play dates without us. Lou laughed at that and followed behind the brother towards the bikes. However, Randy and his little gang of would-be toughs would have none of that. They moved to block Jeff and his brother once again. Where you going, pussy? You pussy? You big fat pussy? Randy asked, shoving Jeff. Jeff could tell the shove had no real contradiction. Randy was trying to figure him out, seeing where his buttons were. He'd push harder eventually, but Jeff swallowed the slowly burning anger within him once more. Lou took a bit more exception to the shove. We're going to your mom's house. Me and your brother saved up a couple of dollars for doing chores, and we hear she doesn't charge much. Ah, boom, roasted. That was actually a good roast. Thank you, Lou. As the words left Lou's mouth, Randy appeared to only register a small portion of it. Randy Hayden. Why are you giving him a full name now? Like, what the hell? If this was, like, at the beginning, I guess, but there's no reason for his name to be used here. Because I kind of skimmed it, and his mother says their name. So why are you giving his full name now? Whatever. Excuse me. Randy Hayden had grown up in Mandeville. Why are we giving him a background? What does this matter? All we care about is Jeff and that Randy, Keith, and Troy are little shits. Randy Hayden had grown in Mandeville. His father was a partner at a local firm that made a lot of money. Something else that Jeff would soon come to learn. Okay, now we're getting foreshadow, okay. Randy and his friends, while the same age as Jeff, what are their ages, had grown up in very different circumstances. They were used to being listened to, and they were used to being feared. In fact, Randy, the target of insult, just stood there. It was actually Troy, the fat kid, who stepped forward. Fist balled, eyes squinted in anger. Who you talking to? Troy shouted. I took a wild swing at Lou. Oh no, what are you gonna do? Hit me, fat boy? You gonna fucking hit me, you little fat piece of shit? I don't even know. I'm remembering South Park. This is what it reminds me of. It's like some stupid fight and backstory from a South Park episode. Like insulting, like regular TV shows. Lou, who was both in better shape and had better sparred with Jeff a time or two during his time spent boxing, now he's a boxer, was able to avoid a punch, but just barely. Had that been all, it may have been once again ended there. Troy was clearly taken by surprise at Lou's speed, and actually didn't attempt another punch. However, these were bullies, kids that ran in a pack for a reason. The skinny one, Keith, stepped around and threw a punch that connected with the left side of Lou's face. Jeff had seen enough. He'd been shocked at how quickly this evolved his blows, even though he'd expected it from almost the start. When he'd first met Randy and his friends, he had been curious. Oh my god, like, it's already starting, I'm sorry. From there, he discovered an annoyance with them, and slowly that annoyance had evolved into anger. However, upon seeing Lou punched, seeing the small trickle of blood form on his brother's lower lip, upon seeing the smug look of satisfaction on Keith's face, that anger that Jeff felt suddenly exposed into a rage that he'd never felt before in his life. Jeff Woods, you could have... Okay, why are we not calling Jeffrey Woods? Why are we using the nickname? Who cares? Jeff Woods did not hesitate. He stepped forward, his feet automatically falling into the correct stance that he learned from the boxing classes his father once enrolled him into, and delivered a powerful right hand to Keith's face. The skinny boy had no time to register shock or pain. The punch caught him by surprise, and his knees buckled. Keith went down to the ground in a heap of confusion and dawning fear. Why can't you say that like he had a powerful punch? Why do we gotta be boxers? I don't know. Randy, the so-called leader here, was almost too shocked to move. He had quite a lot of experience starting fights, but no real time logged in losing them. He never felt He never felt control of a situation slip. He was used to being in charge, so now seeing one of his friends go down quickly and easily left him in a state of shock that he had no idea how to address. Troy, on the other hand, seemed to have a plan. Throw another punch. He moved towards Jeff, just deceptively faster than his weight would allow him to seem, and he threw 2 equal fast punches. Jeff, however, had no problem stepping aside both attempts. Troy, seeming lost for actions, actually dropped his arms, as if to say, "Gee, what do I do now?" Do it again. I don't know. Jeff had the answer. He moved in, throwing 3 hooks to Troy's stomach. The hefty kid's eyes went as wide as pie pans. A fitting analogy, Jeff thought. He staggered back, clutching his throbbing stomach. Jeff wasted no time and stepped in once more, catching a sharp punch to the big kid's jaw, causing Troy to promptly fall onto his ass. Jeff was reminded of King Hippo from the Punch-Out game he used to play. He couldn't help but smile. Jeff now turned his focus on Randy. He advanced on the boy, feeling something new forming inside of him. He still felt the anger, the rage actually, at the antics of those 3 assholes. They had the nerve to mess with their bikes, the nerve to insult 2 kids that they'd never met before, and of course, the ultimate offense, touching his brother. Ew. However, mixed in with his rage was also a sweet, enjoyable pleasure. Not only was he kicking their asses, but he was loving every second of it. It was as though the joy of showing them up was perfectly blending with the rage he felt towards them. Together, it formed into a sadistic, controlling sense of power. That was until Lou stepped in front of him. "Jeff, stop. That's enough." "Why stop now, Lou? They wanted this." Jeff replied in a flat voice that Lou had never heard come from his brother's mouth. "She's calling the cops. Look." "Why didn't she do that beforehand?" "I don't know." Lou shouted again. This time, Jeff came back to reality long enough to listen. He glanced over at the video store clerk and saw her on the phone, talking frantically and pointing towards the parking lot. Suddenly, Jeff's strange, sadistic haze collapsed, and he regained his former self. "Fuck, let's go," he stated quickly. He and Lou mounted onto their bikes and rode towards the parking lot. "Yeah, you better fucking run," Randy called from behind. Jeff and Lou paid no mind and pedaled away. That spoken like a true idiot who probably would have gotten his ass kicked. Until later when he gets gasoline poured on Jeff. Can you tell I'm not, but also am enjoying this? Why is this almost an hour-long tale? A few blocks down the street, they dismounted their bikes and began to walk them together. At first, neither brother spoke. Then Lou broke the silence. "Jeff, thank you for standing up for me back there. Thank you." "Yeah, those guys were a piece of shit. They had it coming," Jeff replied, looking down at the street as they walked. What happened? I've never seen you like that before." Just defending myself, Lou. What was I supposed to do? Let them beat you up? I bet they go to our school. I bet we'll see them there. And they won't forget us. Who cares? We didn't ask to move here. We didn't ask for any of this. Mom and Dad just wanted a bigger house and a nicer neighborhood, and we're here along for the ride whether we like it or not. Think I give a shit what those rich asshole kids think of us? Jeff stated and went back to looking at his feet. He was looking at his feet. Think we'll get in trouble? Lou asked. For what? Defending ourselves? Yeah, I guess you're right. They did start it, Lou answered, and to his brother, the matter, oh my God, Lou answered, and to the brothers, the matter was closed. It was not. He's right, but also, right? However, things went far from over. They found that the trouble they believed they escaped was in fact waiting for them at their front door. Jeff and Lou saw the police cars well before they arrived at the driveway. 2 cop cars, both parked in front of their houses. Both of them felt their stomachs dropped, as they knew well why the police were there. Well, technically, you did run from the scene of a crime, so... The brothers entered the living room to see their parents sitting on the couch. The 2 cops standing up, leaned on the wall, writing in their notebooks. What did you 2 do? Oh, I guess it's their mom. Sheila practically screeched at the boys entering the house. Lou, younger and less centered than Jeff, began to fall onto the fence. Some kids tried to jump us down the video store. They were messing with our bikes, and when we went outside, they got in our faces. That's not what we heard. That's not the way we heard it, Matt Woods interjected. Why is his name Matt? Why do these parents have a name at all? I guess it doesn't matter what name you give them. His voice firm and ripe with anger and dissatisfaction. No, Dad, that's what happened, Jeff began to explain. We went down at Friendly Video, looking around the store when these three kids started riding around on our bikes. All we did was walk outside, and the kids started trash talking to us, trying to provoke a fight. When we tried to leave, one of them punched Lou. Finally, one of the cops spoke. His name tag read, Williamson. Boys, we have some serious complaints about you two. From what eyewitnesses at the shopping center say, you two started a confrontation with Randy and his friends. Who the fuck let that happen? Not only that, but do we not have security cameras in this damn place, whatever year this is? Jeff took notice. Actually, couldn't you see that, Lou has an injury on his face? Whatever. Oh my God, whatever. Jeff took note of how familiar the cop's tone was when he said Randy's name. This was a small town after all, and there was a good chance that this cop coached Randy in a little league or drank beers with his dad. Hell, it was even possible that the cop could have been uncle of one of the bullies. No, sir, Jeff replied. We didn't start it. They did. We just wanted our bikes. We just wanted to leave. They blocked us. Williamson continued as though he'd heard nothing Jeff said. Several witnesses, including the video store clerk, said that you swung first. The clerk is a fucking idiot because she could have... Oh my God, actually, this story makes no fucking sense. Because she told them, hey, these idiots are on your bikes. So, even either she's sleeping with one of them or she's related to one of them. But even then, that kind of doesn't make sense. Several witnesses, including the video store clerk, said that you swung first. They say that the boys were riding your bikes, but let me ask you this. Did you change your bikes to anything, or did you just leave them at some... It doesn't matter! It doesn't matter! It doesn't matter! It does... What if there was no way to change this fucking bike? This story makes me mad. What's that matter, Julie? Thank you! Thank you! If someone stole some food from me, did I have to chain my fucking churro to the window? Why you mean? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're fucking idiots. Well, son, if you left your bikes lying around in the street, you can't exactly blame Randy and his friends for riding them, now can you? It'd be a different story had you secured them somehow, but you just left them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh my gosh. What if they took the bikes? It would be stealing. Or would you still say, well, did you tend to lock the bikes? They probably would. But, oh my God, I'm so pissed. I already want to kill half of these family members. No wonder Jeff killed. Everyone's like, oh, you did this thing you said that obviously did happen because there are video cameras around? Nah, I think you're a fucking liar. Mom, Dad, you're not buying this crap, are you? You know me and Lou don't start fights when have we ever? Those three punks mess with us. And if you can't tell that these cops are taking their side, then you need to open your eyes. Jeff knew he was skating on thin ice, but that rage, it demanded some sort of satisfaction. Jeffrey, do not speak about those officers in that tone of voice. And do not speak to us that way either. Now, it's pretty obvious that you two aren't happy here. That you miss your old home. But starting fights in the street isn't going to change anything. I love how the mom already does not know a damn thing about her kids. Jeff's mother snapped back. Listen, boys, you're lucky. None of the parents want to press charges. This will be reported as a simple scuffle between teenagers. But be advised, you're both on notice. This is a quiet town, not like New Orleans. I mean, you're right. We don't tolerate this sort of behavior over here. If you see Randy, Keith, or Troy, I highly suggest you tell them you're sorry. I would literally spit in their mouth and make them eat grass. And suck ass. We'll be keeping an eye on both of you, so don't let this happen again. You don't want to have an arrest record, do you? I kind of do, just to take you to court and prove my innocence, even though I'm sure this town is small enough that they'll be like, oh, my little Keith would never. Jeff felt the anger bubble over, and he could not hold his tongue. Who is he to tell you, Officer Williamson? Is Randy your nephew? Is he a friend, son? Or maybe you go over there and screw his mom while on duty. Which one is it, officer? That's it. Both of you to your rooms. Why do you gotta make Lou go to his room? Matt Woods apparently found that he wasn't a mute after all, as he ordered his sons out the room. Jeff and Lou walked up the stairs. However, they refused to hang their heads in shame or feel any regret. Neither of their parents spoke to them for the rest of the day. Jeff and Lou stayed upstairs, venting their shared frustration to each other. They'd been screwed over, even at their young age. Even at their young ages. How old are they? They knew that. They took some solace in the fact that at least they hadn't been arrested or cited, but still, they saw what was really going on. That cop, he was protecting Randy, Jeff whispered to his younger brother. No shit, his brother replied. We have to watch ourselves. We have to take care of each other. You saw it down there. Even our parents didn't even stand up for us. Yeah, what the hell was up with that, Lou asked. Imagine their fucking image. That's what's up with it. All they care about is fitting in here. They want to make sure they blend in with the rest of the Stefford families. No more fighting. If we see Randy or his two fuckhead friends again, we walk away, okay? But Jeff, you can kick the shit out of them. Why would we walk away? Lou, you're a fucking idiot. Lou asked. Because I can't kick the shit out of the cops, Lou. I mean, you can. You'll go to jail, though. But I can't kick the shit out of Mom and Dad. Debatable about that one. And that's what could get us. Fucking Randy and his pals are protected here. You and me, we're not. So if we see them, just avoid them. Okay, please. Lou nodded. I feel like a little bitch, though. I owe Keith for hitting me. No, you don't. I paid him back for that. And paid his fat friend, too. I hope they'll just leave us alone now, Jeff sighed. Jeff and Lou didn't hear from their parents for the rest of the day. They remained in their rooms late into the night and finally came down to eat whenever they were sure their folks had gone to bed. Lou said that he felt relieved about that, but Jeff had a sinking feeling that the worst had yet to come. Jeff was correct the next morning. When the two brothers came downstairs to eat breakfast, their parents were already sitting at the dining room table, staring at the boys, approving of nothing they saw. Sit down, Matt stated flatly. What's going on, Lou said. Sit down, Matt stated again, anger dancing on his words. How about you don't yell at me? The boys complied without further question. Matt Woods began to diatribe. God damn it, just use began or use, described or said blankly. Whatever that was yesterday, beating up some kids for touching your bikes, mouthing off at the police, disrespecting both me and your mother, that stops today. How about if I told you that one of them punched your youngest son and I ain't no bitch and I punched back? We didn't beat anyone up for touching our bikes, Jeff blurted. Shut up, Jeff. This is a one-way conversation. Now see your way out of it. That wasn't, the last part was not. His father barked. That Randy Hayden, his father is a partner at my firm. Did you know that? No, I just moved here like a week ago. Did you even think about that when you're assaulting him over the godforsaken bike? You just don't think, did you, Jeff? Wait, what? You just didn't think. Why is it Jeff's fault? I want to kill this entire city. Jeff was right to kill. Jeff for president. He has his rights. What is this? How could I have known that? Matt continued. Well, I spent the entire morning talking to his father on the phone. His dad is willing to let it go. But shit, son, I have to deal with that at work now. Do you have any idea how much damage this could have done to me, to our family? To be fair, I don't think any of them know what the sons look like. Don't ask me. Jeff felt the rage coming back and fought with it all of his might to keep it satisfied. Instead, he once more tried to appeal to the two adults' parental side. Mom, look at Lou's face. They split his lip. Can't you see? It's still swollen. Lou turned his face to better showcase the injury. My God, Jeff. So some kid was playing a little rough with your brother. Is this any reason to fight them? Yeah, it's called assault. I wanted to make some friends with the other families in the neighborhood, but thanks to you, I just don't know. No sooner could Jeff or his brother construct a proper defense than their father began speaking again. So your mother and I have talked this through. Since there are only a couple of weeks of summer vacation left, we've decided that Lou could spend the rest of the season at Aunt Macy's place. We've already spoken to her, and she's willing to let him come out there and stay. Finally, I won't be assaulted by these awful fucking people. Actually, that makes no sense. Why your kids get in trouble once, the most you can do is try and take stuff away, whatever. Unless they don't have anything around. No PlayStation, no Wii, no Xbox, no Game Boy Color. What is this world come to? I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to talk so that way I don't have to, deal with this shit. I don't even know how far I am in this. I wanted to do that on purpose. I'm not putting a thing out there either. Both Jeff and Lou were floored by this decision. Both boys began to protest at the same time, but they saw the look on their parents' faces. The decision was made. The decision? Why can't you just read? Why can't you both just go then? Jeff asked, a last-ditch effort to at least get away from his parents. Marcy doesn't want both of you there. She says you two are too rambunctious, and frankly, we agree, Sheila answered. Wow! So not only does Marcy not want both kids there, but neither do the parents. Wow! It's almost like this world was made to function them wrong. I don't even know. And so it was. Lou was shuffled off to the aunt's place in Alberta Spring, Louisiana, a place even smaller and duller than Mandeville, if one can believe that. Jeff watched his brother leave and then walked back to his room. He felt that rage. However, it began to feel almost pleasant to him. He couldn't explain it. He was furious at the turn of events. His parents had turned their backs on their own children. However, through it all, actually, this is how parents get put in the nursing homes instead of being raised by helped by their children, However, through it all, these new feelings he was experiencing weren't all terrible. His anger, for example, he could almost taste it. It felt like thick, sweet syrup stirring around in him. Ew. Of course, he knew the extra ingredient that would complete the flavor, that satisfying joy he felt when he had reining his friends on the rope that day prior, that mixed perfectly with his anger to create some intoxicating product that Jeff almost craved now. He fell asleep lying on the bed, thinking about that syrup, that thick, viscous, that seemed to work its way into the very fabric of his soul. He wanted it, yet he knew it was destructive and that nothing good could come from sampling it again. Several days passed and tensions were high between Jeff and his parents. Without Lou around, there was nothing for him to do except sit in his room and play video games. You have video games. I blame my anger on the video games. Super Mario is deadly. I'm gonna shut up. That's stupid. He went outside, but didn't venture far from his home. He knew if Randy and his goons showed up again, it would most likely result in another fight. For a few days, that worked well, and Jeff believed he could get through this. However, his mother changed all of that on an early Saturday morning. Jeff was awoken suddenly by sharp sunlight striking his face. He'd heard his mother humming, something that she rarely did. Even in a half-sleep sleeping state, he knew that humming was forced. She was going to wake him up, and figured that adding sunlight would get things there even faster. When she noticed Jeff's eyes cracking open, she centered over to his bed and began speaking in a tone that simply oozed false jubilation. Couldn't you say forced happiness? Dang it. Jubilation? Well, why can't you say those big words? Because I'm stupid. At first, Jeff had refused. Could his mother be serious? Did she really expect him to go over and make friends with Randy? He was still in bed when his mother stopped her incessant humming long enough to tell him to get up and get dressed. Once he learned why, he told her no. No way in hell. However, his mother was a shrewd manipulator, and she'd know exactly what to do to get the job done. She promised Jeff that if he could do this for her, she promised Jeff that if he did this for her, went over and made it work with Randy, that Lou could come home the next day. She sandbagged Jeff right into the corner with that one. He had no choice but to agree. Wouldn't he be like, "Oh, hi, this is Randy. Oh my gosh, this is my son Jeff. I'm only being nice to you to get my brother back." I'd be like, "Okay, your mom's a psycho bitch. Now get out of my neighborhood." Short time later, Jeff and his family were pulling into Randy's driveway. Randy's mother answered the door. "Hi, you must be Jeff," she greeted. I heard you got his friends. Good. Here's a 20. Jeff smiled wanly and confirmed that it was in fact who he was. "Hello, I'm Sheila Woods. Nice to meet you in person," Jeff's mother announced, barging past her son and extending a hand to Randy's mother. "Sheila, so pleasant to meet you. I'm Bridget Hayden. Sorry to hear that our boys had a little mishap the other day. You know how it is, though, with teenagers. Hormones go crazy and all. Randy never gets into fights. I don't believe that for a fucking second. But he explained it to me that Jeff and his brother are still new to this area and have quite learned how we do things in Maryville yet. Isn't that right, Jeff?" I would have been like, rolling up, I'd be like, "I'm gonna go home now." Jeff couldn't resist a small jab. "Yeah, sorry about that, Miss Hayden. Me and Lou had no idea that it was okay for your son and his friends to mess with our bikes without asking. Bridget, he gets that mouth from his father. I think he gets the attitude from you. Never knows when to shut up. How about you and I go in and have some coffee, and I can tell you all about the great gossip around Manville while our boys go to know each other the right way. Randy's in his room, Jeff, upstairs. Second door to your left. I'm sure you'll hear the sound of his video games or something," Bridget stated with a very little humor in her voice. I'd be like, "Cool, peace, I'm leaving." "Don't like me? I don't like you either." "Thank you, ma'am, Jeff," Jeff answered and entered the house. Jeff knocked on, heard Randy answer with, "Come in." "Hey, so, I guess you heard. Our parents want us to hang out, get to know each other," Jeff stated with a little convincing. "Yeah, that's my mama, right? She doesn't like drama. Honestly, I think she worries too much. I mean, I'm cool if you're cool." How odd. Jeff sat down on the floor next to Randy and struck up a conversation. "So it turns out your dad is my dad's boss. He freaked out right at the fight in the parking lot. He was actually worried that he'd get fired or something. My dad is like everyone's boss. I fucking hate it. I think half the kids at my school talk to me because their parents are somehow connected to my dad's firm." "Why do you hate it?" Jeff asked. "Because it's fake. This whole damn town is fake. You'll figure it out as you go. But trust me, everyone who lives here is just trying to pretend there's something else. My parents make me do all this shit, all the trophies and stuff, just so they can brag about it." Jeff smiled. "I know how you feel. My dad had me in a boxing class a year ago because some coworker of his had a brother that worked at the place or something. As soon as that guy quit, though, I was out of that gym the next week. I wish it was that easy," Randy responded. "I hate playing baseball, but my dad will have me out there again next summer and the summer afterwards. It's like he knows I hate it, but wants to make sure I'm out there with the stupid company name on the back of my jersey." "Randy, why did you and your friends fuck with our bikes that day?" "My hand hurts." Ugh. Oh my god, we're already 40 minutes. I told you, this town is fake and boring as shit. There's nothing to do here. We had to find stuff to do. I mean, there are only so many times you could go and hang out at the video store or ride the dirt paths in the woods. All the girls here are stuck up. All the stores close early. There's no mall, and the movie theater is cross town. We're just bored, man. So sorry for that, I guess. No. I'm not apologizing because literally you should know better. Oh my god. It's cool, Jeff replied. I guess I'm sorry for two. I guess I'm sorry for two. Is Bruno Mars gay? Things went too far. You mean the fight, Randy asked. That shit was actually cool. Those guys, Keith and Troy, they just leech on me because my dad. It's like I told you. I'm pretty sure their parents make them hang out with me. The afternoon went on and Jeff soon forgot this was a mandatory agreement. He actually started to find himself liking Randy. Sure, their first encounter was a little sketchy, but he was coming around to the guy, finding that he wasn't so bad once his idiot friends were removed from the equation. What if he becomes an idiot because his friends, boost his ego? I don't know. About an hour later, things took a new turn. Jeff heard the twin pops of two car doors shutting in near unison, and then heard the engine start up. He dropped the game controller and peered out of Randy's bedroom window, just in time to see his mother and Randy's mother backing out of the driveway. Our parents are leaving, Jess said. About time. I figured my mom would eventually talk to Mom into going shopping or going to get coffee or something like that. Yeah, I just leave my two children alone together. In case something happens, bye, I didn't tell you where we were going. Jeff heard Randy pause the game. Hey, Jeff, come downstairs. I want to show you something cool. Jeff invited, and Randy invited, and Jeff followed, and then he stabs him in the gut because I already know how the fuck this is going. Randy led Jeff out to the garage. It was hot in there, and the main door was shut. The garage was well kept, though, and Jeff oversized stacks, and Jeff observed stacks of magazines underneath a workbench, as well as tools and various other utility items stacked about. Oh my god, I'm so bored! Standing in the small, closed-in garage was the late summer heat lingering about. Jeff began to feel a little bit uneasy. Despite the fact that he and Randy had seemed to bond over the last few hours, Jeff couldn't ignore a sense that things were different now, that the adults were gone. What do you want to show me? Jeff asked. Hold on, let me get it, Randy replied, moving the magazines out to reveal a small red box. Jeff watched as Randy removed the box and opened it. Removed the box? He removed it. He took the whole box and removed it. You mean the lid? God dang it. Check it out. My dad's flare gun. Okay, the house is going in flames. That's fine. Randy announced and waved the red tubular gun about. Whoa, be careful with that, Jeff shouted, more of shock than real concern. It's fine, dude. Don't be a pussy. It's not even loaded. You hold a gun and take care of a gun like it's loaded all the time, Randy said. However, Jeff watched as he fished out one of the flares out of the back compartment. Randy then continued to fiddle with the flare gun, popping it open and loaded a flare. Now it's loaded, he announced. My dad showed me how to use this last year when we went out boating. Sometimes I take it out and just shoot flares at trees. Okay, so you start fires. But maybe this time I don't need a tree. The change in Randy's voice and demeanor was impossible to ignore. Okay, well, cool gun. Let's get back to the house, though. It's hot out here. Plus, I'm getting hungry. What do you have to eat? However, as Jeff turned to walk through the small door leading back to the house, his path was suddenly blocked by two familiar figures. Where were you hiding? Were you just hiding in a small compartment being like, oh, I knew what he was going to say. Something about food? I'll come out as Troy. Or was it Keith? I don't fucking know. Where are you going, Jeffrey? The fat kid. Troy! It was Troy. Blurted out as he and Keith stepped into the garage. Took you two assholes long enough to get here. I had to babysit this faggot all night. You said the F word. Well, I said the F word. Oh, no. To be fair, it's a story, and I'm going to read it the way it was. Randy shouted. A wicked joy was present in his words. Sorry, Randy, but Keith here had to mow his front yard before his parents would let him come out, Troy said, a sheepish tone in his voice. It's cool. We're here now, Keith said. What the fuck is going on? Jeff asked, staring at Randy. He noticed that Randy still had the flare gun in his hand. I'll tell you what's going on, Jeff. You owe Keith and Troy an apology for what you did. You sucker punched them and then ran away. You didn't even have the balls to fight them fair. I did. So now you're going to pay for what you owe me. I'm not going to fight you, okay? I'm done with all that shit, Jeff replied as he glanced about the room for an exit. You're right about that. You're not going to fight. You're going to stand there and let my boys get their licks in. Ew. Then I get mine. And when I'm done, you get the fuck out of my house. I'll tell my mom that you got sick and walked home, and after that, if you see us again, you better walk the other way. That was the plan the first time, you dick. I'm not going to stand here and get hit by your friends, or just let me go home. How about that? I'll tell my mom that we're cool and everyone wins, okay? Jeff asked. Randy then raised a flare gun towards Jeff. No, you stay, pussy. You stay and take your licks. Stop saying that! My hand hurts now. Ugh. Jeff felt that sensation once more, that sick, rich, dark matter that swirled deep inside of him. He could taste it now. It was heaven. In his mind, he imagined himself diving into it, swimming in it, letting it swallow him whole. He looked around, and the sensation only grew. He saw Randy standing there holding the flare gun. It was limp in his hands, though, and the hammer was not cocked back. Jeff knew that Randy had no intention of firing it. He looked over at Keith, skinny, pathetic kid born to follow. Troy, fat and sweaty, breathing a bit heavier from the walkover, and of course, in the middle of it, Jeff himself. He felt the pleasure begin to mix with the rage, forming the perfect product. He tried to avoid sampling it. He knew that only regret would come from indulging in it. However, when it was pleated so close, when the aroma and the promise of that sweet, savory flavor was only a few inches away, Jeff found that he could no more stand against it in a ship in the ocean that could stand against it. What the fuck? Hold on, let me reread that. Jeff found that he could no more to stand against it than a ship in the ocean that could stand against the typhoon. Oh, okay, I'm an idiot. Jeff began to smile. Why are you smiling at me? You queer for me or something? Hell yeah, nipple out. I don't fucking know what that means. Jeff asked, a slight nervousness tinge in his voice. Am I smiling, Randy? I guess it's because I'm just having so much fun, Jeff announced, and suddenly lunged towards the unprepared kid holding the flare gun. Jeff struck Randy once in the nose. Randy's arms dropped, yet he kept holding the flare gun. Jeff, without even needing to look, realized that Troy and Keith had actually taken a step back instead of advancing as they should have. Jeff delivered another strong blow to Randy's jaw, causing the boy to drop to the floor. Jeff now turned the situation to Troy and Keith, the two tough kids that had yet to actually make so much as a move in his direction. Troy actually backed up a step and stumbled over the stack of magazines that Randy had moved early. Jeff took this opportunity and stepped forward, once again introducing Troy's round belly to his fist. Troy tried to stay to his feet. Winston? Sir, do you have anything to add to this besides rubbing against it? Also, by this time, in a few days, Winston is actually going to get fixed. I'll update you guys in the description. He's probably going to be fine.
Hi, Puppy. Or hi, Kiki. Hey. Say something.
He's like, no, I don't want to say something. Troy tried to stand on his feet, but Jeff's punches combined with the stumbles over the magazines caused Troy to fall back, landing hard and striking his head on the concrete slab that was on the garage floor. Owie. Keith was actually trying to back away. However, Jeff was currently standing between him and the only exit to the garage. Since the carport door was closed, Jeff took Winston. Sir.
He says, Mom, pet me. Mommy, pet me.
Jeff took 2 quick steps towards the skinny kid and felt the most intense jab as seeing Keith stagger backward, knocking his back to the wall. That perfect blend of pleasure, control, and rage had come together. Jeff felt as though he was floating above the world. Somewhere in his mind, he knew there would be hell to pay for this, but at the exact moment in time, he could care less. He didn't care about Lou, he didn't care about being arrested, and he didn't care if his dad got fired. All he cared about in that fraction of time was hurting Keith. Keith tried to make a run for it, hoping to squeeze through the small gap between Jeff and the door. However, Jeff clipped him a hard right hand to his face, causing Keith to stagger back again. Jeff could see that his knees were buckling and took full advantage. He moved in, pinning Keith to the wall, and began to deliver blow after blow to the skinny kid's stomach. Keith's eyes became large as saucers. Once satisfied, Jeff stepped back and watched in demonically as Keith slid down the wall, gasping for air. Randy got back to his feet, but seemed to have no idea what to do. What? We don't know, Randy. We good? Or do you and your friends need more? Jeff mocked. No more. We're cool. How about you assholes? Jeff asked. It was Randy's idea, Keith said weakly. Yeah, man, we didn't even want to, Troy agreed. The debate may have continued, but the sound of returning tires broke the tension. Oh shit, my mom's back, Randy shouted, his voice cracking in a humorous way. It seemed that the previous tough guy had all but shrunk back to a scared child. So we'll just say that we were all hanging out, Keith replied. No, the fucking flare gun. If she finds out that I messed with it, I'm screwed. So put it back, Jeff suggested. That sensation of rage was fading again, that he felt control. Yeah, grab the magazine, please, Randy begged. Jeff felt that he rather liked that tone, that begging, whimpering dog mentality. Jeff was paying no attention to Randy, and he was down to the floor, calmly gathering the magazines. He didn't really care if Randy got in trouble or not. However, if his mom returned and found trouble, he felt that Lou may not be able to return home as promised. Everything else happened in a flash, both literally and figuratively. Randy, now in a panic over the trouble he'd be in if he was caught playing with the flare gun, had begun to sweat. As if his hands frantically clawed over the gun, his thumbs pushed the hammer back unintentionally. He didn't even notice that the gun was cocked. He was turning it over in his hands, trying to quickly disarm it. He then heard the sound of the keys in the front door. He knew that he only had a few seconds to hide it. Everything else happened in slow motion. The gun slipped from Randy's sweaty hands as he attempted to rotate it once more. He knew it. Are you going to tell me that the reason why Jeff looks the way he does is by a flare? I mean, I don't know about flare burns. I'm not going to say otherwise, but are you saying that? Really? Please tell me more. He saw it fall to the floor, seeming to float to the ground, rather than fall. Jeff, busy stacking the magazines, had only enough time to register Randy's shocked gasp. He turned to look in the boy's direction, just in time to see the bright red flare gun hit the floor. The gun discharged, launching a speeding fireball directly into Jeff's face. Jeff felt the hot flash of heat and pain tear across the left side of his face. After the initial registry of agony, there was no more thinking. Jeff began to scream, clutching the left side of his face and rolling around the floor. For a while, he forgot everything, as he was plunged into dark, rich syrup once more, the rage almost serving the dull pain. So, Mom's run to the rescue? When he finally did come to a stable level of alertness, he realized he was in a hospital room. Oh, just like that. Half of his face was bandaged. He knew that much. He wanted to open his eyes and speak, let his family know he was awake, but the drug still had a firm hold. He was awake, but not quite, yet functioning. He could hear several familiar voices. Is he going to be okay, doctor? Jeff's mom. Why don't you say her name now? Oh, yes, ma'am. Your son will be fine. However, he will be in a lengthy road to recovery and will need your support. The flare struck his face and caused third-degree burns on his left side. How bad is his eye? Jeff's father asked. Hard to say at this point. He needs to see an... I know it's eye doctor, but, optometrist for further review, but the damage appears quite severe. And his face. What about his face? Jeff's mother asked, sounding deeply concerned. Well, we were able to clean and treat his injury in time, so there's no concern for infection or anything for the matter. We want him on antibiotics for a while, and he'll need to have the wound cleaned and dressed on a regular basis. But all in all, your son got very lucky. The damage could have been more severe. Doctor, his mother began, what if there's a permanent damage? What do we do about that? As I said, an optometrist. I think that's how I'm saying it. Optometrist will have to examine his eye. Shirley Woods. Oh, Sheila. Shirley. I keep saying Shirley. Sheila Woods interrupted the doctor, sounding more agitated than before. You're not listening. Not the eye. His face. What do we do to correct his face? She demanded. Facial reconstruction surgery. Yes, well, ma'am, we have treated his face, like I said. There shouldn't be a risk of infection for long as you... She cut him off again. Not the infection, his appearance. What can we do for that? Miss Woods, that's hardly a concern at this point. Once he is healed and back on his feet, you can possibly explore plastic surgery to repair some of the damage. But honestly, right now, we can't waste concern on what he looks. What is important is that your son is healthy. He can expect to be back home in a few days, maybe sooner. Jeff's dad spoke again. Okay, thank you, doctor. Can we have some time alone, please? My wife and I need to speak. Certainly, the doctor said. Lou, why don't you go down to the hospital cafeteria and get yourself a snack, Matt Woods suggested. But I want to be here in case Jeff wakes up, Lou replied. Lou, they told us that Jeff is heavily medicated. They don't expect him to wake up any time tonight. So just go, and if he does come around, we'll have you paged, Matt replied. Jeff heard the door open and close as Lou expected. His parents both let out a long, shaky sigh, but Jeff was starting to believe it was not a sigh of relief, but one of stress. We're going to have to homeschool him from now on, Matt. That's just what I'm going to be. That's just what it's going to be. We're going to have to keep him home. He heard his mother rant. Her voice sounded frantic. What? I mean, he probably won't be able to start school right on time, but I doubt he'll miss a whole year, his father responded, trying to maintain a calmer voice. I'm not talking about that, Matt. I'm worried about him missing a week or... I'm not worried about him missing a week or two of school. I mean, his face, Matt. You heard what the doctor said. His face is going to be disfigured. Surely. No, Sheila argued back. We don't even know what the full extent of the damage is yet, Sheila. It could be minor. It could possibly heal. And you heard what he said. Plastic surgery could be optimal in time. In time? What about time? A year? 2 years? What about in the meantime? People are going to see him. And they're going to talk. Is that what you want? He's going to be a pariah? How about this? Be seen as a freak. There you go. Be a pariah. You think anyone is going to want to have them around their kids? I mean, yeah, because he was attacked and assaulted, and from how he was before, he probably will stay in his room. Honestly, Jeff was hearing all this, just letting it soak in slowly. As his mind absorbed the words, he felt the rage return. Sick, rich, dark, that syrup was raw, primal emotion. He wanted to scream at his mother, to tell her to shut up, that he was the one lying here. His face burned, blind in one eye, all thanks to her forcing him to go to Randy's house. He wanted to ask her why she left him, why she went to go to shopping or get her nails done or whatever it was she did. He wanted to know why'd she leave him alone with a kid just days before it tried to jump him and his brother. He wanted to know how she could care about his appearance than the fact that he was lying in the hospital. However, there was still so much more that he wanted to know as well. He wanted to know how much his mother hated him, how much more she saw in him now as, how did she put it, a pariah. He wanted to continue to swim in that thick pool of dark hatred that would start to form from the rage and anger. That was a new one now. Before it was anger, and now it was anger mixed with pleasure. But now it was just anger mixed with hatred. And while he continued long to be free of it, while he most certainly preferred the false sense of love and concern that he believed he'd heard from her before, he also wanted to test it out a bit more. He began to wonder how well would this new recipe blend with pleasure. How would it feel? Matt Woods began to speak again. I just can't believe he shot himself in the face with a flare gun. I always thought Jeff was more responsible than that. How the fuck would you... How did Randy pull this one off? Okay, everyone's an idiot. Confirmed. Jeff, everyone deserves to die here. Good night. Don't even get me started on that, Sheila replied. I can't believe it when Randy and his friends explained to the medics and police how it all happened. Randy was just trying to show Jeff around the house and wanted to show him the collection of magazines his dad put in the garage. You know, boys. He was probably hoping that a couple of Playboys would be in there or something. Then he said Jeff found the box containing the flare gun and just wouldn't stop playing around with it. You should have heard those boys, Matt. They told me that they practically begged Jeff to put it down before he got hurt, but he just had to show him off. I just don't know where we went wrong, Matt. I thought us moving out of here in a nice quiet neighborhood would make everyone happy. Jeff, though, he just wants the fights. He just wants to fight us and everything. Oh my god, I accidentally went up more. Oh my god, I went too far. Okay, I found it. Oh god, I almost cried. No, I didn't. And while all that came together in Jeff's mind, he continued to swim in that black, thick anchor of hatred and rage. The morphine drip added a nice touch of euphoria. Jeff could almost see himself plunging into the syrupy waters of hatred and merging changes. Each dip brought him so much twisted pleasure, and that was when he finally understood. He could sample the pleasure now. Not because he was enjoying what was happening, but because he knew he could enjoy what was coming. Just as the doctor had predicted, Jeff was scheduled to go home a few days later. During this time at the hospital, he never asked to see his face. It wasn't until the last day that he finally asked for a mirror. The nurse came in and changed his bandage, and as was the routine. She was a pleasant woman that spoke to him, probably like a fucking person, asking how he was doing. He enjoyed her visits, so for the final day, when she arrived to clean and dress his face, he asked to see himself. Are you sure, sweetheart? Would you like to call your parents first? She asked. No, thank you, Jeff replied. I think I want to see it for myself, without them standing over me. I understand, she replied honestly, without a hint of pretension. Once the bandages were off, she handed him a small mirror. Would you like me to step out the room? She asked. Jeff ignored her and looked at himself, taking stock of the damage. Sure enough, his face was a mess. The entire left side, at least. The flare struck him, traveling upwards, and burned a scar into his left cheek that extended to his eye. At first glance, it almost looked like he was smiling to the side. The scar was still bright red, and burned tissue spread out on either side. Once it arrived at his eye, the news did not get any better. His eye was white, just a lifeless ball bulging, plunged into his face. He closed his right eye and found that he could see nothing from his left eye at all. The scar continued up his left side of his forehead. The damage was less severe there, however. The hair on the left side of his head was burned off, leaving a few strands to stick up here and there. Sorry, sweetie, but I have to put the clean bandages on, she told him. Just smiled. It's okay. There will be plenty of time for me to admire myself later. There was no joy from his parents on the ride home or upon arrival. They spoke very little, and there was tension in the car that simply wouldn't fade out. As for Lou, he was thrilled that his brother was okay, but he didn't know what to say concerning the damage to his face. So after taking a few questions about the accident and the recovery, he fell silent as well. They walked to their room. They walked into their home at dusk, and Lou asked about dinner. He suggested that that they let Jeff pick a place to celebrate for his return home. Just go to sleep, both of you boys. Go to sleep, Shirley. Sheila remarked. I don't know why I keep wanting to say Shirley, Sheila remarked. She and her husband both retreated to their rooms as well, to argue or feel sorry about themselves. Who knew? Jeff and Lou didn't speak much that night. Jeff spent most of the evening staring at himself in the mirror. He kept pulling back the bandages and looked at the scar. Lou wanted to see them too, but felt that it might be imprudent to ask. I'm glad you're home, Jeff. I really missed you, and I'm glad you're okay, Lou said to Jeff as he stared at himself. I'm not okay, Lou. Neither are you. None of us are, really. There's a sickness here. The only difference is, now my sickness shows on the outside as well, Jeff replied, his voice as flat as on the answering machine. What are you talking about? Lou said. One day you'll see it too. This is what happens, though. This is what happens when it all falls down, Jeff replied, still peeking behind the bandages. Jeff, I don't know what you're trying to say, Lou responded. Jeff didn't reply, though, and after several moments, Lou left him alone. Lou went down to his parents' bedroom and knocked on their door. What is it? The voice of his mother asked. Mom, I think Jeff is acting weird. You may want to talk to him. Go away, Lou. Leave your mother alone, his father's voice answered. Okay, Dad, go check on your brother or your son. Fuck. Lou, being young, had no other ideas, so he returned to his room before. He didn't know that those would be the last words he'd ever hear his parents speak to him. That night, Sheila and Matt Woods awoke together, both being light sleepers. It took little to bring them out of their slumber. The sudden removal of their blankets, as if they were snatched from the bed, did the trick just fine. They awoke to see a small light coming from the half bath that was situated in their master bathroom. The door was cracked only slightly, and the light source was weak. They could make it a human shape, standing over their bed, though. What is going on? Sheila grumbled. As their vision came into focus, they realized their son was standing before them. Matt reached over and flipped on the lamp next to the bed. Jeff was standing there, his bandages off, his disfigured face beaming down on them, with a long kitchen knife clutched in his right hand. What are you doing, son? Jeff did not say that. Matt asked, his mind trying to shake off the cobwebs of sleep. That is the first time I'd ever heard cobwebs of sleep. Huh. That one actually kind of makes sense in a sense, I guess. Huh, odd, weird. He's got a knife, Sheila screamed, grabbing her husband's arm. Matt kept his composure, though. Sheila, it's probably the painkillers. He likely got up and got disoriented. Relax, for Christ's sake. Yeah, whenever I get off, medicine. Whenever I got off my ADHD medicine, the first thing I always did because I did not have that medicine yet was grab a knife and wave it around crazily, take my medicine perfectly fine, put it back, and just walked away like nothing happened. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? Jeff tilted his head to one side, still not speaking. He stared hard at his father, slowly bringing the knife up, ensuring that he saw it well. Son, what are you doing? Matt asked. Scaring you, Jeff replied, with no emotion in his voice. Matt, do something, Sheila pleaded. Okay, son, I realize you've been through a lot, but you need to go back to bed. I'm going to call the doctor in the morning, and Jeff moved quickly across to his father's side of the bed, his head moving about, alternating between a normal-looking young man and the deformed ghoul that had been lurking in the shadows. Okay, son, you're scaring me. Is that what you wanted? Matt asked, adjusting in the middle of the bed to put distance between himself and his son. Good. Now I can start hurting you. Jeff spoke once again with no emotion. His father had time to urge a single syllable, most likely to ask another question, to try and reason with his son. Jeff, however, gave him time to do no more of that. He lunged onto the bed, driving the knife deep into his father's stomach. Matt attempted to fend Jeff off, but the wound to his midsection rendered him into shock, and his arms fell to his side. Jeff could hear his mother screaming, but paid no mind. He wanted to finish with his father first. Removing the knife, Jeff stepped down into his stomach 3 more times, quickly. His father gasped and coughed up blood. His body jerked and twitched. At times, the knife found its mark. After the third time, Matt Wood lay still. Sheila had backed up against the headboard of the bed. She wanted to climb down, make a run for it, but she balled herself up between the headboard and the end table. In the frantic state of terror and confusion, she couldn't figure out how to do something as simple as dismount a bed. Jeff, why are you doing this to us? I don't know, maybe because you're a fucking idiot, she asked feebly. Randy started it. You must have known that, but you ignored it. Lou had a busted lip. You must have seen that, but you ignored it. I was shot in the face with a flare gun, but you believed Randy. Why? So you could fit in? Jeff asked in a low, almost grumbling voice. No, baby, I believe you. It was just your father's job, and we're new here, and... Oh, God, Jeff, please. His mother begged. Tell me about homeschool, Mom. Tell me all about how you didn't want to send me out to the public because of my face. Tell me how none of the other kids want to be my friend and how none of their parents will want to be yours. Tell me about that, Mom. Tell me how nice it's going to be, you homeschooling me. Jeff, please, I was just stressed. I was worried about you, that's all. Please, I love you. Mom, I think you should take your own advice. You know what you told Lou when you got home tonight. He wanted to do something nice to welcome me home. And do you remember what you told us instead? Jeff asked, as he now crawled over, cornering his mother on the bed. What did I say? She asked, the question coming out barely a whisper. Go to sleep. Jeff snarled and drove his knife into his mother's chest. He stabbed her over and over again. As he did, he finally found the perfect recipe that heavily blended that rage, hatred, and pleasure all mixed into one perfect formula. And for a while, Jeff became lost in it all. Jeff opened his brother's bedroom door, not surprising to find his brother asleep. He had dozed off with headphones in, so he slept through all the shouting. How convenient. That was fine with Jeff. It was easier that Lou had not hear all of that. Jeff sat down in his brother's bed and nudged him slightly. It took a moment, but Lou finally opened his eyes and looked up. Jeff removed his earphones for him. You're free now, Lou. He spoke softly. Jeff, what are you talking about? Jeff mumbled, still half asleep. You'll see in the morning. I just wanted to let you know that I love you. You've been my best friend. Remember that, okay? Thanks, I love you too. Now, let me go back to sleep, Lou replied, already dozing off again. Jeff smiled and stood up. As he left the room, he looked back at his sleeping brother one last time before he vanished into the night. Okay, so kind of realizing this, you ignored the part where he burned off his eyelids to see himself smile forever, and also carved a smile into a face, which I thought they were going for because half of it was a smile. Hold on, actually, because the picture on the website shows him with because one of it's like a stitched smile on the one, and then the other one he has like a weird up nose. So I don't know what's going on there. But in this other one, it clearly is like he's got giant smile. Even in this picture, like the one, it has him with all white eyes, but the other one has him with green eyes. I mean, whatever, you can make him whatever. So I do like how he's blind in one eye and kind of has the, what is it called? There's an actual term for it where you have a scar that kind of looks like a smile. The Joker has it. And there are actual multiple people who are injured and they on their face, and it makes them look like they have a scar. So I do like how he's burned halfly on his face. Whatever, that's fine. But, and I don't care how one of the boys was killed. But the point of it was that the reason why he has leather white skin is because he was burnt all over by gasoline and bleach. No, just bleach. He was burnt with bleach and alcohol. And So that was that. And, like, the party is not a thing anymore. Like, I don't care that they're all fighting somewhere else. Okay, so I do like how they were fighting outside of a video game place. But I think everyone is kind of afraid of Randy's dad. So that's why he knows he can get away with it. But even then, like, not only is now a kid hurt from this, which we still don't know how old him and Lou are, because it's hinted at Lou is the youngest. Yeah. Are you sure? Are you positive? He's like, no, Mom, pet me, please. So, I don't know why. Okay, we got a location. It's Louisiana. So that's fine. That's fun. And they have an aunt who hates them just as much. And I get, in the beginning, like, when you're not mentally sane, sometimes people do things and just kill whoever. Because at the other one, it was kind of hinted that he might have killed his brother. And I like that open-ended. But I do like how he does leave his brother to kind of be like, oh, you were my true friend. Like, you've been with me. I know your pain. But now you probably left him to be with that aunt that treated him probably like shit as well. And, yeah. But the story is... You probably heard it through it all. I have issues with this story for multiple reasons. Like, it's a reboot. But if you're going to make it a reboot, either have it be more, like, besides lengthwise, just to be like, oh, I'm going to put a big word here, or I'm going to add something that does not matter in, like, the slightest. But if you explore more than that, and I guess that's why there's a sequel, but explore more to the fact that there's obviously something on here. And I think the birthday party has been, like, pushed to everyone's mind that the birthday party, you gotta, like, have the birthday party. And that could have been fine. Like, hey, like, Randy's mom, like, have it be like, oh, Randy made it be, like, false hope. And they're playing, like, pirates or whatever, and he keeps hitting Jeff, and then it slowly becomes like a big bludgeon, like, to where, like, none of the adults are watching them, and so he just starts, like, beating the shit out of Jeff, and Jeff has to fight back, and, like, Keith and Troy, like, start holding him back. See, that could have worked, and I don't know why that wasn't working, because I think the birthday party is, like, the huge thing. And the flare gun, I don't know if flare gun burns, and I don't know how badly a lot of them do, because I'm sure, like, you'll get, like, third-degree burns, like, 100%, but I don't know how badly one can do to make you, like, have a smile, like, a partial smile. I bet you they can make you go blind. Like, I would not doubt that. And they never do explain, like, what the dad, Matt, does. And same with Sheila, that I always called Sherla for some reason.
Why do you cry?
But yeah, the story is meh. It's like, it's given more as to why, but here's the things I would have taken out. The thing about boxing, like, kids can fight. Doesn't matter. It's just, if you know how to do it, you know how to do it. And, like, because I guess it doesn't matter if you kill one of the boys or not. It didn't matter because it didn't protrude anything in the first story either, because it was never brought up. But I would have still kept the birthday party scene. I would have kind of made it be like the mothers, like, try and make them be friends, and they kind of get to be friends. Like, how that scene with Randy being friendly with Jeff, like, yeah, 100%, like, that would be, like, great. That's a good thing, because get him into a false friendship and then beat him, like, that's great. The police officer, I do not, because obviously, like, as Jeff said, they're working for him, but I do not believe, like, these people would be like, oh, this and this, and I'd be like, cool. Actually, Jeff, however old he is, I'd be like, cool, I'm gonna go and take this to another county over and sue the fuck out of you, because here's the logistics. And that's the only thing. And I also know laws. So, like I said, the story is meh. I'm talking for too long, just trying to make stuff go on longer. If you want to go read it yourself, go read it yourself. If you like the story, but I got issues with it because some of the stuff, and again, I found a typo, but whatever. But a lot of the story has issues. And that's like with a reboot anyway. It's not going to be better than the original. And the original is not good either. Like, it's not. But I can still see why some of this happened. And I think in the original, they were actually in school, but they skipped school because it was because, like, the bus was coming. So I guess that doesn't matter if school started or not. I take that back. I think they did go to school once. Maybe they didn't. I don't remember for sure. But at the same time. Have a good one. Goodbye. Hi. I'm doing the Jeff the Killer Scars raw read. Oh, Scars of Corruption. I suck. So, if you don't know what a raw read is, it's pretty much, I don't edit anything because I'm lazy. And also, I don't have anything else to add to it besides this is just part 2 of the original, like, reboot of Jeff the Killer. This is the Scar of crack. I don't know. So, I'm actually going to try and be serious. I already read one of the quotes from someone. It says, "I'm pissed, Mom, and I am too." So, let's begin. I already fucked up. From the prologue to Jeffrey Woods, Brother, Friend, Killer, by Lou Woods. Made because my doctor told me to, that it might make me feel better, and it doesn't. Before we begin this journey, I want it to be known that when I remember my brother Jeff, I remember a friend. I remember a big brother who taught me how to climb a tree, throw a baseball, play video games, and about a million other things. He never beat me up. Most siblings beat each other up. Never took my share of spending money our parents would send us off to the mall with, or made me feel like the tag along when he'd hang out with his friends. He had friends? He was my best friend, someone that, should I live to be 100 years old, can never be replaced. Jeffrey from down the street. Oh, okay. So that was all, like, italicized. So that's the end of that one. Now we're on to someone different. Lane Dermott turned the key in the door of the mother's modest home in Mandeville, L.A. Walked into the foyer of his home. He threw his backpack on the floor. Oh, it's Lane. Did I say louder? It's Lane. Creating a loud thud as the heavy books connected within the strike of the hardwood floor. Lane, what have I told you about throwing your books down like that? We just had the floors done. His mother, Nancy Dermott, scolds. Who cares? Just say his mom. Unseen, but most certainly heard from the nearby kitchen. I'm pissed, Mom, Lane replies, his voice laced with a sort of angst that only a teenager who feels slighted by society can produce. The only one slighted by society can only be the Woods brothers, and that's it, apparently. Because one's a killer, well, the other one does later, but I don't know. That's, like, possibility? His mother let out a patient sigh. What happened now, Lane? Are those kids still giving you a hard time at lunch? No, I already told you. I don't care about them. Lane's book of poetry, which also doubled as his journal, had recently been fished out of the backpack by some mean-spirited peer or another and shared with the rest of the school. He'd had some problems with bullying since then, but Nancy had sincerely believed it was starting to slow down. Kids can only stay focused on one thing for so long, in her opinion, and the expiration date on her son's latest abuse should, in her mind, be, my kid's being abused at school. Let's do absolutely nothing about it and hope that he doesn't get stabbed by a pair of scissors or end up killing someone. His mom sucks already. She'd been raising Lane alone for some time now. Paul Dermott, who cares, just say his father, her former husband, and Lane's missing in action father had been out of the picture for the last 4 years or so. Since then, she'd be doing her best to raise and support him. But Lane was not always an easy son to support. Yeah, because he's been abused, and abuse is so hard to stop when you yourself can say, hey, my son's being abused, and also, why are you taking your poetry to school, son? I mean, I get why you would, but also don't do that. His obsession with what his mother thought of as dark things drove a divide between them. He was at the age where she couldn't possibly understand him or his interests, and he had quickly established that she was an outsider looking in. Was he into corn? If it's not 90s, 2000 corn, we can't talk. His room, adorned with strange books on the occult, disturbed art, and posters for strange foreign horror films, caused her to avoid going in there unless absolutely necessary. I mean, that just sounds like a kid who's in an emo phase, or even likes, like, ghosts and stuff. That's me whenever I was a teen, or preteen, I guess, into horror. She tried a time or two to explain to him that perhaps his interest in this disturbing piece of culture, or what caused him to be in these... I'm gonna die here. That's what's gonna happen. And these disturbing piece of culture are what caused him to become a target at his school. This, of course, only served to divide a deeper wedge between them, as he would insist that she didn't know or understand him. To be fair, that's a good wedge to be like, hey, your son likes this stuff. You don't have to like it. You can understand it for a thing or two. And also doesn't say what kind of foreign horror films, maybe The Grudge or like The Slit Mouth Woman or whatever, but yeah, it's something that I used to like probably back in the day. Now, on this otherwise lovely day in Manville, it would seem that Lane Dermott had found something new to be furious about. Nancy reached into her purse and fetched her favorite coping mechanism, a bottle of Xanax. Oh, we got a druggie. Lovely. It's not probably a druggie. It sounds like a 2-pill problem, she thought to herself as she washed the medicine down her throat with a glass of tap water. Forcing a smile and reassigning herself to play therapist, she proceeded. Come in here and tell me what happened, she called to him. This happened, her son replied, stomping into the kitchen and throwing 2 articles of literature on the kitchen table. Mr. Grumble rejected my book report. He said that the subject matter was inappropriate. I mean... Nancy looked down at the table and saw the book report neatly typed and placed into a document binder, and then observed the paper that reported had been based on. She quickly realized that she should have allowed that Xanax a bit more time to start working in its euphoric magic before engaging her son. Lane, that book is banned in schools. You know that. The school sent out a letter informing everyone. Why would you do a report on it? It's freedom of expression, Mom. Why can't any of you understand that? The Communist Manifesto is not a good book to bring to school, son. Like, what the fuck? Oopsie, I didn't mean to press that. You knew he was going to kick that report back, son. Why would you try to provoke the teacher? Lane had 2 other book reports rejected by his English teacher over the last few months. The first had been based on a long-time band, The Anarchist Cookbook. I mean, do they cook good food, though? I don't think it is. I've never read it. Well, the other had been a recently exiled piece of literature called Voodoo and Hoodoo. I don't know about that one. Removed from schools because it allegedly gave step-by-step instructions on how to prepare the cast hexes. I mean... I just remember certain books from our school that had to be banned, like Lolita, and, like, that's the only one I can remember at the top of my head, but mostly they didn't care as long as you weren't, like, doing it in class, and most of the times people read the book, like, face down so that you couldn't see what they were reading, so I guess it wouldn't matter. Now that the school had blacklisted yet another book, Nancy couldn't even form shock that Lane had immediately picked it up. Excuse me. She didn't mind that he read the book. She didn't mind that he was interested in its content. But she knew that he intentionally wrote the report just for a reaction from his teacher that couldn't be denied. Honestly, he probably gave a poker face as he was grading it. He was like, the Communist Manifesto. It's always the Communist Manifesto for me for some reason. Do not ask. I popped my neck, so sorry. Nancy picked up the small paperback, gazing at its dark cover. In stark white was the title. This book, an autobiography, hit the bookstore about 2 months ago. The residents of Manville, especially those in position of power, were not pleased at the content found within the book's pages. Corruption, cover-ups, privilege, family, money, abuse, and murder were the main themes. So most of the books that are coming out this year. Lovely. Manville was made to look like a haven for the wealthy and a pity and equality for those without it. Her former husband's name appeared a few times throughout. He'd been the assistant director of international affairs for the Manville police at the time, and the author of this book had not been very kind to the authorities in his telling of the events from 4 summers ago, back in 2015. Oh, so Jeff, okay. Wait, 2015, So he is 19. So, okay. So this finally has a proper place to take place in. So you're telling me that Jeff and Lou had no way to contact their friends, especially in-game, that they played video games quite a bit from. Okay. It's part of the town's history, Mom. Why is it okay for us to learn about all the other horrible events of our past, but I can't write about this? Because rich white people. That's why. And also, I think in my school, we talked about Hindenburg disaster, World War II, World War I, Vietnam, we had an incident at our school that caused the death of a foreign exchange student, a normal student, and her family that suddenly did pass from a plane crash, and no one could write situations on that because, again, it was a touchy subject and it also had happened. I do know there was one kid who tried to write it for a psychology class, but that was to show the monitor of pain, of fake tears, and just to show how sympathetic or unsympathetic people had been. It was a ratio of just from his perspective, which it was very interesting because he found 30% of people showed emotion while the rest either showed quiet composition, the feeling of, hey, this is quiet time. The rest just did not give a fuck. Or there were people, I think there was a 5% of the school had something bad to say, also my ex. But it just depends on, I guess, English doesn't want that, but maybe psychology could, or sociology, This story just hits too close to home for too many of us, Lane, Nancy stated. She was feeling her temper start to rise a bit. Not just because her defiant son once again found a way to irritate his teacher, but because the events listed in the book in her hand had potentially led to her husband's leaving her and Lane behind. That kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, it does, but it doesn't to me. I mean, if he feels like a failed police officer, I guess, but that's I guess more. You could always blame Lane, I guess, because Lane already seems like the perfect thing for you to blame to take Xanax. Lane would have most likely been shocked to learn that his mother had purchased a copy of the same book his rejected report had been based on. Nancy, like many other residents of Manville, had been deeply impacted by the actions of Jeffrey Woods. Anything that happens in my town as well, a lot of people pick it up, especially when it comes to true crime, which I'm also in that field of true crime. Following the brutal slaughter of his parents, Jeff Woods, why'd you say Jeffrey Woods one way and not the whatever, had gone on to kill 4 more people before he had finally vanished for good. Nancy hadn't personally known any of the victims, but in a small town as Manville, she'd at least walked past them once or twice at the grocery store or at the park. So I'm guessing killed Randy and his goons, potentially, maybe. After killing his parents, Jeff the Killer targeted Officer Donald Williamson of Mandeville Police Department. I don't know why he did, but he did. He'd been the officer of the first investigation, Jeff Woods, for fighting with 3 other kids. Oh, okay, that makes a little more sense. In the parking lot of the Village Shopping Center. He'd also been involved in the investigation of now infamous flare gun incident in Randy Hayden's garage. Lou Woods had the following to say about Williams in his book. Really? So they even got the book from his brother. Ooh, maybe his brother was like, I'm going to submit this report. From Chapter 4, Corruption in Uniform. Never in my life would I have believed the corrupted small-town cop archetype could exist in such in such a larger-than-life captivity. Donald Williamson, my brother's third victim, embodied so many corruption that one would almost think from a work of poorly written fiction. The woman at the video store called the police about the fight, and it was none other than Williamson who was assigned to investigate. He blamed my brother and I for the entire incident. He insisted that our failure to chain up our bikes without somehow justified Randy, Keith, and Troy taking them for a joyride. He said that the witness saw Jeff take the first swing at Troy. Upon revealing police report that was made to the public long after the incident took place, it was revealed that the only video store clerk witnessed the incident. Her statement indicated that she saw a group of boys fighting in the parking lot. At no time does it specify that my brother instigated the altercation. So basically, Lou called him out. He ran town because he's a fucking liar. Williamson would later be called to investigate the fight at Randy's home, the injury with the flare gun, and the ultimate blinding and disfiguration inflicted upon my brother. It was reported that Jeff shot himself in the face with the flare gun. Williamson once again worked his skills at corruption. Rather than investigating the incident, he merely took Randy's statement. Paramedics on the scene later stepped forward and admitted that Williamson could be seen coaching Randy, Keith, and Troy as they wrote their statements, practically feeding them their lines like a stage director in a play. The next victim my brother would take was most likely the only true incident one. The next victim my brother would take was likely the only truly incident one to fall. Benny Rosenberg, chief editor of the NOLA Watch, and had been contacted by Jeff about 2 weeks after the murder of Williamson. By this time, the photograph taken of Jeff by Williamson's son had made the national headlines. The pictures, accompanied by the USA Today labeled Jeff the Killer, had by now turned my brother into a national sensation. Questions that were asked now, and I have no doubt in my mind that Randy Hayden's father, along with the officials in the Mandeville Police Department, were scrambling to keep any of the facts of the case hidden. The Mandeville police were only giving cookie-cutter answers, usually falling back on the excuse that all the facts would be revealed only once the case was closed. No one close to the investigation would speak in any detail, and tough questions were often directed to the MPD's Public Affairs Department, which somehow never seemed to have their telephones staffed. Phone messages were left unanswered, reporters were ignored, and everyone seemed to be in too much of a rush to stop and talk. So they know they were in the wrong, and they don't have an idea how to fix it. Ha ha ha. Scroll down. The encounter between my brother and Rosenberg is one that is well documented now. The tape recording that Rosenberg had been using to conduct the interview returned to the NOLA Watch about a week or so after Rosenberg's death. Monica Davenport, who'd maybe if I could speak, who'd been the assistant editor, released the tapes in her own news documentary, Jeff Woods, The Killer Speaks. The recording, the only known testimony by Jeff himself, tell of the real encounters, with Randy and his friends. The tapes reveal how Williamson worked to whitewash the investigation and served to cast further doubt on Randy's explanation of events with the flare gun. The tapes were released after the investigation of the MPD and Maxwell Hayden had already begun to look into. However, they helped to shed the light on the corruption actions committed by the Mandeville officials. I can't talk now after I took a drink. Jesus. Rosenberg's death, for example, was not made public for almost 24 hours. Of course not. The police on scene claimed that they couldn't identify Rosenberg and had to contact lab testing to uncover his identity. However, Monica Davenport, who actually contacted the police, testified that she'd given the 911 dispatch Rosenberg's full name and even explained why he was out in Mandeville that night. Actually, considering that he probably was murdered in the house, what I do believe it was in, it most likely would have been, hey, it's Rosenberg. It is believed that due to the Rosenberg's connection that my with my brother, the MPD were instructed to keep the matter quiet for as long as possible to protect the slowly recovering image of the town. The police did not want to have to admit that Jeff Woods was still on the loose 2 weeks after his last murder. Considering you didn't find the fucker. There is also a darker conspiracy that I can only call such because no further evidence was ever discovered. However, considering that tainted reputation and obvious corruption within Manville, it stands to mention anyway. According to one of the EMTs on scene, Rosenberg was still alive when the police first arrived. She believed that the MPD acted immediately. Rosenberg could have survived his attack by Jeff. Even though you're not describing how he was assaulted or killed. The official police report states that when officers arrived, they did not initially see Rosenberg's body due to the lack of street light in the area. Bullshit. They claimed to have searched the exterior of the small building where Rosenberg and Jeff conducted their interview. Then the police officer on the scene claimed to hesitate to enter the building until he was able to confirm that his watch commander, whether or not a warrant would be needed to enter. Davenport lambasted the police on this, as the regulations clearly stated that entering the building without a warrant is lawful, so long as the officers have suspicion that a crime is being taken place inside said building. Breonna Taylor says otherwise. What? Who said that? What? Who said that? Furthermore, the door of the building was ajar at the time of the officers' arrival. Shining the flashlight into the door would have immediately released Rosenberg's body. Once the larger conspiracy began to become public knowledge, the rumors continued to evolve that the police didn't want Rosenberg to survive the injury due to the knowledge he'd gained from speaking to Jeff. They were not aware of the tape recording, and perhaps assumed that with Rosenberg dead, no further information about Jeff's murder could surface. Lou Wood's book cataloged the next victim in similar fashion. There we go. There's our boys. Keith Jacobson and Troy Lockett were Jeff's next victims. They took place 2 weeks after the death of Williamson, and the night after the death of the journalist from New Orleans. Had the Manville police not worked so hard to keep the death of Bernie Rosenberg quiet, perhaps Keith and Troy's parents could have done something to protect them. They would have at least known that Jeff was still in the area. However, with Rosenberg's death still not officially reported, the town was starting to relax again. Perhaps they all believed it was over with the murder of Williamson. To be fair, when you hear of an assault from these three boys, yeah, even if they say weren't involved, I'd still try and protect my kids. You keep them off the streets for a second. The double homicide took place at Keith Jacobson's home. Investigators believe that Jeff was able to gain entry into the house through the unlocked patio door. Keith was found brutally stabbed to death in the kitchen of his home. It is believed that Troy overheard the commotion from the second floor of the home and was in the process of descending the stairs to investigate. His body was found at the base of the stairs. His death was also caused by multiple stab wounds. Randy Hayden, who instigated violence in the encounter with Jeff and I at the video store, and who is also believed to have set up the attack on Jeff at his home on the day of the flare gun injury, was the only one to escape Manville alive. His parents, Bridget and Maxwell Hayden, discovered that their wealth and influence could not protect their son from ramification for his actions. Randy Hayden and his family moved at once. A moving company was contracted to collect their belongings. It is believed that Randy Hayden and his parents went to the witness protection. A moving company was hired to pack their home for them, as they were likely advised to avoid Manville until Jeff was captured. Joke's on you, Jeff probably can find you. It was the fact that the movers would end up uncovering the mass cover-up and outside lies committed by Maxwell Hayden along with the Manville Police Department. Nancy felt her anger boil at this point. Before Jeff and his family moved to Manville, she had a great life. Her husband, being a high-ranking member of the Manville Police, meant that she enjoyed a certain degree of comfort within the city limits. Speeding tickets did not exist in Nancy's vocabulary, nor did parking fines or the need to always ensure that she was sober when driving. Most of the officers knew who her husband was, and if they didn't, they would learn soon enough should they decide to issue her any form of citation. She'd become accustomed to this, and therefore was not prepared for the public shaming that was soon to follow. The book went on. The book went on. I will never understand why those that committed crimes record them. Perhaps they were foolish. Perhaps there is a foolish tone within all criminal actions that compelled the guilty to leave those little breadcrumbs. Perhaps it is simple hubris. Maxwell Hayden had the fact instructed his company's director. I had a stroke reading that. Maxwell Hayden had in fact instructed his company's director of loss prevention to supervise the movers personally on each of the 3 days that they were packing up the home. However, no one can be everywhere at once, and even under the watchful eye of Hayden's guard dog, the movers were able to strike gold. My personal belief is that the Loss Prevention Association was busy watching over the jewelry and other valuables. He likely never thought that the real burned treasure would be found in a simple leather-bound day planner left in plain sight on the Hayden's nightstand. According to the movies, he picked up the planner and stuffed it into his back pocket so that he could pick up the nightstand and carry it out of the back room. By his own admission, he had no interest in the book. However, upon returning to his home that night, after a long day of moving furniture, the mover discovered he'd forgotten to remove the planner from his pocket. He stated that he tossed a small book onto his coffee table and had forgotten all about it for a few days. By the time he realized that he still had it in his possession of the planner, the move was complete and the truck carrying all of the Hayden family possessions was on his way to wherever they'd gone to hide. Why is this so fucking long? Get to the point. Just show us Jeff trying to kill. God dang it. Is this Jeff the Killer? The autobiography. Fuck. The mover reported taking the planner to Hayden's office building and leaving it at the reception desk. There, the chain of custody is unknown. That is, until it appeared again in the hands of the local media. By the time the small day planner made its rounds, it had visited the Funeral Bureau of Investigation, Louisiana State Justice Department, the Attorney General's office, and about half a dozen other organizations. The little planner contained meeting and lunch schedules between Maxwell Hayden and Paul Dermott, who at the time of the Assistant Director of International Affairs for the Manville Police Department. The meetings all took place after the initial fight between Randy and Jeff in the shopping center parking lot. Oh yeah, that's right, I'm stupid. Other members of the Manville Police Department were penciled in for lunch or dinner, including Donald Williamson himself. This sparked enough red flags for the powers that existed above or beyond Hayden's influence to dig deeper. By then, questions were already being whispered about anyway. The physician at the hospital, Dr. Ronaldo Diaz, had been demanding a complete ballistic report from the day of the flare gun incident. He did not believe, based on the angle of the wound across Jeff's face, that the injury could be self-inflicted. Hold on. It's screwing up here.
Two-story acid.
Okay, cool. You keep doing that to me. He informed authorities that he initially waited on filing the formal request of the report because he assumed the police would have further investigated Randy's questionable explanation of their own. It wasn't until he realized that wasn't going to happen that he had taken a step further. To accompany this allegation, Hayden's planner showed a lunch schedule with the Manville Police Department Director of Crime Scene Investigation, Laura Dubois, I don't know. The MPD went on to deny Diaz's request for further information, instead assuring him that the matter was being fully investigated by their own personnel. Once the planner was thoroughly analyzed, the dialogue of federal investigation fell on Manville like a plague of locusts. The MPD was gutted with all of the top brass either resigning or forced out. Many officials admitted cool, I'm gonna die here. That's fine. It's hot as hell. Many officials admitted to being bribed by Maxwell Hayden, while others attempted to claim that they were blackmailed or pressured. Those claimed pressures from above decided that a sacrificial lamb was in order, and Paul Dermott became said lamb. A picture was painted of Dermott and Hayden working side by side. Hayden's money combined with Dermott's position allowed him to play the city of Manville like a game of chess. However, the Dermott's lawyer did an impressive job of throwing just enough doubt onto the jury that were unable to decide. Oh my God, why the hell? The Dermott's lawyer did an impressive job of throwing just enough doubt at the grand jury that they were unable to decide if he was truly a mastermind or simply a pasty. No indictments were made, and Dermott quickly resigned his post and left Manville. His wife received divorce papers in the mail sometime shortly after he left town. His excuse was that he needed to start from scratch and could not drag his family through the mud with him. Oh, so you leave them to feel the wrath of the town. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're a douche. This destroyed us. You know that, Nancy suddenly shouted, causing her son to startle a bit in surprise. Jeff Woods caused more problems for the city than I can count. That's why the book is banned at your school, because we want this forgotten. We don't want Jeff the Killer to be part of our history. Lane began to argue back, perhaps to the point Never mind, that's out there. I was like, why is the door jiggling? Perhaps to point out some hypocritical notion that his mother or his teacher was failing victim to. But Nancy continued to rant, giving Lane no time to speak. Your father had to leave us because of this. Left us here to fend for ourselves. Max Hayden, that bastard cut some sort of deal, testified against the city that I called home for so long. Now he's living a life with a new name. His son is probably getting ready to start college with his secret identity, and he'll never have to face the consequences that you and I did, Lane. And 4 years later, when the dust had finally settled just a bit, when people no longer look at me and see Paul Dermott's wife, when people no longer whispered about me when I turned down the aisle at the store, now this fucking book comes out. Everything that I've worked so hard to leave behind, now brought back to life for the world to gawk at once again. Nancy was crying now. Lane trapped in the realm between the sympathy he felt for his mother and the anger that it still harbored for this book report being denied, simply exited the kitchen with no further commentary on the matter. He returned to his bedroom and took to the internet to voice his rage instead. He logged on to his Facebook profile and began a long rant about censorship, freedom of speech, corruption, and the hypothetical world that he was forced to exist in. Oh, my mommy didn't give me the liberty to live because now I lived in a corrupt world. Suck my nuts. I've already heard those kids so many fucking times. Oh my God, I bet you he posts to Twitter too. How lovely. This was made in 2018, 2019. Yes! He went into a vivid detail about Lou Wood's book, about how Jeff the Killer was the only thing that put Manville, LA on the map. And I thought we were in Louisiana. Maybe that was his... Wait. I thought we were in Louisiana. Whatever, I guess. LA on the map. And about how his teacher was simply afraid of the truth, and so on and so forth, and so on it went. After Lane Dermott felt that his work in the field of exposing social justice was done for the day, he collapsed on his bed and dozed off, still brooding over the unfair nature of life. Suck my nuts, kid. You want to talk about unfair? Bet you're gonna die, or your mommy's gonna die. Excuse me. Ew, the Pepsi's flat. Gross. I'm still gonna drink it. Several hours later, he was awoken by a commotion from outside of his bedroom. The faded light coming in through the window told Lane that it was late in the evening. There was a sudden loud crash, followed by what he thought might be soft cries. The whimpering tone sounded as though it belonged to his mother. Lane stood from his bed and placed his ear to the door. He was now certain that the voice belonged to his mother. At first, he didn't react. Over the years since her husband left, she'd fallen into doubts and depression, and it was not too uncommon for her to suddenly begin to cry with no abrupt provocation. The crashing sound, though, it was something new. It had been too loud to just be a simple plate falling and shattering or a picture dropping from the wall. Slowly, Lane cracked the bedroom door open and could now hear his mother better. She wasn't just softly crying, but rather sounded as though she was begging, Please don't hurt us. Please just leave. Lane looked around his room for something, anything that he could use to defend himself. However, it was getting dark. It was getting dark outside, and he didn't want to risk turning on the bedroom light and alerting whoever was terrifying his mother that he was back there. He didn't have a cellular phone or a landline in his bedroom, and there was nothing immediately visible to use for self-defense, for his only option were to stay hidden or to get out and see what was happening. He could have likely stood in the doorway and debated this all night, but suddenly his mother screamed, raising her voice from the sheepish tone she had been uttering her pleas to a full-on sound of terror and panic. "No, please, no!" The voice of Nancy carried back to Lane. Lane exited his bedroom and stepped into the darkened hallway of his home. What little light still came in from the windows was a dull orange that only late twilight could produce. The house was small, and within a few steps, he knew that he'd be able to see in the living room. Still looking for any means of self-defense, Lane's eyes fell on the small wooden stand that sat in the hallway of their home. The phone stand that was never used for a phone, since the only jack was located in the living room, contained a small shelf underneath its base. Sometimes his mother would keep her few sewing instruments in there. He knew there was needles and thread, but what he now prayed for was a sharp sewing shredders. They sprung to his mind because Lane was told from time to time. Because Lane was told from the time he was a small child that they were dangerous, sharp as knives. Every time he touched them, as far back as he could recall, Nancy felt it was her duty to remind him to be careful. As silently as possible, Lane opened the drawer, feeling the degree of gratitude at how silently the shelf glided out. Looking down, he saw the long scissors that were in fact in the drawer. Being careful not to make a sound, he drew them out and, with a shaky sigh of nerves, once more began to move towards the sound of his mother's begging. That's so fucking long. Oh my god. Lane slowly peeked into the room, his eyes growing enormous and his heart freeze in place at the sight before him. His mother, cowering on the sofa, pushed back as far into the backrest as anyone could, was holding her hands up in a pleading gesture. She was crying loudly. This sight alone, though, oh my fucking god! Oh my god! This sight alone, though, is not what pulled Lane from his former state of caution, fear, and into a state of crippling panic. He's seen his mother break down and cry many times, especially during the first year that his father left. No, it was the source of the current horror that froze Lance in his tracks. Was it Jeff the motherfucking killer? It stood close to 6 feet tall, dressed in ragged clothes with long, filthy black hair, practically hiding one of its face, and a long kitchen knife grabbed in its hand. It was tilted its head back. Okay, grammar. Wait, it was tilted its head back and forth, almost as though it was a more curious animal trying to figure out the best place to strike its prey. It would change positions before the sofa every second, as though attempting to further torment Nancy, keep her unsure of when and from where it would strike. Lane risked taking another step. Then suddenly the ghoulish intruder looked at him. Oh, shit. It was the moment that Lane found himself trapped deeply between disbelief and amazement. The face staring at him from across his living room was far too iconic to mistake. From the other side, an almost sane eye locked in. A small smile formed. Actually, I just remembered he's blind. Now he's clockwork. A smile formed. Oh my fucking god! I told you I can't read. A smile formed as he realized it had trapped Lane in fear. The other side of his face, though, it was something drawn perhaps out of the... There was something drawn perhaps on the tapestries. Tapestries? Tapestries? Tapestries of hell. The eye was nothing more than a milky white bulb. Lane felt that this was what the eye of the monstrous creature might develop should it spend its life swimming about the pits of the Marina Trench. From the mouth to its eyes was a long-healed yet quite pronouncing scar. The scar stopped briefly at the at the blank eye, but began again above the eyebrow, traveling up the forehead and on top of the scalp. Lane slowly raised the scissors to his chest level, now gripping them with both hands. Understandably, Lane could not overcome the pure shock of finding one of the descendants' most infamous serial killers standing in his living room. Oh, cool. Now we get another fucking chapter from... Oh, my God. Let me say this now, because I'm going to write this shit up real quick. Why don't we have it be Lou's perspective and how he's going through life as everyone knows him as the serial killer's brother that has gone missing for a moment but comes back every time to time to be avenged by the people who's wronged him. Now, mind you, that would sound pretty cool. I don't need to care about Lane because Lane's a little douche and I know he's going through a phase. The mom's just awful too. So they both deserve to die. And it's like, why? Like, why are you gonna make it be a book? And then half of this is like chapters from that book that Lou had made and about how the corruption is. Okay, I get it. The corruption of this place is awful, and his parents were awful. Actually, I don't know if Lou writes about this or not, but his parents were awful. So, yeah. These chapters are so fucking long. Whatever. I still have like a long way to go, so be prepared for like a 3-hour read because I have a lot to say too. From chapter 7, Denial on the Truth, the Fact of My Brother. Scrolling down. What used to keep me up at night most, what caused me the most regret and pain was the fact that I slept through Jeff's farewell. Well, you were in and out of sleep, I understand. I only vaguely remember it now. My brother walking up, telling me that I was free now. I remember feeling annoyed because, well, who enjoys being waking up in the middle of the night? I remember when he told me that he loved me and that I was his best friend. I remember saying something like, I love you too, let me go back to sleep, or something to that effect. When I woke up the next morning, I just got up and started my normal routine. It wasn't until I was walking down the stairs toward the kitchen that I realized my house was too quiet. My mother always had the television on in the living room during the day. It was almost 10 a.m. and the house was silent. It would still be another hour before I decided to open my parents' bedroom. You're a shit son. The rest of the week is still a blur in my mind. The police arriving, my parents being taken out, wrapped in bed sheets. I was sure that Jeff had been kidnapped by whoever murdered our parents. Of course, I remembered him waking me up in that cryptic goodbye. But when it's your brother, a trusted face you've known your entire life, it's not exactly easy to apply that person to murder. Unless they're batshit crazy. Or they just got, like, disfigured in the face and have heard that their parents only care, or that the mom only cares about the looks of their son rather than, oh, is my baby gonna be mentally okay? Is he ever gonna see again? However, once the murder of Williamson took place, once the tabloids labeled him Jeff the Killer, well, by then it was pretty much almost impossible to deny. Once Monica Davenport released the Jeff tapes, well, denial was all I had left. After the murders of Keith and Troy, though, well, that was it. Months rolled into years, and pretty soon Jeff became a forgotten entity. By then, I'd been moved from Louisiana. There you go. I had a family in Texas, an aunt and uncle. They were very compassionate. They understood what I was going through and let me pretty much spend the next year healing. I still remember sitting up in my bed out there in Texas, feeling tears pool into the corners of my eyes. My greatest fear was that perhaps Jeff was trying to find me, that he needed help. I pictured him waiting around our very short-lived home in Manville, perhaps wondering where I was. Those sorts of thoughts kept me up the most that year. Excuse me. Sometime a letter would be addressed to me out there in Houston. It would be forwarded from the old address. No return address, usually. I would get so excited as I tore it open, convinced that Jeff had found a way to write me, to let me know that he was alive, when it would turn out that it was a piece of junk mail. Just some advertisement designed to look like a real piece of mail. My heart would sink, and I would felt regret creeping back in. Regret for not waking up and talking to Jeff on the night he left. At the very least, I could have told him goodbye. Jeff the killer, Lane whispered, still holding up the scissors. Jeff looked down at Nancy, his face locked into a twisted mask of insanity, and drove the knife down towards her chest. Go to... Shit, fuck! Accidentally, slips and falls. Shit, fuck! I just can't help imagine him, slipping and falling, trying to murder her, and he just falls, and the knife just goes in his chest, and he goes, fuck! Jeff screamed, suddenly realizing releasing the knife and letting it fall to the sofa. Lane looked over and saw his mother had brought the point of her knee directly into his groin of the attacker. Jeff staggered back against the wall, gripping his crotch while trying to still threaten both Nancy and Lane. While the intruder didn't account for what Nancy Dermott spent the majority of her adult life married to a policeman, he dragged her to every self-defense course that he could. For years, the training was drilled into her. Always go for the soft parts, the eyes, the testicles, the throat. What if they're a woman? Purple nurple. I don't know. Jeff suddenly lunged, attempting to dodge around Nancy and grab the knife that he dropped. During the initial kick, Lane was still frozen in place. For all the dark poetry and journal entries that he created, many detailing the ways to exact revenge on those didn't appreciate him. Most girls and teachers. Now that he's actually had a chance to stab someone, he found that he simply couldn't manage the act. Some people get frozen in fear, my dude. Jeff grabbed for the knife, got one hand around the hilt, but never had a chance to brandish it. At the very moment that he awkwardly attempted to rotate the blade, Nancy brought her living room lamp down into the attacker's head. There was the grunt of pain as Jeff fell forward onto the sofa, the lamp shattering, but before Lane could blink, his mother grabbed the next closest weapon, a large crystal ashtray that sat up on the coffee table. She raised the object above her head and, with a scream of rage, smashed it over the young man's head, who moments before had her under what he believed was complete control. "Oh, God, Lane, are you all right?" Nancy shouted at her son. "Yeah, Mom, are you?" Before she could answer, Lane began to move closer to the unmoving body in the living room sofa. "Stay back, Lane. He might get back up. Then keep beating the shit out of him." "Mom, I don't think he's getting back up. Look." Lane pointed to the blood pooling underneath the still body on the couch. "I've seen Higurashi. Those bitches get up." From the 2016 documentary, Jeff Woods, The Killer Speaks, by Monica Davenport. Interview conducted with local Mandeville youths, addressing the cultural movement known as Jeff's Killers. Oh. Monica Davenport addressed the camera while standing outside of a small home that appears to be in rural St. Tamary Parish. Monica: "I'm here on the outskirts of Mandeville, LA, where a group of high schoolers aged kids gathered on a regular basis. That would be their purpose of gathering. Well, they call themselves Jeff's Killers, and they view him as a sort of anti-hero. And many say they are anxiously awaiting the opportunity to meet him in person." The film cuts to a montage of various teenage participants, many with scars officially decorated on the side of their faces, with some contact lenses giving one eye a cosmetically enhanced whiteness. All the teens give short answers, some just one word, other a short phrase. All the same message, Joe. Jeff Woods. We're here to celebrate Jeff the Killer. The Killers. Always Jeffrey Woods. Always. So basically, when Jeff came around and was on Tumblr. Oh, God. Why do you come out to celebrate Jeffrey Woods? He's a serial killer. He murdered his parents. How do you find him a hero in that? Also, this reminds me of a bunch of other serial killers. I keep thinking Jeffrey Dahmer, but I don't know if that's correct or not. Jeff is he's showed the world that you can do something about abuse. So many of us. We've grown up dealing with this stuff, and we can't do shit. Jeff did. Jeff thought he did it. Yeah, Jeff Woods, he was a nice guy. He tried so hard to turn the other cheek and all the crap they teached us in school. He did everything the way we're taught to do. The way we're taught to do it. All the crap society tells are stepping stones from being a normal and happy person for most of us. For most of us, if it works out, great. You get to be a cheerleader or some crap. You get to march in the Labor Day parade. Woo! Jeff, though, all the times they tried to tell us to be happy. Well, he just snapped and did it on his own. No, forget all that shit. Jeff the Killer's a fucking rage. Turn all the way up. People thought they see it. They see us. They see us walking around, and do they think we're freaks or do they think we're weak? But Jeff the Killer showed the fucking world that they only push someone so damn far. So keep pushing us, motherfuckers. Go ahead. Sure. Sure, buddy. Do you all believe that Jeffrey Woods could still be alive? And if so, what would you say to him if had the chance? Various responses are shouted towards the camera. Hang Randy Havens by his fucking balls. Actually, yes, please. Burn this town down. And you? What would you say to Jeffrey Woods? I'd say, come hang out with us. Come show us how you managed to let go all of the shit all the shit that's holding you down for years. You just want to be free. We just want to be free. Just like you. Fucking freaks, the haggard-looking man muttered before dipping a glazed donut into the mug of cheap coffee. Although only in his early 40s, Detective Dalton Bradshaw of the Mandeville Police Department looked much older. His hairline had begun to retreat from his forehead a bit much more each year. The 2 packs of Pall Mall Reds that he smokes between waking up at dawn and returning home, oftentimes well after dark, had done nothing to assist in preserving his once chiseled appearance. His teeth were stained from the tobacco, his face bore wrinkles, and his eyes always looked exhausted, regardless of how much sleep he might enjoy the night before. He'd been watching various clips from Davenport documentary while watching at the tiny and disgusting little tiny and disgusting little coffee and donut joint for the better part of 2 hours. He'd actually been back at the police station taking his things to go home for the night, when his watch commander had summoned him to his office. Apparently, a young man had broken into a residence and attempted to hold one of the occupants at knife point. The woman had fought back and the asshole died by his own blade. The woman and her kid were safe, and as far as Dalton was concerned, this shit could wait until morning. Let the uniforms and the fucking coroner's people come out and clean up the body. This was Mandeville, after all. Only one exciting thing ever happened out here, and that was 4 years ago. This guy was probably some meth head from out the backwoods that was trying to score some cash to buy some dope. Maybe. The more information came in, the one exciting thing that happened 4 years ago in Mandeville, the only thing that could possibly keep Dalton on the clock and not at home, taking off his suit, climbing into a hot shower, just happened to be one fucking thing that was living in a pool of its own blood at Nancy Dimfort's sofa. This crazy bitch thinks she killed Jeffrey Woods, Dalton asked his watch commander as he grabbed his notebook and slung at his sport coat. That crazy bitch just happened to be Nancy Dermott, as an ex-wife of Paul Dermott, the same guy that was running favors for Maxwell Hayden. Relax, Captain. I'm just going over there, going to do a little nice interview. Make sure the body gets moved and we can pick this up tomorrow. The hell we can, the captain replied in anger. I'm arranging for a specialist from Bait and Rogue? Bait and Rogue to work with you on this. This is an order that came right down from the mayor's office. The guy is on his way right now. Just go and stuff donuts down your face as the little shit drives like you. Just go and stuff donuts down your face at that little shit drive you like. The specialist will meet you there. Uniforms already had the scene under control. If you can move the body at the morgue without causing a scene, we will. I cannot stress this enough to you, Bradshaw. This shit stays on whisper. Wait, how the hell does mayor office know about this call already? How? The woman's jackass kid, that's how. Lane Dermott had a pain in the ass for a while. He likes to post this little opinion on the school and the town all over the freaking official website of the city of Mandeville. The police admins block him for writing about all the Jeffrey Wood crap. They would tell him it's a blacklisted subject, and then the little shit just goes and makes a new account and does it all over again. Anyway, while his mother was busy calling the cops, her 16-year-old idiot was busy photographing the body and posting a picture of it right there on the town's message board. The admins deleted the post, and we can only pray to God that they did so before anyone else saw it and copied it. The mayor sure as hell saw it, though, and believe me, he's just looking for an ass to kick right now. And he thinks he needs some sort of, expert on loonies and window lickers to come down here and tell us what a dead freak looks like, Dalton asked. I don't care what the mayor thinks, Bradshaw, but our chief of police does. So for now, please just go down there, drink your coffee, and wait for the guy to show up and meet you there. Then gladly go over to the scene of the crime and let this guy help you investigate it. And I can expect to go home when the captain screamed some harsh words of motivation toward Dalton Bradshaw in response to his question. And finally, the overworked detective plodded over to his car and locked in. Once on the road, Dalton reached into his glove compartment and removed a small Ziploc bag containing about 8 small pills. Damn, I'm running a bit low, he stated with a frown, staring at the baggie. The pills were Adderall, though Dalton could not have the although Dalton could not guess at the dosage or age of the pills. One of his on and off again lovers, a woman who would often ask Dalton to go over there and scare her ex-boyfriend into paying her overdue child support, had given them to him secretly. They were her kids, but apparently the kids didn't like them. Said kid's mom, an occasional evening companion of Dalton's, believed that the detective could use a boost of energy, as according to her, he looked like reheated shit. He swallowed 2 of the pills, even though he knew he would try to stretch the few he had left out for a week or so. But for the time, he was more concerned about staying awake at night. It was if some suit from Baton Rouge I don't know why I can't talk, were in fact coming to assist. This would not be a short evening, to say the least. Dalton was unpleasantly evaluated as he sat at the coffee shop, feeling the artificial energy and euphoria from the pills start working again and gathering in his brain and pulse behind his eyes. I don't know what the hell is wrong with Gina Maria's kid. If he doesn't like this shit, he mumbled to himself as he clicked play on the next video from Monica Davenport's documentary. From 4th grade school project, Who is Your Hero? By Jeremy Lyman, Crestonwood Elementary School, Dayton Rogue, LA. My hero is my Uncle Simon. Uncle Simon works as a special kind of police officer who tries to arrest criminals who have already gotten away. His job is to study the clues and try to find the bad people, even when no one else can find them. He keeps us safe. I'm going to go ahead and assume by the bearded stubble and bloodshot eyes that you're Dayton Bradshaw. A voice suddenly spoke behind the detective as he was focusing on Davenport's film. Dalton looked up at the man addressing him. It would seem logical that this would be the specialist from the Baton Rouge. But based on his appearance, Dalton almost had to second-guess himself. The man standing before him was a lot younger than he was expecting for starters. He estimated that this guy's age couldn't be older than 30, perhaps even younger. He was skinny, had a small goatee, and was dressed more for a day at the mall than a night investigation of a murder. Do all the special state investigators walk around in jeans and t-shirts these days? Dalton asked without smiling. Sorry, dude, my boss had to learn to accept it. I don't do suits unless it's a funeral or a wedding. My name is Simon, by the way. Or if you want the official introduction, I am Agent Simon Lemon of the Unsolved Crimes Department of the State Louisiana Police. Dalton blinked, and he had to take a moment to compose himself, or else he feared he might laugh in the kid's face. Hold up. Your name is Simon Lyman? Why would your folks do that to you? Oh, you misunderstood. My parents didn't name me Simon. They actually named me Solomon Lyman. I legally changed my name to Simon when I turned 18. Why the hell would you do that? Duh, so would rhyme. Dalton found himself chuckling, just a bit in spite of how annoyed he was at the ever-increasing lateness of his workday. He realized that now, even if they wrapped this up in record time, he would still see the inside of his apartment until it was far too late to do anything other than go straight to bed. Well, sucks to suck, buddy. I broke my own rule of a raw read. Technically, this is still a raw read, but I'm continuing on because I had to take a break because I was having an aneurysm. Not really. Well, we can get to know each other on the other side of there, Ryman Simon. I want to get home before sunrise, though, so if it's all the same with you, Ryman Simon, oh yeah. See, that's why I changed my name for shit like that. Dalton dropped a few dollars on the table to cover for the food and coffee. The two men left out for Nancy Dermott's house. The drive from the small coffee joint to the crime scene was less than 10 minutes. However, Dalton quickly learned that Simon was not the type of person who let time pass without conversation. Okay, so I'm assuming you'll be the bad cop in this little investigation, right? He asked Dalton, a sarcastic tone lancing his words. Nope. I'll be playing the tired-as-hell cop who wants to go home. I tend to play that role every time my shift goes into overtime. And you'll play the what? Wise-ass CSI guy? CSI? No, thank you. Too much blood and semen. I mean, who wants to spend all day studying blood samples? No, I'm unsolved case. Remember? Yeah, well, I hate to tell you, kid, but this one is probably already solved. That damned intruder is dead. The woman already confessed to doing it, and her stupid kid posted a picture of the corpse for the fucking mayor's office. You might have wasted a trip down here. Well, you really think that the dead bodies were going over to see Jeff Woods himself? You think after 4 years of no activity, he's just gonna show up and get killed by some broad housewife? Dalton glanced at Simon and smirked. Personally, I don't care one way or the other. Jeff Woods, Tiger Woods, James Woods, I don't give a rat's ass so long as I'm home within the next couple of hours. Really? You're not even a bit curious? I mean, Jeff the Killer, right? Exciting stuff. Maybe to you and the rest of the world. I don't know. I'm still with the NOPD when the whole thing happened here in 2015. I didn't transfer out to Mundville until almost the end of 2016. Sure, I read all about the incident when it took place, but those yuppie fucks out here will freak out over anything. In New Orleans, we investigated several homicides a week just in the district alone. Some kid had a nervous breakdown and stabbed a few people. Doesn't exactly have the same impact when you work in a city where murderers don't even make the front page anymore. Why'd you leave New Orleans then? Look, Simon, I'm sure you're a nice guy, and I bet all your co-workers love you. Well, let's just stay on track here. If this case turns out to be a longer ordeal, I'm sure we'll find all the time in the world to tell war stories. But for now, let's just focus on the task at hand. With that said, they rode the last few blocks in relative silence. Dalton only spoke again when they arrived at the scene. We're here. Now listen. I'm not sure if you know this or not, but Nancy Dermott's husband was somewhat tied to the whole Jeff Wood fiasco. So try to avoid making any stupid jokes. Trust me, Dalton, I know about Paul Dermott and his ties to Maxwell Hayden. I read Lou Wood's book and all the other seedy little secrets that seem to be published, and a few that haven't. The two men walked up to the Dermott's front door, where a uniformed officer who looked to be all of maybe 21 years of age was standing. The officer began addressing Dalton as he approached. Paramedics moved the body to a stretcher, and I think the CSI people are are just about done. There apparently a brief struggle, but the intended victim really did a number on the guy. Outstanding police work, Junior, Dalton responded, stepping around the cop and walked into the home. Bradshaw, you finally here to take a look over the scene or what? An older officer said. Holy shit, Frank. Yeah, I'm here to take over the scene. Give me a briefing so you can get the hell home before you die from breathing. Frank, whose age and weight suggested that he might in fact have difficulties, should he ever try to jog more than a few feet, waddling over to Dalton and began reading from a report form. Okay, the dead fuck is on the way to the morgue as we speak. CSI determined he got through the back door. What I can say, folks, folks out here never heard of locks or something. An intended victim was Nancy Germont. Her son, Lane Germont, witnessed the struggle and the death of the intruder, blah, 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 boilerplate, blah, blah, blah. Apparently 16 years old, Lane believes that this intruder is none other than Jeff Woods, the victim. The victims are in the back of the house right now. Nancy said she was sick of looking at the blood on her sofa. The morgue. I thought they were going to leave the scene intact until I got here, Dalton said. Yeah, Dalt. Orders were to keep things quiet. When they saw the chance to move the body without a lot of gawkers, they took it. Neighbors had been popping by every so often, knocking on the door, being nosy, typical shit. You got pictures on the intruder? Simon asked Frank in a casual tone. Who are you? The pudgy man asked in slight annoyance. I'm the president of the Dead Body Fan Club. Now let me see the pictures so we can kindly sign the report and you can kindly head back to SeaWorld and get to your What is this man's problem? But I also love him. This fucking kid got a problem here, Dalt? Frank asked, turning his flushed face towards the detective. Relax, Frank. I'm the one that has to work with him. I'm from the state police. Investigates unsolved cases or something. Just give me the pictures. Maybe if it'll scroll down. Frank handed the pictures to Dalton, at which point Simon immediately snatched them away. He looked through them slowly at first, as Dalton joined in on the viewing. But as the progress through, he began to flip over faster and faster. The collection of photographs ranged from up close, up the intruder's face, to shots of his corpse collapsed on the sofa. What information could be gathered on the side by the CSI crew were all cataloged, such as weight, estimated weight, height, estimated weight, etc. Well, this isn't Jeff Woods, that's for sure, Simon stated with no doubt. Handing the pictures to Dalton. How can you be sure? Well, the height is wrong after all. This guy is taller. Jeff Woods stood 5'10" tall. Also, take a look at the clothing. If Jeff Woods really had been stalking the countryside out here for the last 4 years, I doubt he'd be wearing new clothes. Frank decided to chime in. New clothes? Kids, are you blind? I saw those rags before. They practically zipped him up and hauled him down to the cold stores. His shirt and pants were practically falling apart. Well, I'm sure your CSI crew will agree. Allow me to save them some time and break this down for you guys. The cuts on his clothes are clearly made with scissors. Clothes that rip on tree branches, for example, tend to be torn in ragged fashion. These tears were done on purpose. Plus, the pattern of rips is too far intentional to be thought caused by snagging branches. This guy was clearly attempting to create a costume of sorts. Plus, the shoes always give it away. He wants us to believe that he's been wearing the same stuff for so long that it's just falling apart. But his shoes are in pretty good shape, for what I can tell from the photos. Plus, he's wearing hiking boots. If he was really living off these lands for this many years, he'd take whatever kind of shoes he could get, or maybe even still wearing the shoes he was left home in. Instead, he's wearing a fairly new pair of shoes that just happen to be perfect for escaping the woods after murdering a couple people. Kid, you know he could have gotten new clothes along the way or something. It's not that hard to break into a store and... Simon interrupted Frank before he could finish. Sure, maybe. However, if you look at these pictures of the prep's face, you'll clearly see this scar is smearing a bit. No, I'm no dermatologist, but in my experience, scars don't start to streak when you sweat. Also, that's clearly contact lens in his eye. I mean, that person probably just wanted to scare the fuck out of the mom, but you know. Dalton couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Frank Laundrie had developed the reputation of being a bit of a bully over the years, especially for the new recruit. Watching the skinny kid talk to him like he was an idiot was a good laugh for the two. An hour later, Simon and Dalton were driving to the morgue to see the corpse that was causing such a stir. They interviewed both Nancy and Lane Germont, and were not surprised to find that there was not much to be gained besides a rehashing of what they already knew. You were a little harsh on the kid, don't you think? Simon asked as they drove. That fucking kid is an idiot, posting that damn picture for the world to see. Agree, but do you really have to threaten to skull drag him, as you put it? Lane Germont needs to have a little understanding that this isn't above shit. Since his father split town, he used that excuse to do whatever he wants. His mother clearly is too worn out to fix his ass. Plus, if that picture gets leaked around, you Manville types really are afraid of exposure, aren't you? Personally, I don't give a damn, Dalton corrected. But the old heads here, yeah, they hate it. Before Jeff Woods decided to go on a killing spree, Manville was advertised as the kind of place that you could sleep with your doors unlocked at night. But really, I think it was all just a corruption that was uncovered that freaked them out. A murder can be explained away as well as the crazy bastard being explained away as just a crazy bastard being crazy. But all the cover-ups, that was bad. Well, Maxwell Hayden didn't exactly do himself any favor with the bribes. He certainly didn't do his son any favors either. Randy Hayden may have escaped Manville alive, but from what I've heard, even Whit Pro couldn't protect his reputation. From the American news program Lies Exposed, hoisted by Louisville Matthews interviews with an activist Alexis Perry on the campground against Randy Hayden. Oh, I just realized. Did we have a time change? Hold on. Huh. No, but it feels like time had gone backwards. It feels like it should be 3 o'clock. How odd. How odd. This is Leslie, by the way. Tonight we're joined by Alexis Perry, who is speaking publicly for the first time since being formally charged by authorities for doxing the personnel accounts of Randy Hayden. While he was on federal witness protection, Alexis is currently out of jail on bond, but will face charges in court for her actions. Alexis tells us that she is not disavowed by her upcoming court date, stating that she would do it all over again. For our viewers that have not been following these developments, here's a brief recap of the events that led to the 23-year-old college sophomore facing some serious charges. Operating on the popular website Reddit, Alexis, whose online identity was Justine's Royal Guard. Oh, it's Justine's Royal Guard, a nod to a former controversial social justice group from Louisiana, whose founder was charged with several brutal murders back in 2015. Alexis spent most of her internet hours targeting public figures that she believed used their wealth, professional, or influence to avoid facing accountability for criminal activity. Alexis credited her exposure of Randy Hayden publicly to the disgust and anger she tells us formed in her after reading the best-selling autobiography Jeffrey Woods, Brother, Friend, Killer, written by Lou Woods, brother of the infamous serial killer Jeffrey Woods. Alexis had stated that she was furious that Randy Hayden, who she described as a prominent child of privilege, was able to escape an accountability for his actions because of this corrupt father political connections with the small New Orleans suburb of Manville, LA. I have so many people that I can think of that would be in just the same situation. Select portions of the interview below. From the full interview, please visit our website. It's disgusting, really. If Randy Hayden was poor, he would have been hung out to dry in the media. He tormented Jeffrey Woods because he was protected by the local police. He arranged an ambush on Jeff and threatened to shoot him with a flare gun, which then he did. Then he, along with the crooked Manville police, predicted a lie that Woods shot himself in the face. Even when the doctor who treated Jeff in the hospital attempted to throw that story into question, Randy's father started bribing more officials to make that disappear too. This kid was living in a world where he couldn't be touched. So, you read the book and then became motivated to look further into the whereabouts of Randy Hayden? Yes, it was common knowledge that he'd gone into the witness protection program, along with his mother and father. It didn't help that there were a lot of users who liked to troll message boards by pretending to be the real Randy Hayden. Most of them were easily dismissed as fake, but then someone doxed some information from Maxwell Hayden's old bank in Manville, and a pretty big clue came out. What clue would that be? Once again, it's pretty well known that Maxwell Hayden, even after going into the witness protection, lost his financial empire. His shares in the company were all sold off to private investigators, and what he had left went to the massive fines and penalties imposed on him by the Federal Trade Commission. I imagine that wherever Max and Bridget Hayden are now, that wherever names they were given, they're probably living off frozen food and tap water. However, that apparently set up a trust fund for Randy when he was born. The conditions of the trust fund that he could claim the money, a sizable amount, when he turned 20 years old. We're talking a little over $1 million. I wish. All just sitting in an account that his parents, by their own agreed upon condition, can touch. couldn't touch. It could only go to Randy when he turned 20. So about 6 months before what would be his 20th birthday, this user shows up on Reddit. And so I learned learned once I started digging into it, a bunch of other opinions-based internet forums asked the same sort of questions. What was he asking? What was he asking that caught your attention? He was asking about Randy Hayden questions whether or not he should come out of hiding. These user credit polls asking people if they forgiven his reputation, stuff like that. Now that we're alone was such a red flag in itself. Lots of people talk about this, especially after Lou Wood's book came out. There were a lot of people that supported Randy, painting him as just another victim in the entire Jeff the Killer debacle. Others, like myself, want to see him be held publicly accountable for lying to the police with the flare gun incident. That stood out, though. What stood out, though, was the tone of these posts from the user's name, for that matter. Right, the username was raw70048, correct? Yes, I found that interesting because in everything I read about this case, Randy's middle name, which is Andrew, was never really stated. Sure, it could be found in if someone dug enough, but it just struck me as odd. The number 70048 are the zip code for Manville, LA. Also, as I said before, the tone of the post seemed, I don't know how to really say it, personal maybe? And it was at this point that you started to think that this could be the real Randy Hayden. Not exactly, but it was enough to make me want to dig more into the user. So myself and some friends essentially hacked the account for raw70048 for more information. And Alexis, you're aware that this is illegal, that you could essentially be detailing a crime on national television. As I said many times before, I don't care. Justice is more important. My lawyer is going to kill me for this interview, but I'd rather sit in jail than sit idly by and allow a corrupt product of privilege like Randy Hayden lying in his pockets. Very well, Alexis. Please continue. We found out that Raw 70048 was someone named Sean Beckett, who was living in Park City, Utah. We dug more information and found that his online identity only went 4 years back to 2015. It was just as Sean Beckett appeared out of thin air that year. We discovered more posts, mostly blogs and forums, questioning all centered around the reputation of Randy Hayden. We also couldn't find a single picture of Sean Beckett wherever on the internet. All the online profiles were on sites like Reddit, sites where you don't make a real personal profile like on Facebook or Twitter. So you continue to dig into this personal information. We went further than that. We hacked his personal computer, and that's where you hit the gold mine. Essentially, yes. So we got his picture and found what we needed. The picture of himself in the personal gallery were compared with the recent pictures of Randy Hayden, which were in his yearbook photos from Mandeville High School. Since I released all this, well, everyone has seen them anyway, so I doubt there can be any question which pictures were dug off Sean's computer are clearly Randy Hayden. 4 years of arguing doesn't change someone very much. 4 years of aging doesn't change someone very much. And besides a different haircut, it's obviously him. We also found a few documents of his. The pager was the email we found saved in the documents. He essentially was writing to his lawyer, asking what his options were in collecting the trust fund. Email from Sean Beckett to attorney, redacted, subject, trust fund. Dear redacted, as you are aware, I will turn 20 this year. At the time, I was eligible to claim a trust fund set by my father. As I am currently unable to use the name associated with the contact, I am wondering what my options are. I would like to use the access to the trust fund as soon as possible, but do not wish to bring unnecessary attention to myself. Sincerely, Sean. So at that point you believe that you had proof you needed? Clearly. So you released all this information to the public via Twitter and a rarity of other sources online. Do you think about the legal retaliation? Did you know that you are breaking the law, not just by hacking into someone's information, but also breaching the identity of a federal protection individual? Did any of this concern you? Not for a second. Yep, he's following us, all right. I made a few turns and circles just to test him out, Dalton informed Simon while looking into a rearview mirror. I thought you were I thought you were just lost there for a minute. Be serious for once. I was pretty sure this truck was parked on Dermott Street. I wasn't really paying much attention, but after 10 minutes of the thing riding our ass, I can't exactly ignore it. Well, we're the damn police. Let's just pull over and see what it does. The road out in the city road. Excuse me. The road out to the city morgue ran through a few rather underdeveloped areas, and as luck would have it, both men were in part of Mandeville rarely traveled at night. Dalton slowed and activated his blinker, pulling to the brick Regal to the shoulder of the road. The vehicle, a massive pickup truck that looked old, but as solid as a tank, slowed to a stop as well. They're just sitting in the street, Simon whispered. Dalton lowered his windows and reached his arm out, gesturing to the truck to go around them. The truck continued to sit idly. Fuck this, I don't have time to play these little games with some bored hicks. Reach into my glove box there, Simon. Give me that flashlight. Simon retrieved the flashlight and handed it to Dalton. The detective moved his pistol from its holster and opened the door. Simon followed suit, removing a small pistol that he wore on his ankle holsters. Once both men exited the vehicle, Dalton aimed the flashlight at the truck's windshield. Can you see anything? Simon asked. Can't see for shit. They got some dark tint on there or something. Just keep your gun down. Don't need to startle them. Drawing in a breath, you could call out the occupants of the trucks. Do you need assistance? Both officers waited for a sort of reaction. The truck continued to remain in place, its engine rumbling. If you don't need assistance, keep moving. You're obstructing the roadway. Okay, Dalton, do you have a radio in your car? We should probably get some backup out here. No radio. This is my personal vehicle. Use your phone to call the precinct. The precinct? Hold on. Precinct. The precinct, and let dispatcher know to send a couple units out here. We're on Highway 21, about a mile north of Highway 190. Simon removed his phone. As he did, the truck suddenly sprung to life. There was no revving the engine, no squealing of the tires, just a truck that was now tearing towards them. Dalton drove back to the car and shut the door just as the truck sped by. Fucking shit, what the hell is he doing? Dalton screamed. Simon ducked back into the passenger side, his cell phone forgotten in his hand. Crap, it's stopping again. Oh, I read too far. Look, it's stopping again. The truck stopped yet again, about 20 feet in front of their car. Do you have a plate? Do you see their plate number? Dalton shouted in frustration. No plate that I can see. Hold on. Let me get a picture. Simon raised his cell phone and snapped several pictures of the vehicle. Okay, I got it. I'm calling for backup now. Wait, what the fuck are they doing now? Dalton interrupted. Both men watched as the passenger side window rolled down and what appeared to be a small brown box was thrown into the street. No sooner did the box hit the pavement than the truck began to speed away. Dalton dropped his transmission into drive and began to follow as Simon spoke with MPD dispatch. Yes, it's a brown pickup. Looks like an older model, Jimmy. 4x4, no license plate. It just attempted to run us down on Highway 21. The vehicle just abandoned what appeared to be a brown package on the highway. It is speeding northbound. Please send all additional units to intercept. No. We don't know how many occupants. No, we don't know if they're armed. No, it tried to run us off. Give me that shit. Dalton snapped and grabbed the phone from his partner. June, goddammit. This is fucking Dalton. Oh. June, goddammit, this is fucking Dalton. Look, some of the fucking units out here are the Virginia this fucking truck. I got pictures of it. I'm going to text you the damn self. I'm going to text to your damn cell phone. So make sure you send this to the APB. The APB, yes. Now stop talking stupid questions. Do your goddamn job, or so God help me, I would tell everyone you're sleeping with Gus with the lazy eye. Okay. Dalton hung up and quickly dialed a new number into the phone. He tossed the phone into Simon's lap as he slowed the car down next to the discarded little box in the street. Hang on, we gotta grab that. Are you sure? What if it's an explosive or some sort of chemical or powder or... Look, they want us to pick it up. They could have smashed my car into a cube with their monster truck of theirs, but instead they went to a lot of effort to make sure that they had our attention. Now text those pictures you took of the truck to June. I already typed her number in for you. Dalton grabbed the brown box and threw it into the back seat before stomping on the accelerator to the floor. I'm dying. It's fine. And pushed his old Buick to its limits. Where the fuck did you go? Dalton mumbled to himself. I've seen lots of little dirt roads back here. They could have pulled off while we were calling for backup or grabbing that box. Hell, that truck is built for off-roading. It could have just found a spot and pulled into the woods. Pretty soon, the light of Highway 190 became visible, and the rural blacktop that was Highway 21 gave way to what passed as Manville's main drag of business. As the men pulled onto 190 and back into civilization, a tangible relief began to settle onto both officers. Okay, the APB is out. Every cop in town will be patrolling for the truck tonight. I'll make sure the focus on the search is on those dirt roads back there. I say we stay on course here and head to the morgue. We'll inspect that box while we're there. 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't I have to admit, the way you handled everything back there, that was badass. Like, I thought you were this old, lethargic dinosaur, but when the pressure kicks in, you still turn into an old, modest, little, less lethargic dinosaur. You had a strained relationship with your father, didn't you, Simon? Me and Weekend Dad were pretty good. Weekday Dad was just an asshole, though. Okay, so you have daddy issues. Nice. From America Television broadcast of Not My Father's Son, interview conducted by journalist Leslie Matthews with Randy Hayden. I'm stupid. God damn it, that Burger King commercial is on, and it's the TikTok song, and I'm like, ugh. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 months ago, I sat there with Alexis Perry, a social issues activist who illegally exposed the identity of Randy Hayden. For those of you who do not follow the events of the Jeff Woods murder from 2015, Randy was a centerpiece in the chain of tragic occurrences that would leave 6 residents of Manville, LA dead, including 2 high school students, a police officer, a respected journalist, and of course, Jeff Woods' parents. A correction would later be published stating that Bernie Rosenberg was a resident of New Orleans, not Mandeville. Randy Hayden was the son of a wealthy hedge fund guru, a majority partner in one of Louisiana's largest investment firms. Before the infamous Jeff the Killer murders, Randy was known around Mandeville as a promising legacy, seemingly well-liked by his peers, respected by his teachers, and admired for his volunteer work that he participated in throughout the small town. No one expected this young man, with his entire life ahead of him, to become associated with bullying, corrupted, and perjury. However, in 2015, Jeffrey Woods and his family moved from New Orleans east to Mandeville. Jeff's father, Matthew Woods, had been promoted at work, and with that promotion came the opportunity to move to a better neighborhood and start a new life. Matt Woods would also find that he now worked with Maxwell Hayden. In late summer 2015, Jeff and his brother Lou would encounter Randy Hayden, along with his friends Troy Lockett and Keith Jacobson. In the parking lot of a local shopping center, a fight would break out, apparently over bicycles, and the police would intervene. Officer Donald Williamson of the Manville Police Department responded. At the time, no one was aware that Williamson would take a bribe from Maxwell Hayden in order to protect Randy. Williamson would manipulate the police report, reshaping the incident to place all the blame on Jeff and Lou Woods. A week later, Randy saw a chance at revenge. Bridget Hayden and Sheila Woods decided that if perhaps Jeff and Randy were to get to know each other, they become friends and the issue could be resolved. According to the testimonial of Monica Davenport's release of Jeffrey Woods' interview with the former editor, Randy led Jeff into the garage and threatened him with a flare gun after the boys' mothers left them home alone, which is fucking stupid still. After another fight took place, in a moment of tragic misfortune, the flare discharged, disfiguring Jeff Woods' face and blinding him in one eye. Once again, Donald Williamson arrived at the scene to investigate. The official police report, as well as the explanation given to Matt and Sheila Woods, claimed that Jeff was carelessly playing with a flare gun when he accidentally shot himself in the face. After the murders began to accelerate, Maxwell Hayden entered his family into fetal witness protection. What would follow would be a fury of accusations against Maxwell and his associates. With the Manville city government, lies were exposed, including the truth about Jeff's injury. Randy had been responsible for the flare gun. Interviewed responses. I can't read. Why is this story so long? Interviewed responses with the parents of Troy Lockett and Keith Jacobson changed drastically after the cover-ups were exposed. After the death of Jeff's parents, but before the murders of Donald Williamson, the parents of Troy and Keith described Randy Hayden as a friendly, helpful, and promising young man who was always there for his friends. After Maxwell Hayden and his family left Mandeville, though, their opinions changed. As more facts came to light, the same parents described Randy Hayden as a manipulative bully who used his father's money and influence to lure over his friends. 4 years have passed since Jeff the Killer stalked the streets of the sleepy little town. For most, life had returned to normal. However, for Randy Hayden, life recently had become based on a difficult decision: to remain hidden from society, living under a government-issued identity, or to step towards the light and face the harsh criticism of those like Alexis Perry. The citizens of Mandeville once praised him for being an intelligent heir to his father's kingdom. Lou Woods described him as a spoiled bully who couldn't accept losing a simple fight. Alexis Perry believes him to be a symbol of privilege and wealth, able to circumvent the law. But who is the real Randy Hayden? Who has the 16-year-old ringleader of their friends grown into over the last 4 years? Tonight we sit with Randy himself. He has voluntarily removed himself from the witness protection and wants to tell his story. Thank you for joining me tonight. I realize this must be a difficult decision for you. It certainly went against my lawyer's advice, that's for sure. But I figured the secret is out, so why trying to hide it? So, was the real Randy Hayden back... So who was the real Randy Hayden in 2015? Were you a manipulative bully? Are you as so many have painted you to be? Were you the young blue chipper with the boundless future? Or were you the young community active role model? I never saw myself as any of those things, honestly. On paper, I had a perfect life. I feel ridiculous even trying to complain about it. There were problems, of course, but compared to what other people have to deal with, I had it all. So what complicated that? How did you fall into this conspiracy of lying and corruption? There was always inconsistent pressure on me, especially as I got older. My father was obsessed with molding me into his, mascot. I had to be the best at everything I did. Grades, athletics, anything I had to be the best at. And if you failed, my parents would shun me for a while. If I came second place in a school contest or a sporting event, I'd be ignored for a few days. How so? They wouldn't speak to me. If I tried to ask a question during a meal, my father would actually look around and ask something like, "Bridget, did you hear something?" I think my mother felt bad. She'd make this face, like regret. She went along with it, though. So anytime I tried anything, I had to force myself to succeed. I was more afraid of being ignored than I was afraid of being hit or grounded or whatever. It sounds to me like you could almost draw a parallel to the way your parents treated you, to the way Jeff's parents described his own family life. I've come to realize that more and more over the years. I wish I hadn't been so damn stupid back then. You mentioned in the pre-interview that your father would force many questionable actions on you. Would you care to explain that? It's going to sound stupid. And most of my friends back then were actually jealous. When I was 14, my father hired a prostitute for me. Now, just to clarify the obvious, what was the purpose of him hiring her? He told me that I needed to get sex out of the way so that I could focus on my grades and activity. He called some escort service, spent a ton of money. Apparently, he paid to have a full battery of tests done to ensure that she was clean. Then, about a day after my 14th birthday, he called her over. Would you describe the event? If there's something you didn't wish to include, or if you start to feel uncomfortable, feel free to stop answering the question. No, I've made peace with it. I remember that day. My mother and dad and I were in the living room. My mother kept looking at her watch, and then for no reason I was aware of it, she suddenly announced that she had to go out for a bit. I remember her looking at my dad and asking something like, "So, an hour?" My dad nodded and then said, better make it 2, just in case he gets nervous. She gave the same sad frown like when they ignored me. She asked him, are you sure about this, Max? My dad gave her this annoyed wave, then shooed her out of the house. I guess he was sure. What happened next? The woman arrived. She was attractive. I remember that. I remember feeling really shy, like I wanted to exclude myself from the room. I didn't know who she was, but I figured that she was the one to see my father. I didn't want to risk saying anything stupid, so I was preparing to go upstairs to my bedroom. She was discussing something quietly with my father anyway, so I didn't feel like I needed to be down there. When I stood up to leave, though, my dad told me to wait up. What did he say to you? He told me that her name was Cherry and that she was going to give me the rest of my birthday presents. He said that he knew what was on my mind, thinking about girls and all. He said that I just had to go with it. I'd be able to focus on the night things mattered. I asked him what he meant, and he just said flatly, sex. Did you want to have sex with Cherry? Not really, no. It was like watching my dad smoke a cigarette. I was always curious as to what it was like, but never got a chance to grab one and light it up. I always hesitated. Sure, I found Cherry attractive, but I wasn't prepared for sex. Did you tell him? Not directly, no. At first, I thought it was a big joke. Then my dad started giving me specific instructions. It was so surreal. I mean, how the hell do you react to something like that? What happened? My father broke it down, as he liked to say, Barney style, like the purple dinosaur. He told me that I was going to take Cherry up to my bedroom and that she would guide me through everything. He told me that she had protection in her purse. I was freaking out a little. I mean, me and my friends would always talk big, bragging online about our experience with women. But now that I was actually face to face with it, I really just wanted her to go away. Elise begins nodding him to continue. Why is bathrooms highlighted? I guess it's a creepypasta, whatever. I must have given my dad a look, something that set him off. Maybe it was hesitation, or maybe he was expecting me to be happier about the whole thing, but he got angry really fast. He pulled me into the den. I remember he gripped my arm like a clam. I'd find bruises there later. He got right in my face and told me that I should be grateful for this. That while other kids were sneaking Playboy magazines into their bathrooms, that I'd be a man. He said, you want to be a fucking man, don't you, Randy? Don't you want to be a man? Or are you a little faggot? Well, the F word. Or something. I'm still reading it anyway. Do you like little girls, Randy? I told him yes. I liked girls. And then he let go of my arm and told me to go and prove it then. He told me that he spent a lot of money to arrange this visit and that he'd better not waste his money. Was that woman, Cherry, aware that you were a minor? I'm sure she was, but my father probably threw a lot of money at her. Plus, he knew that he'd been in a lot of trouble too, so I'm pretty sure he took care of the potential issues. So I walked upstairs to my bedroom. My dad waited downstairs. Once we got there, I guess Cherry could tell I didn't want to go along with this. It was embarrassing, Like I said before, this shouldn't been a dream come true. This should have been a dream come true. She turned on some music and told me that we could just hang out, that she wouldn't do anything if I didn't want to. She said that she would lie to my dad, tell my dad the job was done. What did you decide to do? We sat on my bed and talked for almost an hour. She told me that she never felt right about this job, but for what my dad was offering to pay, she was willing to do it. She told me that she was ashamed. I told her that I was too. I told her that I was possibly passing up on a chance of a lifetime. I felt pathetic. She actually hugged me and told me not to worry about it, that someone's first time shouldn't be with a paid call girl. She said it never means so much. Then we just sort of talked about other stuff, life in general, I guess in her line of work, she hears a lot of guys' problems. I told her about my dad's always demanding I win at everything. I told her about how much other people were I told her about how much of the people were my friends and were just pretending because my family's money. I told her that I was lonely at the time, that I was jealous of my family, of others' families that just loved each other because that's what they were supposed to do. Sounds like you just need a good listener back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Then, I don't know if I said something that upset her or what, but she suddenly got angry. Before I complained one too many times about the pledge of being wealthy, I just remember that she grabbed my shoulders and really locked eyes with me. She told me that there were 1 million people in America that would kill to have my life. She told me I was complaining about things that didn't matter in the long run. She told me that about my childhood. She told me about her childhood growing up, sleeping at homeless shelters, watching her mother get beat up by different drunken boyfriends, and having to watch her mother practically beg for whatever little handout she could get. She told me that in a few years I'd leave my father's house and never have to deal with him again, so I could just enjoy the comforts that I have to leave as soon as I could. She told me just to fake it, fake being happy, fake that I wanted to do things my father wanted, the sports, the debate team, the student body government, all of it. She said, just fake it until you make it, Randy. She told me just to play the role for what it was worth, be a snob, spend my daddy's money, whatever it took to make it through the day. I could move out of this house. Was the advice valuable? Well, I took it. Just like that, I stopped trying to care. Cherry and I walked downstairs. My dad gave me this big, stupid thumbs up. I put this stupid, cocky little smile and then amazed by it. And for the first time in my life, my father seemed really happy about something I did. For that time until the incident with Jeffrey Woods, I kept wearing that stupid smile. Whenever I felt guilty about something, I just ignored it and faked pride or ignorance or whatever emotion fit the moment. Things got a little better at home that year. I played on the company softball team, brought my home trophies that I didn't care much about. My friends became nothing more than commodites. I was the leader and they followed. When I walked past an old lady, I'd say good morning. I held the door open for people at the grocery store. I manipulated people, brought friendships, and dropped the ones I didn't want anymore. Crazy to think about. That woman, Cherry, was probably the first honest person I'd met in my entire life. Tell me about the first time you and your friends encountered Jeff and Lou Woods. Why did you choose to antagonize them by tampering with their bikes? By the time Jeff moved into Mandyville, I was embracing Cherry's fake-it style to life to the fullest. I hated myself, don't get me wrong, but I also found that I could fake that. I just pretended like I didn't despise what I was becoming. I was 16 now and was living the fake life for 2 years. Either way, we knew that someone had moved into the house, Jeff's on Fairmount. It was a nice neighborhood, and me and Keith and Troy would usually ride our bikes or walk down the street to go to the village shopping center. There wasn't much to do in Mandyville if you didn't have access to a car or village or whatever sort of place to hang out at. So we saw Jeff and Lou coming out that house the morning and jump on their bikes. By the time we got to village, we saw their bikes leaning on the wall next to the video store that was there. It shut down shortly after the incident from what I heard. So it started with one of us, maybe Troy, maybe me, just looking at their bikes. Someone in my group commented that the bikes looked old or cheap. I don't know. Then one of us kicked one of the bikes. We thought it was funny, so we kicked it again. This time it fell over, causing the other bike to fall with it. We laughed so hard at it. I don't know why, but this menace just came over me. I had no reason to mess with a stranger's bike. I knew it was wrong. I knew I'd be mad if someone did it to me. All the moral platitudes. But still, I was enjoying it. Keith and Troy were too, so I decided to ump the ante. I picked up one of the bikes and started to ride it. Keith followed suit. We were trying to damage them, I guess. We pedaled around fast and then kicked off the bikes, letting them crash. I knew it was wrong, but I just kept going anyway. Eventually, Jeff and Lou came out of the store and confronted us. There was a fight. I didn't really want to fight Jeff. I mean, when you're the leader, you don't risk losing a fight in front of your friends. So I provoked Keith and Troy into fighting them. So when Donald Williamson wrote in his official report that witnesses saw Jeff and Lou take the first swing at you, was that false? Williamson was in my dad's pocket for a long time. I'm not sure if my father was just bribing him straight out with cash or maybe some information on Williamson, but Jeff and Lou never had a chance at a fair deal that day. The only witness was the video store clerk, and he didn't even talk to her. When he arrived, Jeff and Lou were gone, but I'd stuck around with Keith and Troy. Then when Williamson got out of his cruiser, the clerk came out to talk to him, but he just waved her off. Oh, so he made that shit up. Cool. We told him what happened. Not all of it, obviously. We did try to make it sound like Jeff started it. We admitted to messing with their bikes, and Troy, maybe trying to sound tough, said he took a swing at Lou. Williamson eventually just put his hand up and told us to listen. He said something like, okay, so you boys were trying to find out who owned these bikes, right? Because they were just left out in the street, right? And when you tried to return the bikes to the rightful owners, those kids accused you of trying to steal them and attacked you. Is that right? We were a little confused, so he just repeated it again, this time stopping his foot at what he considered the important parts. We figured out the foot stomp meant that this was the part to make sure we remembered. We told him the kids that attacked us live in that recent sold house in Fairmount, and he knew exactly where to go. I guess he called my dad after that, and we all left and told him that it was all taken care of. Because when we got home that day, my father already knew the story, or at least the false version that Williamson cooked up. Were you and your friends upset over this? Is that what led to the incident at your house with the flare gun? Honestly, I didn't care. I mean, Jeff beat up Keith and Troy. Never touched me on that encounter. But my dad wanted me to be mad, I think. He told me that I let some kids from the ghetto make me look weak. They were from New Orleans. Well, okay then. He asked me at this point about taking martial arts and having a gym membership if I was going to get run over by some kids from the gutter. So I faked being mad. I faked caring about some stupid macho image. Did you set up an attack in your garage? Did you convince your mother that you wanted to make friends with Jeff Woods so he'd come over? No, that was just dumb luck. His mother was trying to fit in, and I'm sure the fact that my dad was her husband's boss had created a lot of problems in their home. I think Jeff's mom just wanted to try and smooth things out. So she called my mom and talked and eventually set up a day for us all to get together. So Jeff comes over and we hang out, play video games, and make conversation. Turns out we had very familiar dads. I let the fake advice go for a while and actually started to remember what it felt like just to hang out with someone and not have to pretend to be someone I'm not. So what went wrong? What changed in such short time? I actually found out ahead of time that our mothers were planning to go out. My mom told me that she was going to show Jeff's mom around town a little. I suppose you could say it was at that moment the real and the rich started to argue with each other. Who are real and rich? Randy Real and Randy Rich. They were the nicknames I created for when I was faking life and when I was being myself. Real would have been happy to hang out with Jeff that day, playing video games or whatever. Rich, however, started to think about how Father reacted on the day of the fight in the parking lot. How he told me to handle my business and not be a weak leader. So you're saying that you arranged the attack with the flare gun to appease your father? Yes, I started thinking only in shades of victory. If that makes sense. I figured if we put a little fear into Jeff that made him regret the incident at the video store, that I'd be able to report to my dad that I'd taken care of things. I wanted him to be proud of me again. That day Cherry came over, not just proud of me of making good grades or something, but proud of being a man. I realized how stupid all that was, but when you're 16 and try to decide if you're going to be real or rich every day, I guess stupid choices are bound to happen. Was it at that point that you called Keith Jacobson and Troy Lockett and told them the plan? Yeah, I told them that our parents were leaving soon and that they should come over if they wanted to get back at Jeff Woods for the fight. They were all along for it, of course. So you had him outnumbered. Why even introduce the flare gun? Seems as though it was overkill. That was the idea. My father always told me that getting even wasn't as good as getting ahead. While on the surface, he might have given the traditional revenge is wrong type speech. Depending on who was around, my father always found a way to pull me aside and correct himself. He was a firm believer in putting things back in balance. And to my father, being 1 point ahead of everyone else was his idea of balance. I figured that the flare gun would be perfect 1-point lead. It was so stupid, I know, but that was the rich Randy for you, full of bad ideas. Do you have any intent whatsoever to shoot him with it? Jesus, no. The idea of a bunch of suburban kids shooting at someone over a fight, that's the work of fiction if there ever was one. But it fucking happens all the time. No, I just wanted to let Keith and Troy get their hits and knock him around a little. That's all. That didn't happen, though, did it? No, I listened to Monica Davenport's chef tapes. If I had known how much that kid was dangling over the edge, we'd have left him alone. Now, one of the big pieces of controversy was your story. You reported that Jeff Woods shot himself in the face while playing around with the flare gun. However, the audio recordings released by Davenport told a different story. All the corruption that was exposed about your family and your ties to the power that be in Mandeville also had a different story. What really happened that day? Randy taking a breath and staring into the distance for a moment. I shot Jeffrey Woods in the face. It was an accident. I dropped the flare gun and it discharged. So why did you lie? Williamson cooked up the entire story. For the brief moment he arrived at the scene, he pulled me, Keith, and Troy into the living room. By then, both my mom and Jeff's mom were back. They were hysterical. The EMTs were doing their thing, and no one was paying a lot of attention to us. Williamson took us into the other room and handled it just like the fight in the parking lot. How so? Fed us our lines just like in a play. He asked us how much we'd already told the EMTs or the parents, which honestly hadn't been much. He asked what happened, and I told him the truth, that I dropped the gun and it shot Jeff. Williamson explained to me that I could be charged with aggravated battery, that it was a felon, and I could spend the rest of my youth in juvenile detention center. He told Keith and Troy that they would be tied as accessories and essentially face the same punishment. He said that my father could be held responsible as well, since it was his flare gun and it wasn't properly locked away. By then, me and my friends were all in tears. All that tough guy garbage, and yet we were crying like babies. I could practically feel my father's shame. Williamson wasn't done there either. He went on to tell us about how my family could be sued in civil court as well, how we could all be in the streets before the first criminal case even started. I realized years later what he had done. He set a trap to ensure that we'd go along with the alibi that he prepped. So Williamson told you to lie, to say that Jeffrey Woods shot himself with the flare gun? Told us. He wrote the whole thing and just showed us where to sign. We had to go to court only once, just an inquit hearing to determine if the incident was accident or not. Everyone from the judge to the district attorney were all likely bribed. We all showed up in our little suits and ties at 9 a.m. and headed home, and we're home in time for lunch. No further investigation would be conducted as to the cause of Jeff's injuries. Like I told you before, this is not Jeffrey Woods, Simon repeated as he and Dayton stood over the corpse. They arrived at the morgue less than 10 minutes prior, and were waiting for the medical examiner to come give her a report. Fucking makeup and contact lenses? Why? Dalton mumbled to himself. Clearly this individual wanted the murderer to be credited to Jeff Woods. No shit, Sherlock. I'm just wondering why now, after 4 years trying to do this. The medical examiner entered the room. Well, I might be able to answer some of that for you, Marla Darrow, Manville's forensic expert, informed him. Well, shit, Marla. Don't keep us in the dark, Dalton replied. The young man on the table in front of you is Brian Antonis. Antonis? Is that right? Antonis, I guess. 21 years old and just recently released from the Southeast Louisiana Psychiatric Hospital. According to his record, he got out just 5 months ago. What was he in there for? Simon asked. Standard onset of schizophrenia from the records I can pull. It's a sad story for many kids, as the symptoms of schizophrenia usually start accelerating to
to their teenage years. Seems as though he was treated for depression and delusional behavior through the hospital's treatment. But eventually those treatments weren't enough. Looks like they officially stated inpatient treatment 3 years ago, when his issues at school could no longer be managed by his foster parents. So this kid was an orphan, Dalton said. His biological parents are unknown. State records indicate that he was dropped off at an Orleans Parish State Office as an infant. The name of the parents weren't recorded. Likely they were never given. He bounced around from foster home to foster home until his mental illness became too much for his guardians to handle. Simon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's like the great wordsmith William Smith once said, "Parents just don't understand." Dalton chuckled at this, causing Marie to give him a sharp look. "Is this funny to you, too?" "A kid is dead." "I'm sorry, Marla, is it?" Simon began. "We just had a rough night." Dalton snickered again. "Shit, Marla, I ain't sorry. That's the funniest thing I've heard this weirdo say since I met him. Plus, yeah, we were almost run off the damn street tonight and... Oh, yeah." Dalton walked quickly towards the exit, leaving Simon in the less than humorous Marla to entertain each other in the meantime. "So, Marla, I'm only in town for a day or so, but," Simon Lemon began, "I'll save you the trouble. I'm married. I have a boyfriend. I'm a lesbian." "You're all three?" she replied. "Wait, that's pretty contradictory, isn't it?" "Pick one, Agent Liam. I don't care," she said, filling the room with an awkward sense that pressured down on Simon's shoulders like a boulder on the back. "So, Jeff the killer. Exciting stuff, huh?" he stated, regaining his composure after the painful injection. "I can't believe this is coming back. Again, the 2015 disaster. I think most people were hoping they'd seen the last reboot of Jeff Woods and his misadventures." "Yeah, same here. Why the fuck did you make a sequel? And one this long? God dang it." And my throat hurts. Well, I cracked it and now it hurts. It's almost like people can't learn from their past mistakes. Why would anyone want to rehash this now? Lou Wood's book may have something to do with it, Marla mused. It's banned from a lot of places down here. None of our locally owned bookstores will carry it. It was the corruption, though, if you ask me, that everyone in the city wants to forget. More so the murders than themselves. More so than the murders themselves. Dalton returned to the room, carrying the package that picked up off the road. "Okay, Simon, let's see what those fuckers placed up for us." "Are you sure this is safe to open?" Marla asked. "Christ, you two should date each other. They're both afraid of the same crap," Dalton responded, causing Simon and Marla to smirk a bit at their observation. Dalton removed a pocket knife from his back pocket and carefully cut along the packing tape. Marla adjusted an overhead examination light to illuminate the table where Bradshaw set the package. Simon took 2 steps back. Slowly, the tape was removed. "Here," Marla grunted, quickly thrusting latex gloves onto Dalton's hands. The package was open, and Dalton breathed a sigh of annoyance and relief. "It's just a fucking CDN. Wait, there's some pictures, too. Let's see here." Contained in the small package were 2 photos and a DVD with no label. Dalton removed the photos, then placed them on the table side by side. The first photo was Lou Woods, a recent one from the looks of it. Perhaps even the photo from the shelf on his infamous book. Second picture just showed a bit familiar to Dalton Bradshaw, though he wasn't quite sure until Simon spoke up. "That's Randy Hayden. It's recent, too. Looks like a screenshot from his appearance on the Leslie Matthews show." "I thought her name was something different." "Oh, well." Dayton glanced over at the old truck on the wall and said, "Almost midnight. We've been at this too long. I'm tempted to pop that CD into the nearest computer and take a look, but we better play this one by the book. We'll have our tech people look at it in the morning. Who knows what's on this disc?" "Why not have the tech look at it tonight? I know you're tired, but this is just getting good, and I want to know more about what's on this disc," Simon said. "This is Manville. Our techies go home at dinner time," Dalton told the agent. He turned his attention to Marla. "We're going to need the name of the dead kid's psychiatrist who was treating him at Southeast Psych. If there are more answers, I think we'll find some there. The hospital will have the most recent foster parents, and we're going to want to pay them a visit as well. I think tomorrow is going to be a busy day for us, Lemon, hence why we need to get
go and get some sleep. I'll get the information for you. What about the pictures of Lou Woods and Randy Hayden? Any idea on how that connects? Marla inquired. Besides the obvious, I mean, one is Jeff Wood's brother. The other one is the kid that shot him in the face with a flare gun, Simon informed her. Yeah, but Marla began gazing down at the picture before suddenly finding a new point of entrance. Both of you come look at this. I think there's another clue in here. Dalton Bradshaw and Simon Lemon joined her and peered down in the box. There was something written in the bottom interior of the box. However, it was hardly visible. Fuck it all. I can't tell what it says. It's too damn fake, Dayton complained. Wait, I have an idea, Marla stated, and stretched out and fiddled with the lamp mounted above their heads. She toggled a switch, engaging the lamp's black-like function. Suddenly, 3 investigators were shown into a wrapped world of strange color. Standing over a fresh corpse, with the room glowing in an odd hues of blue and black, caused a small shiver to run down Simon's spine. However, the mysterious writing on the bottom of the box suddenly became clear to them all. 114 Shortcut Road. Winston? Quit being a bad boy. Stop being a bad boy. He's like, what did I do, Mommy? The dead prophet speaks, but when his source of power fades, his words of wisdom will be forever lost. What's this mean? Simon was asking, but Dayton was already on his phone, calling for backup to meet them at the address hidden in the box. Shortcut Road is a small gravel stretch out in the middle of nowhere. It's got the reputation of being a place where bad things happen. When I was a kid, where the urban legend about devil worshippers out there. There were a few abandoned houses back there, but that's about it. Not just any abandoned houses, Dayton snapped as he hung up the phone. Remember that video I just watched today? The one with the kids calling themselves Jeff Killers, back when the group was still active? They hold a lot of their meetings back there in those abandoned houses. Fucking shit, Simon. How the hell did we not realize this sooner? I bet this is all the work of those fucking sick bastards. Detective Bradshaw, those kids haven't been active in years. Not since they spent all their money to clear out Shortcut Road and... Marla was attempting to explain, but Dalton was already on the move. Okay, Simon, backup is on their way. Fucking Manville runs on a skeleton crew at cops at night, so they're reaching out to St. Tammany Sheriff's Office and additional units. Let's keep moving. Dalton grabbed the small box, throwing the photo and the DVD back inside before briskly walking his way towards the exit. Wait, the information you wanted, Marla shouted, holding up a small notebook. Here, I'll take it. Simon grabbed the piece of paper with the names of Brian and Tony's shrink written on it before turning to follow Dayton out of the parking lot. Dalton was already in his car with the engine running when Simon climbed into the passenger seat. He looked over at his partner with impatience in his eye. Took you long enough. What were you doing in there? Trying to score a date or something? I actually was. How'd it go? Apparently she's a married lesbian with a boyfriend. Talk about covering the bases. Dalton snickered. I knew for a fact that she's single and likes men. Guess you just fell outside of her scope of interest. Figures, so give me the rundown on the area. Marley said that it's a bad spot. Dalton reached into his glove compartment and grabbed another Adderall from the plastic baggie. Simon gave him a strange look, but asked no questions. Mind if I smoke? Dalton asked, already lighting a cigarette without waiting for an answer. He took a long drag and began to answer Simon's questions. Shortcut Road used to be one of the Shortcut Road used to be what one might consider Manville's bad part of town. There used to be a small neighborhood back there, if you could even call it that. Utilities were rough back there, always going out due to poor maintenance. Now, by the time I transferred out here, they'd actually gone out there and cleaned a lot of it up. I don't think anyone really lives out there. Of course, that idiotic Jeff Wood's code turned up some abandoned houses out there into their freaking clubhouse. For my first couple months working out there, I had to go back there and just once for a call. What was it? Well, Jeff Killers were were just about gone and forgotten by then. People were growing up, and the legend about Jeff the Killer was losing its appeal to kids out there. There were still a few that would go out there to smoke dope or whatever from time to time, that they weren't dressing up as Jeff Woods anymore. I think they just kept doing it to piss off Drake Arkansas. Wait, Drake Arkansas? Oh, it's Arkansas. I'm sorry. Drake Arkansas, he's the guy that brought Maxwell Hayden's share of his company. How was he involved with Jeff Killers? Something the expert here doesn't know. Well, Drake's first act of business was securing majority ownership of Hayden's firm. Hayden sold him 35% of the company, and Drake just threw his money around until he secured the other 16%. Don't ask me the details because I'm just a dumb fucking cop, but I know that once he owned 51% of the company, he basically owned Mandeville. Simon was looking down at his phone, pulling additional information to add to the conversation. Full staff enterprise. That's what it's called now? Yeah, Drake was a big public figure, though. He knew that Maxwell Hayden had fucked himself royally with underhand deals and backroom bribes, so he decided to do the opposite route. Drake was Mr. Limelight. He was making money hand over fist and trying the hearts and minds approach. He wanted to bring Mandeville back to its once glorious status, a suburban paradise, which of course meant getting rid of all the Jeff the Killer freaking residue. Simon looked up from his phone. It says here that he hired a bunch of cops to work off duty for him, sort of like his own personal task force. Seems like cleaning out Shortcut Road and getting rid of Jeff the Killer fan club back there was his first big act. Technically second. Did you know he moved himself and his daughter into Jeff Wood's old house? Yep, right there on Fairmount. Place burned down not too long ago. Good riddance, I suppose. So Drake Arkansas pissed those kids off that were using the old house back there to have their little Jeff parties, and you think that a few that remained did so just to mess with the guy? More than likely, yes. I mean, it was like history repeating itself. They saw him as just another rich asshole trying to write the laws in this town. I guess the joke's on them, though. Drake Arkansas died last year. His daughter is still around here, though. She pops up from time to time. I don't know. The two men had become lost in conversation as Dalton turned down the dark road after dark road, taking further into the back roads of St. Tamary Parish. It was the massive glow of red and blue lights up ahead that broke their chatter and brought them down to the present. That's our backup, or in this case, I suppose we're the backup now, Dalton commented. Must be a dozen cars up there. They got here quick. It's a boring town to be a cop in Simon. This is a boring town to be a cop in, Simon. If this was New Orleans, that backup would arrive sometime next week. Or out here, though, the cops are chomping at the bit for something to do. I bet half of those guys up here already prepared their bullshit stories to tell over cheap beers, and Simon suddenly cut himself off, shouting, "Look out!" From behind him, an ambulance came speeding past. Oh shit, what the fuck is happening? Dalton grunted as he stepped onto the accelerator and sped into the destination. Dalton's eyes immediately fell on the news van parked across the street and felt his stomach flip over. The media? How? Oh, jolly gee willikers. I have more reading to do. Ah! Oh, my neck is killing me, though. I didn't even do anything. I think it's just how my posture is at the moment. I'm an old lady now. I'm an old lady now. From WDSU, New Orleans, grisly murder on the South Shore. Report by Helen Morrison. Helen, tonight the residents of Mandeville once again taken over by the chilling serial killing of 2015 involving teenage murderer Jeffrey Woods, known in the media as Jeff the Killer. Last night, police responded to an abandoned home located in the long-forgotten part of Mandeville known as Shortcut Road. Local teens called themselves Jeff Killers, were once known to frequent those homes. However, in a statement by Mandeville Police Mitchell Hardy, their activities have ceased over time. Now it appears that someone has taken an interest in the area once again, and this time they are stepping out their morbid fascination to a terrifying new plateau. The scene now cuts from the newsroom to the footage from the prior night to Shortcut Road. Helen Morrison can be seen standing in front of a small blighted home as a dozen police, EMTs, and other officials mile about the front yard. Some entering into the dark home as others take photographs and examine the area. The screen then splits, showing Morrison in the newsroom as the footage of the crime scene continues to play with the other half on the screen. Ow, my arm. Can this hurry the fuck up? I'm so bored! I get it. Jeff the killer has done awful stuff. Hey, how about this? He starts doing some shit now. WDSU received an anonymous tip at around 11:20 last night informing us that if we wanted to be the first on scene for what the caller describes as his masterpiece, that we should hurry to 114 Shortcut Road. We arrived at the same time as the first police cruiser began to show up, and we were not allowed to bring our cameras out into the house. However, it soon became apparent from the reaction of the officers reporting on scene that something horrific had taken place in the small town that once prided itself on its practically non-existent crime rate. I'm going to play for you the call that received the last night from the unknown tipster. However, I must warn viewers at home that this audio recording is disturbing. Fuck you. Most of the time it is not disturbing whatsoever. The screen shifts to a gray screen with a stock photo of a telephone in the corner and the WDSU logo on the screen. The call is played with the audio captioning across the screen. Male voice, modified slightly to raise the pitch. My masterpiece awaits me with curious eyes. He had much prophecy to share. Will it be heard before the soul within his voice dies forever? So many lies are told, so many false messiahs speak, and so many fools listen. I have the truth. If you will come and bear witness, 114 Shortcut Road. The dead speak there. Jeff's killers worship a false god. Only the truth can open the door to freedom. Come find the truth. Screen returns to Helen Morris. As I said before, we were not allowed into the crime scene. However, a source working on the investigation did share with us a first-hand account of what he saw in the house. The witness described the scene as something from a horror movie. The body of a man was nailed to the wall of the home. Rescuers believed the victim was still living at the time of the discovery, as faint voices were heard whispering from his mouth. However, upon further investigation, it was discovered that a small MP3 was discovered in the victim's mouth. It was playing a recorded message on a constant loop. Screen cuts to the scene of the crime the night before, where the EMTs can be seen wheeling the victim out of the car onto a stretcher. The victim was covered in a white sheet. The identity of the victim has yet been released. As the investigation is still ongoing, the contents of the recording were still being kept within police custody until further investigation becomes available. In other news, 4 days passed and things were bad for Dalton Bradshaw and Simon Lyman. The news had spread like wildfire. The internet was burning over stories about the Mandeville infamous Jeff the Killer. Rumors were flying about. Had Jeff returned? Was there a copycat serial killer on the loose? Did the cult-like youths that once called themselves Jeff Killers finally organize and become violent? People were demanding answers from the mayor's office, along with the chief of police, were stuck with a deluge of furious frenzy, wanting the truth. Sadly, for all of their efforts, no truth could be solidified yet. What the news had failed to report on the night of the murders on Shortcut Road was being pieced together by everyone from YouTube comments to established news sources. However, the Mandeville police, who had the answers, were ordered to remain silent. Any officers found responsible for providing information to the press would be terminated on the spot. The chief of police, Mitchell Hardy, had raised the bar even higher by threatening his staff with criminal charges of malfeasance in office should any journalist become privy to inform before he and the mayor were ready to have a press release. What had been found was something too terrible to actually broadcast in the nightly news anyway. Upon arriving to 114 Shortcut Road, police discovered the body of Trent Vickers, a resident of Mandeville and known troublemaker. Vickers was in his mid-20s, playing in a heavy metal band, and was a thorn in the side of the law enforcement for years. Usually his crimes didn't extend past drunken outbursts after a night in the Green Room, a local club in the neighboring town of Covington that hosted different musical acts. The Green Room was the closest thing that residents in the North Shore could get to a New Orleans rock bar without having to drive across the lake. More than that, though, Vickers was a self-proclaimed found member of the Jeff Killers. He'd been generous online with his master plan to create a sovereign community in the abandoned home on Shortcut Road. This, of course, meant that he'd be in direct conflict with the Mandeville police, but more so than them, Drake Arkansas and his company. When Arkansas began his task of clearing out the old house on Shortcut, he just met with the abundance of residents from Vickers. Lots of confirmations filmed on cell phone cameras that found their way to Vickers' YouTube channel. Lots of blogging calling Arkansas a fascist, comparing him to early 20th century mobsters, complete with accusations with the entire Mandeville Police Department was in the back pocket. There was still a lot of mudslinging in the form of accompanying Drake Arkansas to Maxwell Hayden. Vickers claimed that Arkansas's desire to clean up Short Road was just another attempt at hiding the truth that what Manville really was, and how the lies and corruption discovered after Jeff Woods' rampage was simply repeating ourselves under a different director. He created a few issues, such as blocking construction vehicles sent by Arkansas, but eventually, like so many others, fed himself enough rope to let himself hang. In late 2016, when Arkansas really started ramping up the efforts to clean out Shortcut Road, Vickers decided to put up an anti and start targeting actual members of Arkansas staff. He'd show up to the company headquarters with a cell phone camera rolling and conduct ambush interviews, intending to humiliate anyone connected to Drake Arkansas. From YouTube channel Free Mandeville, posted by Trent Vickers. Camera footage shot from the first-person perspective showed cameraman Vickers approaching front office entryway of Falstaff Enterprise. An unidentified man in suit exits door and is associated by Vickers. And this is Vickers and the businessman at first. Sir, would you care to explain how you sleep at night knowing that your paycheck is coming from a fascist tyrant? Very well, thank you, and I also sleep with my wife 3 times a night. Thank you. Go away. I will not go away. Your company is targeted to destroy a community of sovereign, peaceful people who oppose corruption. We will not go away. Get alive. You're a fucking pig bastard. Go suck on the dick of your boss. Uniformed security guard exits building and approaches Vickers. Sir, you're gonna have to be asked to leave. I'm on public sidewalk. Piss off. Sir, you cannot harass the employees. I'm not harassing them. I'm asking them aggressively. What's your name and badge number? Sir, you're gonna have to stop filming me without name and badge number, you fucking pig. Vickers would often be given citation and occasional arrest for such demonstrations. It wasn't until he decided to target Arkansas's teenage daughter as she was leaving her high school that he finally found himself facing serious criminal charges. From YouTube video, Stupid People of the Suburbs, posted by Hippie Hater. Video begins with Vickers filming as he approaches Mandeville High School student parking lot. A young woman, later identified as the daughter of Drake Arkansas, is confronted as she walks towards a car. How does it feel to know your father is a fucking monster? Who are you? You know who the fuck I am. That's how people die. I'm the guy that's going to fuck your dad up in the ass harder than he fucks you. What did you say to me? You heard me. What's the matter? Ashamed of your father? You should be. Vickers then lowers his camera to demonstrate that he's grabbing his crotch and making sexual gestures towards the girl. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck your dad just like this. You like that, you spoiled little cunt. Other students begin to gather and several teachers start to approach Vickers. Sir, you need to leave school grounds this second. This is a public school. My tax dollars pay for it, and I have the right to be here. A uniformed police officer is assigned to the school as security begins to approach. Sir, I have informed that you made sexual suggestion comments to one of our students. I'm going to need to see your identification right now. Fuck you. I know my rights. This is freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Yes, but being sexual in front of a minor is not and can get you on the registry. Sir, turn around and place your hands behind your back. Vickers, who'd found a clever way to skirt the law on several occasions, was finally caught. He was charged with sexual misconduct towards a minor for his comments directed towards Arkansas's daughter. In a plea agreement with the district attorney, Vickers was able to avoid jail time, but was given 5 years probation with the condition that the cease targeting any associates of Drake, Arkansas. He was also banned from going within 200 feet of Manville High School. Afterward, he mostly vanished from the public eye. He played his gigs at the Green Room from time to time and would occasionally post one of his video rants about conspiracies and such. But his mission to bring down Arkansas and his task force seemed to vanish altogether. Can I fucking die now? Like, okay. Jeff the Killer, Scars of Correction. I get it. Where is Jeff? Okay, we've talked about him. We've met his brother. Where is he? Okay, we got possibly he's here. Possibly. Then why does it take so near the end of this story? Then 4 nights ago, he was found by police nailed to the wall of one of the last remaining abandoned houses on Shortcut Road that he once fought so hard to protect. Large in his mouth was a small voice recorder playing the same bizarre and ominous message on a constant loop. The message wasn't saved, though, and had the recorder batteries drained completely, the strange message on looming disaster may have never been heard at all. From recording found on the corpse of Trent Vickers, currently only accessible to members of the Manville Police and other law enforcement agencies. Lies are locks. They keep us out. Lies are locks. They trap us in. Lies are locks indeed. Truth. Truth is the key. The key to open the door of truth. What will we find there? The dead beg for nothing. The living beg for relief. Relief from the hell that I brought to Manville. No one is safe. Your lies protect you for so long. But now the truth shall shine bright. Liars fill their pockets with ill-gotten gold. Liars shall be held accountable. Liars shall be forced to stand before the door of truth and confess their sins. Only then shall peace return. Dalton Bradshaw and Simon Lyman, you are but players in the grand scheme before you. The true stars have yet to rise, though they shall soon enough. In the meantime, I promise that I will keep you both entertained. Be warned, though, your lives are no real importance and may be snuffed out at any time. Perhaps you should make haste and bring my chart to Manville. The victim and the liar must face victation. The longer you stall, the more death we shall bring to you. Remember, only the truth can open the door to peace. Lies only bring more death. Bradshaw and Lyman listened to the recording for probably the 100th time as they stood before the desk of the police chief, Mitchell Hardy. The chief was pissed. Had been pissed since the incident began happening. Since the incidents began happening again. Now he was moving beyond pissed. New zone of range that made Bradshaw cringe a bit. To make matters worse, Lyman had now taken a seat and was apparently scrolling through something on his cell phone as the chief was getting started. Bradshaw felt his stomach tighten in anticipation for the ass chewing to come. You two. How? How did this get so fucked up? The chief demanded. Sir, we did everything in our power to contain this, however, Dalton began, but he was interrupted as the chief continued his rant. You had some pretty simple orders, Bradshaw. Keep this shit quiet. All you had to do was write up the incident at the Dermont house as the B&E that ended with the prep being killed in self-defense. Was this too fucking hard? And you, Lyman, I'm not sure if your seniors in Bratton Rogue told you or not, but your whole purpose as an expert had to conclude 100% that this had nothing to do with Jeff Wood's incident from 2015. Jeff the Killer is something that everyone just wants to forget. The 2015 incident was a disaster for everyone involved here. So why in the hell is that you managed to not only fail in your own goal, but then managed to somehow start a fucking sequel? No one wants a sequel to 2015. No one. Hey, author, you should have taken your own advice. Actually, what if this is like 2 people, but only one dude got the credit, and like the guy put this in and no one has realized it until now? That would be some funny shit. Lyman looked up from his phone just for a moment to respond. I don't know about all that, sir. Some people thought that 2015 was handled well. I mean, sure, it wasn't perfect, but let's be honest, it didn't help that half the brass in this town went out of their way to cover the whole damn thing up. Maybe if you'd all done your jobs in the first place instead of worrying about protecting one rich old man, we wouldn't be sitting here right now. Hardy looked stunned. He was not a man used to spoken back to, especially in his own office when he had made a policy and enforcement law. It did the situation no favors than the man currently talking down to him was half his age, wearing a t-shirt and something called a Homestar Runner printing on the front. Just who the hell do you think you are? Hardy asked, his voice stunned now than angry. I don't think I'm anything. However, I know I am a state agent. I know that my boss has the governor on speed dial. Can you say the same thing? I know that my boss told me to disregard your request, that I came down here just to whitewash the incident. I know that you, as the chief of police, must be aware that instructing a government agency to falsify a report is a pretty hefty charge. Maybe that's the way you're used to doing things here, but it's not the way I do business, Chief. I was told to come down here and conduct a real investigation. You have a serious problem on your hands here, Chief. The fact that you haven't held a press conference yet is making you look like shit as well. So maybe I'll call one day. I'll have every legal right to seize the recording found at the criminal scene. And if you keep acting like a fucking asshole, I might just do that. Maybe I'll go ahead and depositize Detective Bradshaw here and an official attachment to the state of the duration of this case. That way we don't need to deal with you at all anymore. Do you think perhaps that would be a good idea? Or who knows, maybe I'll call the governor himself today. Let him know that your suburban snobs are obstructing justice down here. Again! Yeah, how'd you like that? Chief Hardy was speechless. He wasn't sure if Lyman could do half of the things that he just threatened to do. But the idea that this young punk calling a press conference wasn't enough to scare him into compliance. At least for the time being. He took a deep breath and plastered on a fake smile. Gentlemen, perhaps I was a bit too harsh just now. This has been stressful for us all. I've had the mayor barking at me since this began, demanding that we close this case quickly. I shouldn't have taken this out on you. Agent Lyman, I apologize. No worries, Chief. Now me and Dalton have some police work to do. I think I may have found our next break. Dalton, who's been shocked into silence by his younger partner's sudden outburst, found his voice again. What did the CSI find? Something from the house? Better, I found something on YouTube. Check it out, Dalton. This is the clue. You're not going to believe who uploaded a video from the response to this. You're not going to believe who uploaded a video response to this from video channel Jane of Arc. Uploaded by Jane Arkansas. Ooh, the daughter. Wait a minute. Her name is Jane. Like Jane the Killer? Of course you had to put Jane in here. Why don't we get Nina in here too? Why not bring Slenderman, Clockwork? Come on, what are we sitting around here for? Okay, Winston. Come on now. Jane is speaking directly into the camera. So you think this is funny? You think this is a joke now? People are dying. Something much larger is behind this. If you're crazy enough to think that some disfigured kid is running around in the shadows creating all of this, then you deserve it. I know things. My father received threats from lots of sources before his death. He was too close to all of it. He tried to erase Mandeville's past with his money. But what lies beneath the surface is something so broken and rotted on the inside that money cannot clean. There are people out there with very close connections to the situation from 2015 that still have agendas and goals. None of these goals are good. I spent a lot of time looking into this. Trust me. This doesn't just start with the attack at the Dermonts. This has been going on for years. going on for 4 years. Expelling Maxwell Hayden and replacing him with my father did not fix anything. Removing corrupt officials from office and allowing them to run and hide in the shadows did not fix anything. Lives were ruined, lives were lost, and I'm pretty sure minds were lost as well. My father was on to something before he was murdered. He figured something out, something that runs much deeper than Jeffrey Woods, Maxwell Hayden, or any other person. If you want the truth, go back to the beginning. I will continue to release information as I put it together. To the law enforcement officers that are investigating this matter, know one thing right now. There is a massive smokescreen being put in front of you. That smokescreen is Jeff the Killer. Don't let the sensationalism around this case distract you. Look deeper. Well, I'll be the prodigal daughter returns, Simon mumbled. How did she know about the incident before the Drummond family? I would venture to guess that by now, Lane Drummond has spilled the beans to at least a couple of people. That kid doesn't strike me as the type who could keep a secret for long. Okay, so you're going to go and talk to Jane Arkansas and find out what she knows. If her father really was receiving threats, I want to know who those threats were from and who they came from, Dalton stated. It would make sense that he might be a target. He did step in for Maxwell Hayden, and he didn't exactly have a low profile while doing so. Between pissing off the crazies that hung out on Shortcut Road to possibly pissing off a ton of Mandeville's older and wealthier elites, his list of enemies could be a long mile. Simon's cell phone chimes, indicating a text message. Oh hey, more good news, I guess. Looks like the tech guys finally cracked the CD we found. Today is turning out to be interesting. So, where to first, Jane Arkansas or the CD? Simon considered for a moment and then answered, the CD for sure. We'll have plenty of time to talk to Jane. Unleash. Maybe she'll die? Not? Maybe? Whatever's on the CD, though, is directly with those assholes. And I just gotta know what's going to shard out of there. Oh, what's going to shard out of there? Okay, I was sort of hoping that the chief would be gone by the time we head back into the station, but whatever. Fuck that guy. Let's get this done. Simon and Dalton returned to Mandeville Police Station, prepared to view the context of the DVD left for them the night they were almost run off the road. Hurry the fuck up, Dalt. A uniformed officer called to the two investigators walking into the control booth of the Mandeville Police Station. The techies looked as though they had just discovered the holy grail of the Fountain of Youth. Without being asked, the tech immediately went into an explanation that neither Dalton nor Simon really understood. It took several days, but I finally cracked the inception on the DVD. Seems that whatever burned the information onto the disc used several variations of encryption software. Most likely the guy got a hold of encrypt disk and just tampered with the codes a bit. He knew that we'd be throwing a government-grade decryption at it, so I guess he wanted to make sure we get the point. Exactly what point would that be? Dalton asked sharply. My guess he wanted us to know that he knew what he was doing. He clearly wanted us to crack the code. I mean, why else would he use the disk? No, I think this was more or less a bit of a computer saber rattling. Just a way to make sure we know he's not an amateur. Well, then, how about we stop torturing ourselves with delaying gratification, get down to business, Simon stated jovially. Again, stop using big words when you can use other words that do just the same amount. Oh, I'm sorry that the teacher wanted to use big words every few paragraphs. Isn't the chief going to come out and watch? Dalton asked. He said he'll watch it later. I think he's prepping for that press conference that everyone wants. I saw him going out over paperwork, another uniformed cop replied. The techie pushed the play button. The video began. From DVD, left behind by Jimmy 4x4 during investigation into the attack on Drummond, property of Mandeville Police. Evidence number 2461022. Gravelly male voice, possibly electronically enhanced, menacing tone. Why does no one choose to lie? If you're hearing this and believe somewhere that this is meant to be a profound question, you can stop.
People choose to lie because they are human. They are weak and pathetic. They hide, they cheat, they destroy. All of this is done so that they can reside in the shadows for a short while longer before eventually being forced to face the truth. One of the most central of players had recently come forward, cast into the light, yet still hiding behind the mask of lies. Did he do it for money? Did he do it for forgiveness? This is one mystery that I intend to solve. DVD begins to display video footage. Voice continues to speak as footage plays. What appears to be video shot on a camcorder. Oh, hold on. Where's the quotation? Where did this random quote come from? It's like, where? Oh, that's why. I'm stupid. What appears to be a video shot on a camcorder or a low-quality video recording device appears footage. Oh, video recording device appears. Footage shows two police cars parked outside of the former house of Jeffrey Woods. Two youths, clearly Jeff and Lou Woods from 2015, are seen walking out the front door of their home. The timestamp on the video confirms that it was filmed on the day Jeff and Lou fought Randy and his friends at the video store. To the officers who are attempting to make this out, know that these events today were actually set in motion many years ago. Nothing here is random. Nothing here is chaotic. Everything from the profound to the mundane have been analyzed and predicted. Video by Shirley and Jeffrey Woods arriving at the home of Bridgerton Hayden appears. Truth is actually far more delicate than lies. Lies are man-made after all. Products of intelligence craft. A lie can be built upon, improved upon, and strengthened. Much like a simple front that eventually grows into a castle, which eventually becomes a village, and finally, a city. The truth, however, is fragile, as it only exists as it is. It cannot be improved or fortified. It cannot be developed into a superior product by group collaboration. The truth is only the truth. Nothing can be added or taken away. Video of the ambulance parked outside the Hayden's home appears on screen. A stretcher is shown taking Jeffrey Woods from the garage to the ambulance. Again, why is this in red? The truth existed that day for only a brief period. Randy, Keith, Troy, and Jeff all knew the truth. That delicate fact existed until the moment Officer Williamson arrived. At that point, it was polluted into a lie. Video appears of Randy Hayden in court for his inquest hearing. The judge is smiling contentedly as he writes notes. Randy steps down from the stand and joins his father. Who can be trusted now? Now that blood has been spilled upon the floor, who can we turn to? A still image of Lou Woods signing copies of the book at the New York City bookstore shown. And even when the truth is told, some move quickly to pollute the truth. Video shows the outside of the fireworks booth from the interview between Bernie Rosenberg and Jeffrey Woods took place. The footage shot at night shows Jeffrey Woods exit the fireworks stand and quickly look around before walking briskly towards the dark woods behind the booth. There is so much more truth to be found. If you've made it this far, let us continue our journey. Observe. The video continues to show the firework booth, and from the corner of the screen, a figure can be seen approaching the entrance to the tiny building. The truth has become so twisted that by now I can safely assure you that you know nothing. You may learn more as you go, should you survive. Be warned, though, I am not a friend. I am not some wise mentor here to lend you to enlightenment. I am a barrier of truth. But never forget that honesty and peace do not always travel together. I shall guide you, but not with the gentle hand of a shepherd, but rather the firm hand of a taskmaster. This will be a pleasant journey. You cannot escape this now. You cannot opt out. Should you still question the severity of the infection caused by the lies and corruption within Manville, allow me to demonstrate just how critical this situation has become. The screen flashes to solid red. Kill one now. Dalton Bradshaw raises an eyebrow, his mind swirling with questions.
He glances towards Simon to voice his quandrants, and suddenly felt the color drain from his face. He drew a breath to call it a warning. He felt his muscle tense as he approached the lunge forward. However, everything happened far too quickly for a reaction to lend aid. One of the uniformed officers, a man whose name Dalton wasn't even sure he knew, drew his pistol from his holster. The officer raised the gun directly behind Simon's head. Simon, whose attention had been locked completely onto the video playing on the screen before him, never even realized what was happening directly behind him. In the next second, the officer fired his pistol at point-blank range into Simon's head. The report was deafening in the small room, and every cop was momentarily stunned. Dalton, who watched the event unfold, reached for his pistol. His first instinct was to shoot his apparent rogue cop. Then he realized that if the rogue cop died, so too did the truth to what the hell happened here. Wow, a cop who thinks before he shoots. That's rare. As Simon's corpse fell to the floor in the graphic display of spraying blood and falling brain matter, the rogue cop placed the pistol on his own head. "What the fuck are you doing?" Dalton screamed. Smiling, the officer replied in a maniac voice, "Serving my purpose. The truth opens the door, Detective Bradshaw." In the next moment, the officer fired his gun into his own head, joining Simon on the floor. Brothers in death. From press conference held by Mandeville Police Chief Michelle Hardy. Today is a horrific day that will go down in infamy within our beloved city of Mandeville. Today we mourn the loss of Louisiana State Police Investigator Lyman. Agent Lyman was tasked to assist us in the investigation of the recent attack on a local family by an assailant who wore a disguise that we believed was intended to mimic Jeffrey Woods. Over the course of the investigation, evidence was discovered that led investigators to believe that at least one other individual was involved. Police were held to an abandoned home on the Shortcut Road in incorporated St. Tammany Parish, technically located outside the Mandeville city limits, where the body of a young man who had a long history of mental illness was found. The victim is believed to have committed suicide and left a record recording cryptic messages that we now believe were nothing more than hyperducts of his mental health issues. Oh wow, you like to lie still. Wow, what a cool person. We are saddened that he was not able to get the help that he needed. Then today, while reviewing further evidence, Agent Lyman was murdered by a rogue police officer who believed was suffering from work-related stress. The officer, Brandon Crane, would then turn to service his pistol on himself, ending his own life as well. At the time, we are confident that the threat is contained. The current evidence that we have available suggests that the initial attack was carried out by another individual who has a history of mental illness. It is unfortunate that another Brian Antonis, the young man who donned face painted to try and mimic the appearance of Jeffrey Woods, and Trent Vickers, a youth who had a long documented fascination with morbid topics, was unable to receive the proper medical assistance they clearly needed. And now we must face the most powerful of truth. The most painful of truths, that Officer Brandon Crane, a young man who served our community for almost 2 years, was apparently also involved in a tragic set of circumstances. There will be a memorial service for Agent Lyme in Bretton Road, Los Angeles. The time, date, and location will be announced once preparations are completed. We, as brothers and sisters of the badge, are all deeply hurt at the loss of the great man of justice. At the time, I am not taking questions. If anyone wants further information, I encourage you to reach out to the Public Relations Office. Thank you, and God bless. What a load of shit. A slightly drunk man grunted from a TV mounted in the Abbey, a Divide bar in downtown New Orleans, as the press conference faded away, replaced by sports and then the weather. "What are you doing there, detective?" the young bartender asked. She had a sleeve of tattoos on her arm featured various sea life. On this night, Dalton Bradshaw would have happily drowned among them. It's not detective shit anymore. I'm off the force, Sherry. I guess it's just Mr. Bradshaw from here on out. Sherry Williams, who'd served Bradshaw cheap drinks most weekends since he'd started working at the Abbey, showed genuine concern. She liked the man. Although he was likely twice her age. Perhaps she admired his pragmatic nature, or maybe she had some father issues. But either way, she always liked it when he came in. What happened? I thought you were one of the cops for life type guys. Sherry, that's a story I'd gladly tell you over breakfast, which likely means you'll never hear it. He tried to laugh at his own situation, but in reality, Dalton was miserable and very concerned for the future of the people he once was in charge of protecting. Hurry up, I want this over. Sherry looked over the man before her. Sure, he was old and his teeth were stained and a bit crooked. He smoked like a chimney and would probably run out of steam before her. Still, though, she fancied him for strange reasons that only a psychiatrist would understand. After all, she was 26, had a body of tattoos and piercings, and would likely be kicked out of her circle of punk goth friends for sleeping with a middle-aged cop. She could tell that he was badly hurting, and likely wasn't serious about his offer for breakfast storytelling, but she decided to throw him a bone just the same, or perhaps allow him to throw her one. I close up this dump in about an hour. Stick around. You can be my security guard. Walk me home. I think I need someone to check my bedroom anyway. Make sure there aren't any monsters under my bed. You sure? Yeah. Anything that could get one of my regular drunks as down and out. There's a fucking fly around me. Yeah, anything that could get one of my regular drunks as down and out as this is something I'd like to hear. Dalton managed to smile at it all. In all honesty, he wasn't happy. He and Simon hadn't exactly become friends, but they had worked well together, and a friendship had been formed eventually. He respected the kid's gumption. What was worse was how he was let go today. Just another fucking cover-up in Mandeville. History repeating itself once more, just because lying and hiding seemed to be the nature of this particular beast. Hardy wanted Dalton out of the way. That much was clear. He wanted to steer this investigation back into his own tracks. The press conference alone proved this much. Hardy was clearly trying to tell people of Mandeville that this case was all wrapped up, but Dalton knew better. He and Simon had done a bit of more investigation during the 4 days prior to the discovery of Vickers' body. They had learned so much. They both decided to keep the additional information to themselves until the case could be wrapped up without fearing of yet another snow job. However, it would appear that for the first time being at least, the forecast was quite snowy of Mandeville. Dalton threw back another shot of whiskey and waited patiently for Sherry Williams to take him away from his problems for at least a little while. Meanwhile, in Mandeville, a young woman sat alone in a large home surrounded by a massive gate. Jane Arkansas examined the names and faces before her, photographed all tracked to her wall. Jeffrey Woods, Lou Woods, Randy Hayden, Maxwell Hayden, Paul Dermont, and many more stared back at her. She knew there were much more to this story. She knew that the chief's press conference was a lie to hide a lie. She knew she had work to do. It's starting again, she whispered as she tracked photos of Simon Lyman, Dalton Bradshaw to her wall. She inherited much of her father's fortune when she was 18. Now she had just been entering into her 20s, saddled with a fortune that she cared little about. She was aware that most women her age were at the current level of wealth would be jet-setting off to Europe, taking insane selfies and consuming cheap liquor in expensive bottles. However, Jane K. Arkansas cared for none of those things. Her father had been murdered. Her home had set ablaze. She escaped with her new life. But in the process, she inherited a dire mission, one which she would happily spend all of her newly acquired money to get rid of. But she knew better. She knew that this was not something she would allow herself to abandon. It compelled her forward, even though she was fully capable of hopping in the nearest jet and never looking back. Jane reached up and touched the photos of Lou Woods and Randy Hayden. As she did, she whispered to herself, "There is a lot to do now. Much to get in order. You boys are coming home very soon after all." Oh my god, oh my god, it's over. Oh my god, it's over. Yay, finally, it's over. It's over. Okay, thoughts. Okay, I get, Jeff, this is a sequel, and there's probably going to be a third one, but oh my god, do I not care. Oh my god, do I not care. The story should have been about Lou and, like, his set, like, what he was feeling during this time. Okay, we got a little bit of it. Great. It should have been about, like, him living his life, and then, like, maybe the cops coming in every once in a while. Like, possibly. Because it'd be like this. The cops come down to see Lou, and he's like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "We think your brother is back in, Manville." And then he's like, "What do you want me to do?" And they're like, "Hey, you knew him. What would he do in this scenario?" And he's like, he should have already had things done. And then they pull up Randy, and they're like, "Randy's been found. He's no longer in the witness protection." And all of this shit would happen. And then maybe, just maybe, like, he starts to get some of the cuts from these insane people who are like, "Oh, we're Jeff killers. Like, we're insane, you know?" Okay, I do like how they killed Lyman, because I did not see that coming. But also, my dude had so much to live for. This story is probably worse than the original reboot. Saying that very clearly, because this is a sequel, and I can base it off that. It's very boring, very long, did not need to be long, at all, did not need to actually exist, honestly. You sequel baited us, thanks. A potential Jane the Killer, which I don't know for sure or not, because sometimes people just put names and they're not, like, related to each other whatsoever. But here's what's most likely gonna happen. Randy is probably gonna start freaking the fuck out, and then he's probably gonna go on, like, some sort of, like, craze. The detective is probably gonna go and talk to him, try and be like, "Oh, we'll keep you safe," but, like, he almost gets attacked by Jeff, or, like, the Jeff killers, and it probably turns out that Lou has known where Jeff has been for quite some time, and Jeff has pretty much, like, been dead, but it's really been Lou. Like, what do you say about that? Like, what would it be? Psycho? It'd be something like Psycho, where, "Oh, it's been me the whole time, but really, I had your food." That would have been so much more interesting. But, you know. Anyway, that's the end of this. I'll see you all in the next one. Bye!